Menshevik internationalists, the Mezrainsy, and the left wing of the socialist revolutionaries. The non-Bolshevik components of this alliance were extremely important, but Hasegawa notes, there is no question that the Bolsheviks were the dominant force among the internationalist groups, with their organizational strength, ideological unity, and tactical militancy. Counterposed to the internationalists were the defensist and semi-defensist moderates, predominantly Mensheviks and right-wing social revolutionaries who were committed to a proletarian-bourgeois alliance against Tsarism and for the fatherland. The key formation in this moderate socialist axis was what became known as the Workers' Group, a Menshevik current coordinating involvement of the workers in the war industry committees. Its moderation enabled it to function legally and thereby gain influence among workers. And yet, as Hasegawa writes, by the fall of 1916, the Workers' Group was obviously losing ground to the Bolsheviks, and to regain its lost influence among the workers, the Workers' Group turned leftward in December 1916, sharpening its attack on the government and advocating a decisive offensive for its overthrow. Hasegawa concludes that the conflict between the two groups did not hinder, but rather hasten the development of the revolutionary crisis. 55 In other words, the Bolsheviks were having an impact not only among revolutionary socialists but also upon the moderates. And this influence in part a result of the Bolsheviks' legendary intransigence and organizational seriousness was helping to bring on the revolution. Throughout this study it has been necessary, in examining the Leninist conception of the party, to take up non-organizational questions in order to grasp the meaning of Lenin's organizational thought. In the present chapter in particular, it has been necessary to go rather far afield to examine the revolutionary internationalist foundations of the Bolshevik-Leninist orientation and the world realities of 1914 to 1916, in order to understand elements of the Bolshevik program that had profound political and organizational implications both in Russia and beyond. This helps explain the final phase of Bolshevism's development as a force capable of leading the Russian Revolution of 1917 and founding the Communist International in 1919. 212 11 Party and Revolution. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 was in large measure the triumph of the organizational perspective that has been the focus of this study, combined with the political perspective which held that revolutionary Marxists would have to lead the working class and peasant masses toward the creation of proletarian rule in Russia. Much can be learned from the examination of the reasons why the Bolshevik Party was able to play a decisive role in Russia's revolution and the manner in which it did so. The story of the Bolshevik triumph has been told and retold in great detail. One of the best eyewitness accounts is John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World, written 1 year after the event. One of the most profound was aired 15 years later in Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution. 60 years after the event, one of the most scholarly accounts, Alexander Rabinowich's The Bolsheviks Come to Power, was published. Each of these classics, corroborating the others in all fundamentals, provides a clear outline and rich detail for any interested reader. In addition, recent studies by a new wave of historians have greatly added to our understanding of this inspiring chapter in the history of the labor and socialist movements. One still powerfully influential, however, is the slant aired by historians who see the Bolshevik triumph as a historical disaster. George Kitkoff is one of many to suggest that the working class strikes and demonstrations that toppled Tsarism were, in fact, instigated by agents of the German Kaiser as a wartime maneuver, although Lenin was afflicted by a brain disease that resulted in very peculiar thinking on his part. A vast influx of German money was sufficient to promote the decisive effectiveness of Bolshevik propaganda in these confusing times. Two such respected historians as Leonard Shapiro and Robert V. Daniels have similarly given credence to the myth of German gold in Bolshevik cours, but they are inclined to take Lenin's peculiar thinking more seriously. 3. So does Bertram D. Wolfe, who characterizes the Bolshevik leader as a 213 virtuoso of organization and total power, who had a remarkable ability to mobilize, manipulate, and organize discontent and hatred. John Keep agrees that Lenin's achievement was less a matter of mobilizing class-conscious proletarians than of harnessing elemental energies and hatreds of all segments of society. This interpretation has implications for Lenin's conception of organization that these historians have not hesitated to point out. For Lenin, Keep tells us, the active catalyst of change is a body of professional revolutionaries, bound together by close ties of loyalty to their leader, so homogeneous as to reduce to a minimum the likelihood of dissent or indiscipline. Wolff has taken it further. The first peculiarity that strikes one in Lenin's organizational doctrine is his centralism, and his extreme distrust not only of whole classes, but even of the rank and file of his own party, his own local organizations. According to Robert V. Daniels, Lenin insisted that the proletarian revolution had to be accomplished by the deliberate action of a tightly organized conspiratorial party. He did not trust spontaneous mass movements, and at several crucial moments in 1905 and in July 1917 opposed the adventurism of Bolsheviks who wanted to exploit a popular outburst. In the fall of 1917, when it seemed as though the proletarian revolution might roll to victory almost as spontaneously as the bourgeois revolution of February, Lenin was beside himself. He was desperate then to demand that his party impose itself by force, to prove its own necessity and keep alive for himself the chance of ruling alone. For if such an organization is what made the revolution, this has implications for how one understands the revolutionary process and the nature of the working class. We find, as Diane Koenker has aptly noted, an image among Western historians of these masses as irrational, easily swayed, and prey to the machinations of political leaders. They are acted upon, they do not act. 5. This is the outlook not only of prominent anti-communist ideologists, but also despite a twist of romanticization of some left-wing sects that would like to duplicate this elitist scenario. The question is this: can an organization with such an approach win enough support to lead a revolution? This would seem doubtful, because such an understanding of the working class has little to do with real working people, particularly as the new historians have demonstrated the Russian working class in 1917. Recent works of scholarship have confirmed the judgment Trotsky aired more than 50 years ago: the swift changes of mass views and moods in an epoch of revolution thus derive, not from the flexibility and mobility of man's mind, but just the opposite, from its deep conservatism. The chronic lag of ideas and relations behind new objective conditions, right up to the moment when the latter crash over people in the form of a catastrophe, is what creates in a period 214 of revolution that leaping movement of ideas and passions which seems to the police mind a mere result of the activities of demagogues. The fundamental political process of the revolution thus consists in the gradual comprehension by a class of the problems arising from the social crisis, the active orientation of the masses by a method of successive approximations. 6. Irrationality certainly comes into play in such complex situations, but all is not simply elemental energies and hatreds. In 1917 large numbers of working people in Russia thought long and hard about what they were experiencing, discussed and debated a number of options before them, and although not without deep passion made reasoned choices about what to do next. It is within this context that the Bolshevik Party operated in 1917. The ideals and ideas and proposals it articulated, the plans of action it aired, could become relevant only to the extent that the party won the respect and confidence and agreement of the masses of increasingly critical-minded and energetic individuals who constituted the most experienced and active layers of the Russian working class. What is more, the Bolsheviks had articulate rivals with comparable or greater material resources, who attempted to win the support of the working class for quite different programs. But within 8 months after the Tsar was overthrown, the Bolsheviks outstripped all rivals and won majority support for a socialist revolution. For detailed examinations of the Russian Revolution, the reader is urged to begin with the works mentioned earlier in this chapter. In what follows, we will focus on the dynamic interaction between the Bolshevik Party and the insurgent masses as revolutionary events unfolded, on the crucial programmatic shift that enhanced the Bolsheviks' capacity to play a decisive role, and on the manner in which the Bolshevik organization functioned internally in this stormy period. 1. Overthrowing Tsarism but not taking power. In February, March 1917 there was a working-class revolution in Petrograd that overthrew Tsarism, but that also stopped short of transferring power to the workers themselves. An examination of the causes and dynamics both of this proletarian initiative and of proletarian hesitation suggests much regarding the role of the Revolutionary Party. As many contemporaries and historians have commented, there had been no plan to make a revolution on this date, and no one had guessed beforehand how close was this event nor how quickly and easily it would finally take place. At the same time, however, this point has been so overstated by some that it has assumed the character of a myth. In retrospect, Robert V. Daniels writes, repeating the conventional wisdom, it is easy to see that Russia was ripe for revolt, though no one 215 realized it at the time, not even the Bolsheviks. Lenin, spinning theories of world revolution against imperialism while he fretted in his Swiss exile, said as late as January 1917, we of the older generation may not live to see the decisive battles of this revolution. Yet as the Soviet historian and dissident Roy Medvedev notes, the widely quoted comment of Lenin that Daniels cites was only a rhetorical device utilized to make an important point in a particular context. Medvedev documents that Lenin actually felt a great certainty that the revolution was not far off, and that the World War would end in a revolution in most of the countries of Europe, but he could not of course predict the exact course of events, either political or military. One can find many statements in the period immediately preceding the February Revolution that the revolution is growing, that Europe is pregnant with revolution, that our day will come. As Krupskaya writes, never before had Vladimir Ilyich been in such an uncompromising mood as he was during the last months of 1916 and the early months of 1917. He was positively certain that the revolution was imminent. A careful analysis of Lenin's writings in this period will disclose that, while he obviously could have no idea of the specific date or details of the uprising, there was no question in his mind that Russia was ripe for revolt. Nor did one need to be a political genius to understand that the radicalization process was again in motion. 7. The new wave of working-class radicalization was part of a general collapse of the Tsarist system and of an even deeper crisis that was overtaking Russian society under the impact of the First World War, which had greatly intensified the immense problems already generated by the processes of industrialization and modernization. Many millions of people were displaced by the war. 15 million were mobilized into the army, millions were drawn into the factories and cities to keep the economy running, millions more became refugees from the war zones. The absolute destructiveness of the war, 6 million Russian soldiers killed, wounded, or captured, the loss of 1/4 of the Russian Empire's richest lands to the German forces, and so forth was matched by the breakdown of much of the Russian economy, prices rising far above wages, deteriorating transportation and distribution systems, food and fuel shortages, dramatically worsening living conditions. The faith of the most loyal of Tsar Nicholas's lowly subjects began to turn into its opposite as they asked, if the Tsar were a good Tsar, why could he not save Russia and its people? Scandalous corruption and ineptness in the highest circles, topped by the immoral intrigues and escapades of the Tsar's favorite holy man, Gregory Rasputin, undermined the confidence of even the most conservative elements of Russia's ruling classes in Tsarism's capacity to endure. 8. 216. Another important factor was the profound weakening of Tsarism's repressive forces, particularly the army. Alan Wildman writes that the soldiers felt they were being used and recklessly expended by the rich and powerful, of whom their ossers were the most visible, immediate representatives. Roy Medvedev adds, by drafting millions of peasants and workers into the army and training them to handle weapons, the Tsarist regime, without intending to, provided military and technical training. The likely allies of the working class, the peasants, were armed and organized in military garrisons in every major city, with especially large garrisons in Moscow and Petrograd. 9. William Henry Chamberlain once commented that the collapse of the Romanov autocracy in March 1917 was one of the most leaderless, spontaneous, anonymous revolutions of all time. This is both true and false, a paradox that sheds much light on the role of the Revolutionary Party. John M. Thompson aptly notes that war weariness, despair, and hatred of the old system became dominant throughout all levels of Russian society. The people's only hope seemed to lie in victory, which seemed increasingly illusory, or in a radical change, some sudden liberation from their bonds and burdens. 10. These moods and feelings and beliefs, spontaneously generated by objective conditions, were certainly the source of the uprising, but the revolutionary parties played an essential role in airing coherent conceptual alternatives to the status quo. Only the organized socialists, defensists as well as internationalists articulated such alternatives, and their appeals were generating an increasingly visible response among the Russian workers as 1916 faded into 1917. It is important to recognize that the Bolsheviks were not the only group playing this crucial role. The active members of the revolutionary parties combined constituted no more than 2% of the total number of Petrograd workers, writes Tsuyoshi Hasegawa, but with the adherence of the vast majority of workers to the doctrinal differences separating the parties, they found it significant that both camps stood for overthrow of the regime. The differences assumed practical importance only after the February Revolution, not before. Of course, not all of the different currents were doing their work in the same manner. The Menshevik moderates and their allies were concentrating their efforts in the war industries committees and in caucusing with elements of the bourgeois liberal opposition. The 24,000 Bolsheviks were, according to the Menshevik internationalist Sukhanov, buried in a completely different kind of work, keeping the equipment of the movement in repair, forcing the pace for a decisive clash with the Tsarist regime, organizing propaganda and the underground press. 11-217-217. Yet according to Gregory Zinoviev, the February Revolution found our Central Committee in part abroad and in part in jail or exile. The party appeared not to exist, it was dispersed and broken. It did not play a decisive role in the February Revolution. There is an important element of truth in this, but also a serious distortion, which is perhaps not surprising, given Zinoviev's own inclinations toward interpreting Bolshevik organizational norms in a mechanistic and bureaucratic elitist manner. He overlooks the remarkable initiative of the local Bolshevik organizations. Trotsky has described how conscious and tempered workers educated for the most part by the party of Lenin played an essential role, in every factory, in each guild, in each company, in each tavern, in the military hospital, at the transfer stations, even in the depopulated villages. The molecular work of revolutionary thought was in progress. Everywhere were to be found the interpreters of events, chiefly from among the workers, from whom one inquired, "What's the news?" and from whom one awaited the needed words. These leaders had often been left to themselves, and nourished themselves upon fragments of revolutionary generalizations arriving in their hands by various routes, had studied out by themselves between the lines of the liberal papers what they needed. Their class instinct was refined by a political criterion, and though they did not think all their ideas through to the end, nevertheless their thought ceaselessly and stubbornly worked its way in a single direction. 12. Recent scholarship has corroborated this imaginative insight. On the other hand, the local Bolsheviks and their sympathizers were hardly in control of events. The overthrow of Tsarism involved a far more interesting dynamic. The Petrograd Bolsheviks were intending to make May 1st, the International Workers' Holiday, the time for massive demonstrations and a general strike that they hoped would culminate in the overthrow of the autocracy. Yet International Women's Day was also a day observed by the workers' movement. It took place amid rising prices, bread lines, and the disappearance of bread from some bakeries, on top of a lockout and militant strike at the massive Putilov works. According to David Mondale, the mood of the women workers was very militant. He continues, the day began with meetings featuring anti-war speeches, but no other actions were planned. Among the Bolsheviks, who tended to be the most militant, the strategy was to conserve energy for a decisive general strike on May Day. Nevertheless, in the Vyborg district the women workers of several textile mills quit work and, gathering outside the nearby metalworking factories, easily persuaded the men to join them. 13. Earlier in this study we noted the relative political backwardness and passivity of unskilled workers such as female textile workers throughout the early history of the workers' movement, as well as the determination of the more 218 conscious workers to reach out to them and draw them into the struggle. Consider the recollection of one Bolshevik machinist. On the morning of February 23 one could hear women's voices in the lane which the windows of our department overlooked: "Down with the war, down with high prices, down with hunger, bread for the workers." Myself and several comrades were at the windows in a flash. The gates of number 1 Bolshaya Samtsioevskaya Manufaktura were wide open. Masses of women workers filled the lane, and their mood was militant. Those who caught sight of us began to wave their arms, shouting, "Come out! Quit work!" Snowballs flew through the window. We decided to join the demonstration. A brief meeting took place outside the main OS near the gates, and we poured out into the street. The comrades in front were seized by the arms amidst the shouts of hooray, and we set with them down Bolshoi Samtzianevsky Prospect. 14. Such scenes took place at numerous factories. Some Bolsheviks were anxious or even indignant that the undisciplined workers were not heeding their advice to stay calm and conserve their energy for future battles. But the Bolshevik rank and file threw itself into the actual struggle that was erupting around it. On the following day demonstrations and strikes spread throughout Petrograd. A police informant reported on the scene: "Since the military units did not hinder the crowd and in individual cases even took measures to paralyze the initiative of the police, the masses have acquired a sense of certainty that they will go unpunished, and now after 2 days of unhindered marching about the streets, when revolutionary circles have put forward the slogans 'Down with the war' and 'Down with the government,' the people have become convinced that the revolution has begun, that success is with the masses, that the government is powerless to suppress the movement since the military units are not on its side, that victory is close since the military units will soon cross over to the revolutionary forces." 15. The day after the street fighting broke out, the police attempted to take the offensive and fired into the crowds. But the workers persisted with growing confidence. As a general strike paralyzed the city, the overwhelming majority of the working class demonstrated that it shared the views of the agitator who proclaimed, "We cannot live like this any longer. We are human beings, not animals." 16. By the 4th day of the insurgency the troops were disobeying the commands of Tsarist officers, openly joining the workers in massive numbers, firing on the police stations, helping to free all political prisoners. The Tsarist autocracy collapsed. The revolution was triumphant. The insurgents went on to establish Soviets, democratic councils, through which the workers and their most loyal allies confronted and gradually developed responses to their difficult situation. We will touch on these later developments in the final section of this chapter. At this point we must take a closer look at the dynamic between the Bolshevik Party and the revolutionary masses during the February-March events. Tsuyoshi Hasegawa, summarizing the historical data, stresses the importance of the middle echelon activists of the Bolshevik Party in the February Revolution. A group located between the top revolutionary leaders and the rank and file often played a crucial role in providing the masses with direct, immediate leadership, channeling their discontent into specific actions, and communicating their sentiment to the revolutionary leaders. In the case of the February Revolution, the radical orientation of the mass movement came precisely from this group. 17. To understand what happened, we must examine the structure and internal functioning of the Bolshevik organization in Petrograd at this time. The party in Petrograd consisted essentially of factory cells, which were coordinated by district committees. The committees were coordinated by the Petersburg Committee. In addition, at the highest level inside Russia, there was the recently reconstituted Russian Bureau of the Central Committee, made up of V.M. Molotov, P.A. Zalutsky, and the experienced underground activist and worker Bolshevik Alexander Shlyapnikov. Trotsky comments that this central Bolshevik sta was amazing in its helplessness and lack of initiative. 18. This assessment brings to mind the limitations of the Bolshevik leadership in the beginning of 1905, although the caliber of Shlyapnikov as a working-class leader was certainly higher than that of the 1905 committeeman Sigasav. Yet Shlyapnikov, who had seen the workers' movement ebb and flow time and again over the years, later admitted that he had no idea that this would be the last and decisive battle against Tsarism. On the third day of the upsurge he said to one of the militants of the Vyborg District Committee, "What revolution is happening here? Give the workers a loaf of bread, and the movement would be gone." His primary concern was to counter the spread of revolutionary illusions, to prevent unnecessary and fruitless bloodshed, and to conserve Bolshevik and working-class energies and organizations for the struggles of the future. The Bolshevik rank and file, particularly the confident working-class activists of the Vyborg district, were openly dissatisfied with the orientation provided by their leaders of the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee. They attempted to pressure Shlyapnikov into providing revolutionary leadership, then despairing of this ignored his advice and defied his directives, took initiatives on their own, issued their own leaflets, and made their own decisions on how they would function in the struggle. In their own district organizations and partially through the P.E. 220-220 Terzberg Committee, which they temporarily dominated, the radicals sought to coordinate Bolshevik activity without being impeded by those who, according to party rules, had greater authority. At certain points even the Petersburg Committee seemed too cautious and conservative for the embattled rank-and-file militants. On the other hand, when the Petersburg Committee was wiped out by arrests, the radical Vyborg District Committee assumed its functions. Regardless of who was formally supposed to be leading the work, however, the real struggle was a higher priority for them than were the formalities of party discipline. 19. A colossal role was played by the Revolutionary Party members, organically connected with the crowds, a working-class member of the Socialist Revolutionaries later recalled. They were internal, moral inspiration, led the masses, and experienced all the peripeteia of the movement with them. Only the workers and a handful of intelligentsia integrally connected with the workers could be such leaders. Soviet historian E. N. Burjalov has noted that the party aliations of these key activists faded in the heat of the struggle. In the streets of Petrograd, the Mensheviks, SRS, and non-party workers fought together with the Bolshevik workers. In the course of this struggle the unity of their aims took shape and the unity of their action was formed. 20. The limitations of rank-and-file initiative, however, quickly became evident. As the fighting was still raging, the moderate Menshevik and right-wing socialist revolutionary leadership was taking bold steps to channel the victory in a proper direction. Among the insurgent workers, the idea had begun to circulate that, as in 1905, a Soviet was necessary to coordinate the workers' activities throughout Petrograd. The moderate socialists, particularly the Menshevik deputies to the Duma, utilized this sentiment to rally the workers around a widely publicized proposal for the workers and soldiers to quickly select representatives for a Soviet to meet at the Tauride Palace, the seat of the Duma. The moderates dubbed themselves the Provisional Executive Committee of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Convinced that the liberal bourgeoisie must assume leadership of the bourgeois democratic revolution, they intended through the creation of the Soviet to draw the revolutionary movement into support for a bourgeois liberal provisional government to be created through the Duma. Elements among the Bolsheviks, the Mezraensky, and the left socialist revolutionaries wanted to see the Soviet itself become the provisional government, but they were not sufficiently organized to communicate this notion as a coherent and reasonable alternative to the revolutionary workers who were overturning Tsarism. The moderate leaders, although not involved in the strike movement or insurrection in the way that the semi-leaderless Bolsheviks were, had the capacity and the resources to articulate actively a course of action. 221. A very important additional factor has been noted by David Mondell. It was one thing to overthrow the government in the capital, but quite another to obtain the allegiance of peasants and soldiers throughout the country and to set the state and economic machines working actively. The workers did not feel prepared to attempt this on their own. They needed the authority that the Duma presumably enjoyed outside the capital and especially within educated society. 21. Thus, the working class revolution of February, March did not transfer power to the workers themselves. Instead, there was the creation of a dual power. On the one hand there were the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, the political expression of the socialist working class and its allies. On the other hand there was the Provisional Government, whose outstanding liberal member, Cadet Party leader P.N. Miliukov, expressed the sentiment of its bourgeois members in this statement. We did not want this revolution. We did not wish particularly that it would come at the time of the war. And we had desperately struggled so that this would not happen. One of Miliukov's colleagues, V.V. Shulgin, commented that if we do not take power, others will take it for us, those rotters who have already elected all sorts of scoundrels in the factories. The most radical of the Provisional Government liberals, N.V. Nekrasov, expressed the hope that the government could achieve the avoidance of social revolution through social reform. The reluctant bourgeois leaders of the Provisional Government enjoyed the support of the revolutionary Soviets that were proliferating throughout Russia. Shlyapnikov remarked with surprise how easily the worker masses were taken in by the trap of national unity and the unity of revolutionary democracy, in which the capitalists were included. The logic of this trap was, as we have seen, a fear that the working class, a minority class in Russia, would be isolated and crushed. It was a complex situation, and the common-sense solution for even many of the more militant workers seemed to be precisely the unity of revolutionary democracy, in which the capitalists were included. 22 Tony Klee's judgment also seems well taken, although the revolution was led by class-conscious workers who were mostly Bolsheviks, it was not led by the Bolshevik Party. Furthermore, the number of class-conscious workers active in the revolution could be counted in thousands, or tens of thousands, while the number who were aroused by the revolution was measured in millions. No wonder the leadership of the rank-and-file Bolsheviks in the February Revolution, although able to achieve the victory of the insurrection, could not secure political power for the working class or the Bolshevik Party. The Mensheviks, however, felt that the revolution was a vindication of their own perspective. Our revolution is a political. 222 1. We destroy the bastions of political authority, but the bases of capitalism remain in place. A battle on two fronts against the Tsar and against capital is beyond the forces of the proletariat. 23. The Mensheviks' article of Marxist faith, of course, had been that the bourgeois democratic revolution must have a bourgeois leadership. Yet blended with this was an outlook that soon became characteristic of modern social democracy. Marcel Liebman has described it well. The men who at that moment held the country's fate in their hands belonged to the variant of European socialism which, although concerned for the interests of the proletariat and sincerely devoted to its cause, had never believed in the possibility of entrusting political power to this class. Such a development seemed to them to be conceivable only after a long period of preparation and education. The sentiments of these social democrats in relation to the bourgeoisie were a mixture of hostility and respect, in which respect often outweighed hostility. The Menshevik Patrusov expressed a belief common to many socialists in Russia and the West when he declared that, at the moment of the bourgeois revolution, the best prepared, socially and psychologically, to solve national problems, is bourgeoisie. In reality, despite all proclamations of faith in socialism, many socialists believed that the bourgeoisie would continue, for an indefinite period, to be the necessary and almost natural wielder of political and social authority. As for the proletariat, if Sukhanov was to be believed, isolated as it was from other classes, could create only fighting organizations which, while representing a real force in the class struggle, were not a genuine element of state power. 24. Such a perspective, however, rather than being boldly stated, was muted and glossed over amid revolutionary euphoria and rhetoric. The insurgent masses of workers who were newly drawn into the struggle did not distinguish clearly among the variety of revolutionary and moderate socialists who seemed equally opposed to Tsarist oppression and in favor of democracy and social justice. The system of dual power seemed a reasonable way to consolidate their victory, and only a militant minority was inclined to question the decision of the newly established Soviet to give power to the predominantly bourgeois provisional government. Yet the alliance of the Soviets and the provisional government, which combined working-class power and capitalist authority, was necessarily unstable and temporary. Given the nature of the situation, the gains of the workers' revolution could not be preserved and extended by relying on the liberal capitalist politicians. The clear-sighted revolutionary minority realized, as historian David A. Longley has expressed it, that the Russian bourgeoisie, through its involvement in the war, was tied very closely to the capitalists of Britain and France. The Russian bourgeoisie, caught between fear of its own workers and peasants and pressure from its allies in Britain 223, and France, was incapable of implementing any real reforms. On the contrary, they would only attempt to curtail those freedoms that the workers and soldier peasants had won. 25 Over the next 7 months a working-class majority became convinced of the need to transfer power from the provisional government to their own Soviets. The Bolshevik Party was to play an essential role in this process, but not before its programmatic orientation underwent a crucial shift. To reorientation we have already noted a key tension in the Bolshevik orientation, an uncompromising class struggle attitude that rejected proletarian subordination to the liberal bourgeoisie in the anti-Tsarist struggle, and yet adherence to the traditional assumption that Russia would have to undergo a period of capitalist development before being ready for a socialist revolution. This tension became explicit in 1917 and created profound strains that were overcome only through a process of programmatic reorientation. Even before this reorientation, major shifts were taking place in Lenin's thinking. By 1915 to 1916 Vladimir Ilyich had gone deep into the question of democracy, Krupskaya recalled, which he examined in the light of socialist construction. She draws our attention to a particular passage that strikingly expresses the thoughts which had occupied Ilyich's mind at the end of 1915 and during 1916, thoughts which tinctured all his subsequent utterances. 26 It is worth turning our attention to this passage, which occurs in a polemic with Karl Radek on the national question. The proletariat can win only through democracy, i.e., through putting into effect full democracy and linking up every step of its progress with democratic demands in their most emphatic wording. It is absurd to posit the socialist revolution and the revolutionary struggle against capitalism by one of the questions of democracy, in this case the national question. We must combine the revolutionary struggle against capitalism with the revolutionary program and tactics in respect of all democratic demands, including a republic, a militia, election of government officials by the people, equal rights for women, self-determination of nations, etc. So long as capitalism exists, all these demands are capable of realization only as an exception, and in incomplete, distorted form. Basing ourselves on democracy as already achieved, and showing up its deficiency under capitalism, we demand the overthrow of capitalism and expropriation of the bourgeoisie as an essential basis both for abolishing the poverty of the masses and for fully and thoroughly implementing all democratic transformations. Some of those transformations will be started before the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, others in the course of this overthrow, and still others after it. The social revolution is not a single battle but an epoch of a series of battles on all and every problem of economic and democratic transformations, whose completion will be effected only with the X. 224 Appropriation of the bourgeoisie. It is for the sake of this ultimate goal that we must formulate every one of our democratic demands in a consistently revolutionary manner. It is quite conceivable that the workers of a given country may overthrow the bourgeoisie before any single cardinal democratic transformation has been fully implemented. But it is quite inconceivable that the proletariat, as an historical class, will be able to defeat the bourgeoisie unless it has been prepared for it by being educated in a spirit of the most consistent and determined revolutionary democratism. 27. This vision of the democratic revolutions flowing over into the socialist revolution brings to mind Trotsky's conception of permanent revolution. It is unlikely, given Lenin's antipathy toward Trotsky in 1915, and given indications that he had never read Trotsky's Results and Prospects or 1905 that Trotsky was Lenin's source. On the other hand, there are indications that the two were influenced by a common source, the writings of Marx and Engels in 1850, especially the two addresses of the Central Committee to the Communist League. According to David Ryazanov, Lenin, who knew them by heart, used to delight in quoting them. 28 Marx and Engels had written as follows. The relation of the Revolutionary Workers' Party to the petty bourgeois Democrats is this: it marches together with them against the faction which it aims at overthrowing, it opposes them in everything whereby they seek to consolidate their position in their own interests. While the democratic petty bourgeois wish to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible, and with the achievement, at most, of the above demands, it is our interest to make the revolution permanent, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians has ceased and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. 29. The First World War convinced Lenin that such an orientation had new relevance throughout the world. Imperialism forces the masses into the struggle by sharpening class contradictions on a tremendous scale, by worsening the conditions of the masses both economically trusts, high cost of living and politically the growth of militarism, more frequent wars, more powerful reaction, the intensification and expansion of national oppression and colonial plunder. It would be a mistake to think that the struggle for democracy was capable of diverting the proletariat from the socialist revolution or of hiding it, overshadowing it, etc. On the contrary, in the same way as there can be no victorious socialism that does not practice full democracy, so the proletariat cannot prepare for its victory over the bourgeoisie without an all-around, consistent, and revolutionary struggle for democracy. 3225-225. This was the orientation Lenin brought to the situation created by the overthrow of the Tsar. The imperialist war was bound, with objective inevitability, immensely to accelerate and intensify to an unprecedented degree the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. It was bound to turn into a civil war between hostile classes, he wrote in his letters from afar. This transformation has been started by the February-March Revolution of 1917, the first stage of which has been marked, firstly, by a joint blow at Tsarism struck by two forces: 1. The whole of bourgeois and landlord Russia with all her unconscious hangers-on and all her conscious leaders, the British and French ambassadors and capitalists, and the other, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, which has begun to win over the soldiers' and peasants' deputies. 31. To the Mensheviks' attitude toward the bourgeois provisional government, Lenin counterposed a profoundly different perspective. Ours is a bourgeois revolution, therefore, the workers must support the bourgeoisie, say the Patrasovs, Gvozdyovs, and Shkiages, as Plekhanov said yesterday. Ours is a bourgeois revolution, we Marxists say, therefore the workers must open the eyes of the people to the deception practiced by the bourgeois politicians, teach them to put no faith in words, to depend entirely on their own strength, their own organization, their own unity, and their own weapons. 32. Stressing that the only guarantee of freedom and of the complete destruction of Tsarism lies in arming the proletariat, in strengthening, extending and developing the role, significance, and power of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, Lenin argued for a transition from the first stage of the revolution to the second. He argued that the Russian workers had two allies in the second revolution, the broad masses of the semi-proletarian and partly also of the small peasant population, who number scores of millions and constitute the overwhelming majority of the population of Russia. And also the proletariat of all the belligerent countries and of all countries in general. 33. In his farewell letter to Swiss workers, Lenin expressed the revolutionary internationalist dimension of his orientation with special clarity. It was not our impatience nor our desire, but the objective conditions created by the imperialist war that brought the whole of humanity to an impasse, and faced it with the dilemma of either permitting the extermination of more millions of lives and the complete extinction of European civilization, or handing over the power to the revolutionary proletariat and achieving the socialist revolution in all civilized countries. To the Russian proletariat has fallen the great honor of initiating the series of revolutions which are arising from the imperialist war with objective inevitability. The Russian proletariat single-handed cannot successfully complete the socialist revolution. But it can lend such a sweep to the Russian Revolution as would create 226 the most favorable conditions for a socialist revolution, and, in a sense, start that revolution. It can render more favorable the conditions under which its most important, most trustworthy, and most reliable coadjutor, the European and the American socialist proletariat, will undertake its decisive battles. The objective conditions of the imperialist war make it certain that the revolution will not be limited to the first stage of the Russian Revolution, that the revolution will not be limited to Russia. 34. In the fifth installment of Letters from Afar, Lenin focused on the specific forms that would be taken by the struggle for democracies flowing over into the struggle for workers' power, a workers' state. The workers, guided by their class instinct, have realized that in revolutionary times they need an entirely different organization, of a type above the ordinary. They have taken the right attitude suggested by the experience of our revolution of 1905 and by the Paris Commune of 1871, they have created a Soviet of workers' deputies, they have set out to develop it, widen and strengthen it, by attracting to it representatives of the soldiers and no doubt of the hired agricultural workers, as well as of the entire poor section of the peasantry. The question, then, is, what is to be the work of the Soviets of workers' deputies? We repeat what we once said in number 47 of the Geneva Social Democrat: they must be regarded as organs of insurrection, as organs of revolutionary power. This theoretical formula, derived from the experience of the Commune of 1871 and of the Russian Revolution of 1905, must be elucidated and concretely developed on the basis of the practical experience gained at this very stage of this very revolution in Russia. We need revolutionary power, we need the state. We need the state, but not the kind needed by the bourgeoisie, with organs of power in the form of police, army, bureaucracy, distinct from and opposed to the people. All bourgeois revolutions have merely perfected this government apparatus, have merely transferred it from one party to another. The proletariat, however, if it wants to preserve the gains of the present revolution and to proceed further to win peace, bread, and freedom, must destroy, to use Marx's word, this ready-made state machinery, and must replace it by another one, merging the police, the army, and the bureaucracy with the universally armed people. Advancing along the road indicated by the experience of the Paris Commune of 1871 and the Russian Revolution of 1905, the proletariat must organize and arm all the poorest and most exploited sections of the population, so that they themselves may take into their own hands all the organs of state power, that they themselves may constitute these organs. 35 227. Careful scholars have provided us with a detailed picture of how the Bolshevik Party responded to Lenin's orientation. We have noted that the party, whose cadres were made up of seasoned and independent-minded militants, had been divided over how to respond to the revolutionary upsurge of February 1917. In the period leading up to Lenin's return to Russia in early April, new divisions and discussions opened up. One Bolshevik veteran, Vladimir Blanc, later recalled, "When the February Revolution broke out to so speedily topple the monarchy of Nicholas II, we Petrograd Bolsheviks, who were undoubtedly in the minority in all institutions that appeared, nevertheless participated most vigorously, and strove to consolidate the new order and pursue our own policy wherever possible. Nevertheless we felt the absence of one common will, one common leadership in all this extremely responsible work in a situation that changed with kaleidoscopic rapidity and was marked by madly racing political developments. Everyone felt the absence of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin." 36 In fact, there were four distinct tendencies, during the month of March, that crystallized within the Bolshevik Party's center in Petrograd, one represented by the influential Vyborg District Committee, one represented by the citywide Petersburg Committee, one represented by the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee, and one represented by a newly returned leadership group headed by Kamina, Stalin, and the former Duma deputy M.K. Muranov. Yet when Lenin arrived, the positions he advanced were questioned by each of these tendencies, in some cases arousing fierce opposition. Historian Alexander Rubinovich has actively challenged as vastly exaggerated the organizational unity and discipline commonly attributed to the Bolsheviks. While acknowledging that they were doubtless more unified than any of their rivals for power, Rubinovich finds the Bolshevik organization to have had an internally relatively democratic, tolerant, and decentralized structure and method of operation, as well as essentially open and mass character. 37 Lenin was in no position to simply call the shots upon his return. The open and mass character of the Bolshevik Party is shown by the fact that it grew from 24,000 in February to 80,000 in April, 240,000 in July, and 350,000 in October. Of the entire Russian working class, it is estimated that over 5% had enrolled in the Bolshevik Party by October. In Petrograd 7% of all industrial workers were Bolsheviks. Workers represented 61% of the Bolshevik membership. Bolshevik influence was, of course, considerably broader than its membership, and the influence of the insurgent working class was also powerfully felt, as we have seen in Bolshevik ranks. Rubinovich has identified another 228 important aspect of the Bolsheviks' openness. Within the Bolshevik Petrograd organization at all levels in 1917 there was continuing free and lively discussion and debate over the most basic theoretical and tactical issues. Leaders who dared with the majority were at liberty to fight for their views, and not infrequently Lenin was the loser in these struggles. 38 Initially, Lenin was the loser when he articulated his position on the course to be followed after the overthrow of Tsarism. N. Sukhanov has referred to his complete intellectual isolation, not only among Social Democrats in general but also among his own disciples. 39 The only prominent party leader to endorse his new orientation from the beginning was Alexandra Kollontai, a recent convert to Bolshevism. In order to understand Lenin's minority status and how the situation was reversed within a month, it is necessary to consider at least briefly the positions of the existing tendencies in the party before his arrival: the Vyborg District Committee, the Petersburg Committee, the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee, and the newly arrived team of Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov. The Vyborg District Committee, as we have seen, was directly in touch with the most militant sectors of the Petrograd working class and had played a leadership role in the February uprising. While reflecting the uncompromising class struggle militancy of its constituency, however, it was not capable of projecting the sweeping vision Lenin had developed, and it feared that if the revolution became too radical, the workers of the cities would be cut off from the peasants, and 1917 would merely repeat the events of the Paris Commune of 1871, when an isolated working-class uprising established a proletarian state that was quickly drowned in blood. Nonetheless, the committee thoroughly distrusted the provisional government and wanted the Soviets to constitute themselves as a provisional revolutionary government to replace it. This Soviet provisional government would oversee the establishment of the Constituent Assembly, a democratic republic, which would become a permanent government. 40 After the February Revolution, the Petersburg Committee was reconstituted in its majority with members who had gone into prison at a very low moment in the party's fortunes, had virtually no contact with the outside world, and come out to find the revolution over. As one of them later acknowledged, they were not psychologically prepared for the new situation and could not share the militancy of their Vyborg comrades. A majority of them resolved to not oppose the power of the provisional government insofar as its activities correspond to the interests of the proletariat and of the broad democratic masses of the people. This attitude slid over into one of conditional support for the provisional government, not dissimilar to that of the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries. 41 229 229 The Russian Bureau of the Central Committee initially called for the replacement of the provisional government by a new provisional revolutionary government made up of the parties represented in the Soviets. Unlike the Vyborg Bolsheviks, however, the Bureau hoped to bring this about not through militant actions but through negotiations with the other Soviet parties, a hope that soon proved utopian. The Bureau then developed a perspective that envisioned the Soviets themselves, not some future constituent assembly, as becoming the new state power, which should keep a careful check on the provisional government while preparing to replace it. The Soviets, according to this perspective, should consolidate themselves and deepen the revolution by working to arm the masses of the people and by creating an independent Red Guard. Yet even this current, seemingly the most radical in the party, declared in the days when it was setting the editorial line in Pravda. Of course, there is no question among us of the downfall of the rule of capital, but only of the downfall of the rule of autocracy and feudalism. Nonetheless, as historian David Longley asserts, the majority of the members of the Bureau, while not anticipating Lenin's full program, were moving towards a similar position before he returned. The Russian Bureau's effectiveness was undercut by the fact that the majority of the Vyborg Bolsheviks and of the Petersburg Committee, although from different vantage points, viewed it as too removed from the practical struggle to owe more than academic and unrealistic generalizations. 42. The Russian Bureau's authority was even more profoundly undercut by the positions and activities of Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov, who, according to Shlyapnikov, introduced into the leading bodies of the party disagreements and deep organizational frictions. Through their insistence on pushing through their own vision of the correct line despite majority decisions and rank-and-file protests, Shlyapnikov tells us, disorder continued inside the party. Breaches of Bolshevik policy were committed in many areas, and the example for all this was given by comrades whom we had grown accustomed to regard as leaders in Tsarist times. As is generally the case, the high-handed attitude in regard to organizational norms was inseparable from a deeper political adherence. Kamina and his co-thinkers were convinced that the bourgeois democratic revolution would have to be completed before the working class could think of taking power. They followed this notion to its logical conclusion. The provisional government, precisely because it was a political reflection of the bourgeoisie, had a progressive role to play and should be supported by Marxists not from fear, but from conscience. What is more, the new revolutionary government and the gains won by the workers must be defended from all enemies, including German imperialism. Therefore, and here Kamina and his co-thinkers were sharply at variance with the 230. Other Bolshevik tendencies. The character of the Russian warlord had changed and should be supported by all revolutionaries, with the proviso, of course, that any imperialist or annexationist goals should be repudiated. 43. These positions were in harmony with radical public opinion and corresponded with the views of many workers. But they also had a coherence and internal consistency that, before the arrival of Lenin, seemed difficult to challenge. This current was not, however, embraced by the party as a whole. The Russian Bureau majority was furious, a sentiment that continued to reverberate in Shlyapnikov's memoirs several years later. Comrades Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov decided to take over Pravda and give it their line. On the basis of their formal rights, they completely took into their hands the editing of the regular issue number 9, of March 15, employing their majority and formal prerogatives to prevail over the representative of the Central Committee Bureau, Comrade V. Molotov. Angry protests were raised in the Vyborg and other working-class districts over the moderation and defensism of the new leadership, and there were even demands that Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov be expelled from the party. Trotsky reports, the same thing was to be observed in the provinces. Almost everywhere there were left Bolsheviks accused of maximalism, even of anarchism. These worker revolutionists only lacked the theoretical resources to defend their position. But they were ready to respond to the first clear call. 44. Yet before April there was no such clear call. The problem can be traced to a fundamental theoretical programmatic limitation of Bolshevism. It was commonly assumed that there would be an interval, perhaps of decades, between the democratic revolution and the socialist revolution, and many Bolsheviks, as Stalin later expressed it, had an inadequate theoretical preparation for grasping Lenin's deepening conviction that the bourgeois democratic revolution would grow into a proletarian socialist one. 45 Zinoviev noted, similarly, that while the Bolshevik demand for a democratic republic had been put forward often, we did have some lack of agreement and confusion over this question in 1915, 1917, and that some of us for too long upheld the idea that in our peasant country we could not pass straight on to the socialist revolution, but merely hoped that if our revolution coincided with the start of the international proletarian one it could become its overture. 46 The veteran Bolshevik publicist Mikhail S. Almansky suggested in 1921 that one problem was that the old democratic dictatorship perspective, despite its profoundly radical thrust, was based on the view that the coming revolution must be only a bourgeois revolution. That was an obligatory premise for every member of the party, the official opinion of the party, its continual and unchanging slogan 231. Right up to the February Revolution of 1917, and even some time after. In mid-April, as the debate initiated by Lenin was generating a complete revolution in the thinking of the party's leaders, one of the leading women Bolsheviks, Ludmila Stahl, commented, "All the comrades before the arrival of Lenin were wandering in the dark. We knew only the formulas of 1905. Seeing the independent creative work of the people, we could not teach them." 47 Even the most radical opponents of the Kamina-Stalin-Muranov line had found themselves trapped in the bourgeois democratic framework that justified that line. There had been a muted contradiction in the old democratic dictatorship formula: on the one hand radical working class tactics, involving a worker-peasant alliance that was counterposed to the bourgeoisie, on the other hand, a rejection of creating a workers' state of the Paris Commune type because first the bourgeois democratic revolution would have to run its course. The contradiction became manifest with the overthrow of Tsarism. The party began to fragment, with one wing holding firm to the militant tactical orientation and another wing insisting that the bourgeois democratic limitations of Russia's revolution necessitated the Bolsheviks coming to terms with the undeniably bourgeois democratic provisional government. In the end of March and beginning of April, a conference of Bolshevik representatives from all of Russia met in Petrograd to thrash out the differences and forge a more unified policy for the complex situation. Kamina and Stalin adjusted their formulations in order to mollify their more militant comrades. Sharp differences continued to be voiced at the conference, but a synthesis of the different positions seemed to be evolving. Stalin gave a report on the attitude to the provisional government, designed to help bridge the gaps between the positions of the different Bolshevik tendencies, in which he commented, "The question of support, let us even allow that support is not permissible. Insofar as the provisional government fortifies the steps of the revolution, to that extent we must support it, but insofar as it is counter-revolutionary, support to the provisional government is not permissible." Many comrades who have arrived from the provinces ask whether we shouldn't immediately pose the question of the seizure of power. But it is untimely to pose the question now. 48 At the same time, there was a strong pull toward Bolshevik/Menshevik unity at the conference. The meeting was interrupted for a joint session with several Menshevik spokesmen to discuss the possibility of a common statement on the war. One of these spokesmen noted, "At the present time, in many places in the provinces there is taking place the spontaneous unification of the masses of Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Every time that party activity is revived, such a unification takes place." 232. I consider this to be a sign of a healthy instinct on the part of the working class masses who strive with all their might for the creation of a united social democratic party. In a later session of the resumed Bolshevik conference, Stalin expressed his agreement that at least those supporting the broad anti-war resolutions of the Zimmerwald and Kienthal conferences should join together in a common party. The Menshevik Tsereteli had proposed a meeting to discuss unification. "We should go," argued Stalin. "It is necessary to define our proposals as to the terms of unification." 49 members of the Russian Bureau argued against this perspective. Molotov remarked that Tsereteli wants to unite heterogeneous elements. Tsereteli calls himself a Zimmerwaldist and a Kienthalist, and for this reason unification along these lines is incorrect both politically and organizationally. It would be more correct to advance a definite internationalist socialist platform. We will unite a compact minority. Zalutsky elaborated, if we enter into negotiations with the Mensheviks, we must put forward our own views. We proceed from a definite position. Only a petty bourgeois and not a social democrat can proceed from a mere desire for unification. There is disagreement between us on the following questions: 1. The attitude to war, 2. The evaluation and role of the capitalist forces in the revolution. If we now slur over them, we will have a split in a week just the same. It is impossible to unite on the basis of a superficial Zimmerwaldkienthal token. He is a poor social democrat who will allow himself to become dissolved in the mass. It is necessary to lead the masses behind us. It is necessary to advance a definite program. 50. This impulse of the Russian Bureau majority and especially the reasoning of Zalutsky on the primacy of the revolutionary program was consistent with the entire history of Bolshevism, particularly with the thrust of Lenin's thinking. Yet we have noted that there was a lack of programmatic clarity even among the members of the Russian Bureau. They did not owe a framework that was clearly distinct from that of Stalin. Only one maverick Bolshevik, Krasikov, ventured even to suggest a clear alternative framework: if we recognize the Soviets of Workers' Deputies as the organs that express the will of the people, then the question before us is not the consideration of what concrete measures must be taken on this or that issue. If we think the time has now come to realize the dictatorship of the proletariat, then we ought to pose the question that way. We unquestionably have the physical force for a seizure of power. But Krasikov was ruled out of order, and no one defended his point or raised it again. Krasikov himself seems to have raised it to demonstrate the necessity of taking steps in relation to the provisional government that would be conciliatory, as the Mensheviks were doing. 51 233 233. One delegate in favor of a unity orientation, Loganovsky, argued that the Kharkov Committee is carrying on negotiations precisely along these lines. Many disagreements have been outlived. It is out of place to underscore tactical differences. We can have a joint congress with the Mensheviks, the Zimmerwaldists, and Kienthalists. Stalin added, there is no use running ahead and anticipating disagreements. There is no party life without disagreements. We will live down trivial disagreements within the party. We will have a single party with those who agree on Zimmerwald and Kienthal. 52. A majority of the delegates voted in favor of entering negotiations with the Mensheviks on this basis. Given the shared conceptual framework regarding the nature of the Russian Revolution, there was a logic to all of this. In the new situation, Bolshevism could not maintain itself as a distinct current unless the old orthodox framework was transcended. It was precisely the transcendence of the old orthodoxy in the Bolshevik program that Lenin's position represented. Lenin himself recognized this quite clearly and called for the immediate convocation of a party congress and the alteration of the party program, particularly on the question of imperialism and the imperialist war, on our attitude toward the state and our demand for a commune state, amendment of our out-of-date minimum program 53. We see, then, that Lenin, convinced of the need for major revisions in the party program, did not try to camouflage the changes or sneak them through. Instead, he responsibly indicated that the only way this could fruitfully be accomplished was with a frank and democratic discussion in the party, followed by clear-minded decision-making by the party's most authoritative body, a party congress. Such a discussion was in fact opened, although a broad party conference at the end of April had to sus for deciding upon the new orientation. Yet at first Lenin's position proved too radical for the majority of his comrades. When he presented the new perspective in his April theses, first at the end of the Bolshevik conference of late March and early April, then immediately afterward at a joint meeting of Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, it was received with shock and embarrassment by his own comrades. The Petersburg Committee voted against Lenin's position by a vote of 13-2, with one abstention. The Bolshevik committees of Moscow and Kiev also formally rejected it. Pravda published the April theses with this editorial comment: as for the general scheme of Comrade Lenin, it seems to us unacceptable in that it starts from the assumption that the bourgeois democratic revolution is ended, and counts upon an immediate transformation of this revolution into a socialist revolution. A debate was opened in which leading 234 Bolsheviks sharply criticized the proposed revisions. Kamina argued forcefully. Lenin is wrong when he says that the bourgeois democratic revolution is finished. The classical relics of feudalism, the landed estates, are not yet liquidated. The state is not transformed into a democratic society. It is early to say that the bourgeois democracy has exhausted all its possibilities. Bolshevik trade union leader Mikhail Tomsky insisted on the continued relevance of the orientation Lenin himself had developed in 1905, the democratic dictatorship is our foundation stone. We ought to organize the power of the proletariat and the peasants, and we ought to distinguish this from the commune, since that means the power of the proletariat alone. The veteran underground organizer Alexei Rykov asserted that gigantic revolutionary tasks stand before us, but the fulfillment of these tasks does not carry us beyond the framework of the bourgeois regime. 54 It is important to note that Lenin did not favor an immediate seizure of power and initiation of the socialist revolution. The reason for this, however, had nothing to do with an alleged bourgeois democratic stage of the revolution, but stemmed purely from the present level of consciousness of the Russian working class. In his April theses he stated this explicitly: we must explain to the masses that the Soviet of Workers' Deputies is the only possible form of revolutionary government, and that, therefore, our task is, while this government is submitting to the influence of the bourgeoisie, a patient, systematic and persistent explanation to the masses of the error of their tactics, an explanation especially adapted to the practical needs of the masses. So long as we remain in the minority, we carry on the work of criticism and of explaining errors, advocating all along the necessity of transferring the entire state power to the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, so that the masses may learn from experience how to rid themselves of their errors. Responding to his comrades' criticisms in his letter on tactics, Lenin stressed that it is not possible to establish even a commune state in Russia immediately, since that would require that the majority of the deputies in all the Soviets should recognize the utter erroneousness and perniciousness of the tactics and policy of the socialist revolutionaries, Chkij, Tsereteli, Steklov, etc. And I explicitly declared that in this respect I calculate only on patient explanation. 55 Lenin found it necessary to patiently explain to his own comrades that the Bolshevik slogans and ideas in general have been fully corroborated by history, but concretely, things have turned out differently, and in particular that the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry had become a formula that is already antiquated. Whoever speaks now of a revolution 235. A democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry only is behind the times, has consequently gone over to the side of the petty bourgeoisie and is against the proletarian class struggle. He deserves to be consigned to the archive of Bolshevik pre-revolutionary antiques. 56 Many of his comrades were ended. For example, Mikhail Kalinin, who had been part of the radical Russian bureau, responded, I belong to the old Bolshevik Leninists, and I consider that the old Leninism has not by any means proved good for nothing in the present peculiar moment, and I am astonished at the declaration of Comrade Lenin that the old Bolsheviks have become an obstacle at the present moment. 57 But Lenin was unyielding. One must know how to adapt schemes to facts, rather than repeat words regarding a dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry in general, words which have become meaningless. No, that formula is antiquated. It is worthless. It is dead. And all attempts to revive it will be in vain. 58 The new framework and vision that Lenin projected to guide the work of the Bolsheviks transcended the contradiction that had, under the impact of new events, begun to pull the party into the Mensheviks' orbit. Internationally, the time was ripe for the spread of working-class socialist revolutions. These could be initiated by the rapid transition of the Russian Revolution from the bourgeois democratic stage to the proletarian stage. There was a need for militant class struggle tactics on the part of the Russian workers in alliance with the poor peasants and oppressed nationalities to realize democratic rights, immediate and pressing economic needs, and the withdrawal of bleeding Russia from the imperialist war. The bourgeois democratic provisional government stood as an obstacle to all of this and, despite its democratic trappings, was a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, that is, it was a state form that kept political power in the hands of the capitalist class. The Soviets, on the other hand, not only were organs of struggle through which the workers and the oppressed could fight for their interests, but also were embryonic forms of an alternative kind of state. The radically democratic Paris Commune-type state were unconsciously steering a course toward proletarian revolution, although thinking we were steering a course toward a bourgeois democratic revolution. 61 Another factor facilitating the rapid adoption of Lenin's perspective was the provisional government's failure to satisfy the needs and win the continued loyalty of the workers. In Petrograd, according to Alexander Rubinovich, mass disenchantment with the revolution, partly a consequence of continued economic hardship, was just starting to set in. A citywide meeting of the Petrograd Bolsheviks in mid-April, where Lenin and Kamina debated their perspectives, saw an overwhelming majority vote for Lenin's perspective. Given the central importance of Petrograd and the fact that it now contained 15,000 Bolsheviks, this was extremely significant. But similar shifts were taking place elsewhere. At the end of April, a conference of 151 delegates representing 80,000 Bolsheviks from all over Russia also carefully considered the contending perspectives of party leaders and then adopted Lenin's basic position. Lenin did not have his way on all questions, however, as Rubinovich has pointed out. Taken as a whole, however, the resolutions of the April conference were a summons to prepare for a socialist revolution and thus constituted a great personal triumph for Lenin. 62 His authority in Bolshevik ranks increased 237. Phenomenally. One conference participant later recalled, when V.I. Lenin appeared in the hall, all of us delegates were overwhelmed by an undescribable delight. The conference ardently acclaimed Lenin as leader of our party and of the revolution. In those days such acclamation and tumultuous applause were a novelty in the party. What particularly struck us at the time in Lenin was his combination of highly scholarly approach to the analysis of events, fearless thought, and the mastery of a revolutionary leader who never carried his head in the clouds. 63 Such mastery was related to the fact that Lenin's orientation was in harmony with the experience and mood of a growing majority of party members. Lenin's triumph and the party's reorientation were the culmination of and could not have been achieved without a thoroughly democratic process in which the party ranks had an opportunity to hear, debate, and vote on alternative perspectives regarding what to do next. 3. Diversity and discipline. John Basil, in his recent study The Mensheviks in the Revolution of 1917, has described the dilemma of the Menshevik organization. Divisiveness within the party was rife and organizational unity, although sought, was never found. Individuals or small groups firmly convinced of the correctness of their own opinions prevented the Mensheviks from enjoying the advantages of unified action. During the events of 1917, internal controversy frustrated attempts to create a cohesive political party and divided the Mensheviks during their efforts to present a consistent program to the provisional government. It easily kept the party divided in its relations with the Bolsheviks and the West European socialists. Disagreement might also have been less harmful if large numbers of industrial workers had been lured into the ranks of the movement, but they were not present in sufficient force to coax the Mensheviks onto the path of unity. As a result, the Mensheviks were always prevented from acting in unison, and often their strongest weapons were rendered useless simply because party members disagreed on how to aim them. Basil, like many other historians sympathetic to Menshevism, argues that there were virtues embedded in these weaknesses. They brought independence to party members, freeing them from the narrow and tyrannical leadership of one figure. They brought a well-founded confidence and an ability to judge events by one's own standards. 64 Here he is obviously using Lenin and the Bolsheviks as a negative contrast. As we have seen throughout this study, however, Lenin had no iron grip over the Bolshevik organization, which was composed of confident activists who also judged events with critical minds and who consequently formed a spectrum of diverse shades of opinion within the Bolshevik Party. This has been documented for the period spanning late 1904 through April 1917. The victory of Lenin's April 238 theses in no way reversed this dynamic, but, if anything, heightened it. To gauge the importance of this tolerance of differences of opinion and ongoing give and take, writes Alexander Rubinovich, it is enough to recall that throughout 1917 many of the Bolsheviks' most important resolutions and public statements were influenced as much by the outlook of right Bolsheviks as by that of Lenin. In addition, more moderate Bolsheviks like Kamina, Zinoviev, Lunacharsky, and Ryazanov were among the party's most articulate and respected spokesmen in key public institutions such as the Soviets and the trade unions. 65 Rubinovich elaborates on this in a passage that deserves to be quoted at length. In 1917 subordinate party bodies like the Petersburg Committee and the military organization were permitted considerable independence and initiative, and their views and criticism were taken into account in the formation of policy at the highest levels. Most important, these lower bodies were able to tailor their tactics and appeals to suit their own particular constituencies amid rapidly changing conditions. Vast numbers of new members were recruited into the party, and they too played a significant role in shaping the Bolsheviks' behavior. Among these newcomers were many of the leading figures in the October Revolution, among them Trotsky, Antonovovzhenko, Lunacharsky, and Chudnovsky. The newcomers included tens of thousands of workers and soldiers from among the most impatient and dissatisfied elements in the factories and garrison who knew little, if anything, about Marxism and cared nothing about party discipline. This caused extreme difficulties in July when leaders of the military organization and Petersburg Committee, responsive to their militant constituencies, encouraged an insurrection, against the wishes of the Central Committee. But during the period of reaction that followed the July uprising, in the course of the fight against Kornilov, and again during the October Revolution, the Bolsheviks' extensive, carefully cultivated connections in factories, local workers' organizations, and units of the Petrograd garrison and the Baltic Fleet were to be a significant source of the party's durability and strength. 66. The difference between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, as we can see, did not lie in the existence of openness and democracy in the latter and their absence in the former. This does not mean that there were no organizational differences, however. The Bolsheviks traditionally enjoyed a higher degree of internal cohesion than could be found among the Mensheviks, in part because of Bolshevik loyalty to the notion that majority decisions must be respected by dissenting minorities. Under normal circumstances, neither factions, nor tendencies nor prestigious individuals could disregard decisions they did not like. We have seen that this sometimes happened, nonetheless, within the Bolshevik organization. When it did, there was neither the shrugging off of the violated decisions on the one hand nor mechanical expulsions on the other, instead, a democratic process of political clarification 239, often accompanied by incisive polemics and fierce factional conflict would be initiated. Ultimately, the cohesion of democratic centralist norms would again reassert itself around the clarified political positions. Another essential element helps to explain this cohesion and also helps us to understand the dynamic growth and final triumph of Bolshevism in 1917, the fact that the Bolsheviks were organized around a revolutionary program. Proletarian independence and hegemony in the struggle for democracy, as well as militant class struggle and mass action tactics to advance the workers' interests, were always central to this program. In April 1917 this evolved into a commitment to replace the capitalist state with a workers' state. The Mensheviks, on the other hand, were profoundly disoriented by a fatal contradiction in the heart of their own programmatic perspective. John Basil has termed it a clumsy strategic position of seeing the democratic revolution as a socialist-liberal alliance while at the same time seeing the liberals as natural enemies because they were the representatives of capitalism, which the Mensheviks hoped to overthrow in the long run, At the root of the Menshevik dilemma was the incompatibility of their liberal socialist alliance scheme and their radical mentality encouraged by doctrinaire Marxism. This contradiction generated a disunity of diverging standpoints, some giving greater weight to the liberal socialist alliance, some remaining closer to the principles of what Basel terms doctrinaire Marxism. But all were united in the debilitating contradiction. Basel concludes, the presence of Russian liberals was essential for the full operation and understanding of Menshevism. The Mensheviks were part of that group in the Russian socialist intelligentsia that saw the revolution against Tsarist Russia as a cooperative effort, even when their anti-liberal strain was playing an influential role in the day-to-day political combat. Menshevism as a viable revolutionary program ceased to exist once the cadets were driven from Russian politics and Tsereteli, Martov, and Dan were left without their foil. 67 The Bolsheviks' programmatic orientation for the most part generated internal cohesion and political activeness, even with all of the tumult and diversity that characterized 1917. An important contribution to Bolshevik cohesion was, in fact, made by the vitality of inter-party democracy. Marcel Liebman points out that all the major choices and great decisions that the party had to take in 1917 were always subjected to discussion and a vote. He adds, all these votes showed that a strong minority, the numbers of which fluctuated but which was always there, existed among the party cadres, and there was never any question of excluding this minority from the executive organs of the party. The idea that these organs must, for reasons of efficiency, be marked by strict political homogeneity and therefore composed exclusive. 240 civilly of members of the majority, had not yet entered into communist practice. Whenever the Bolsheviks had to elect their leading bodies, a more or less proportional representation of the different tendencies was guaranteed. This desire to associate the minority with the deciding and application of party policy is to be seen in other ways, the presence of minority members in the Bolshevik press organs, and the practice of providing for a minority report, giving a representative of the opposition an opportunity of expounding the latter's view in thorough fashion at important party meetings. 68 Although Liebman has done much to challenge anti-Leninist myths, he has also tended to concede too much to Lenin's critics. Thus he writes of the challenging within his own organization of the leader who had been thought unchallengeable, asserting that Lenin had sought, when it became an independent formation, to exclude every factor of division from the Bolshevik organization. Alluding to Trotsky's reference in the spring of 1917 to a debolshevized party, he elaborates that if Bolshevism in its original form meant, above all, on the organizational plane, centralism, discipline, and the party spirit, then the formula of debolshevization, whatever its shortcomings, does indeed illuminate the process of genuine transformation that Lenin's party underwent in the Great Revolutionary period opening with the fall of Tsardom in February 1917. Lenin understood that this Bolshevik party was profoundly different from the Bolshevik organization as it had existed before the revolution. He understood it so well that he called, on his return to Russia, for a change in the party's name, for it to abandon the title Social Democrat and become the Communist Party, thus cutting the terminological cord that bound it to the past. 69 This is all quite misleading. Lenin had hardly been unchallengeable before 1917, nor had he ever sought the elimination of every factor of division. Lenin did seek to change the name of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party to the Russian Communist Party, a change finally made in 1918, but it is well known that this change was meant to signify a decisive break with the bankrupt social democratic movement of the Second International, which had failed the tests of war and revolution so miserably, not to signify the existence of greater openness and democracy than had existed in the old Bolshevik organization. It is certainly the case that the Bolshevik Party experienced a profound transformation in 1917, but far from throwing into question the pre-1917 experience of Bolshevism, this transformation vindicated that experience. Historian Pierre Brouet has put it this way: the Bolshevik Party of 1917, the revolutionary party that Lenin called upon to form around the better elements of Bolshevism, was born from the heart of the Bolshevik current coming together with independent revolutionary 241. currents which constituted the interdistrict group and numerous organizations of social democratic internationalists that until then had remained outside of Lenin's party. Thus the conception of the party which he had defended for years was solidified. The Bolshevik faction succeeded in making prevail, in the way that he'd hoped it would, his conception of a workers' party, and rallying other revolutionaries to it. 70. The result hardly conformed to the monolithic and authoritarian organization that has in later years passed for the Leninist party, but Lenin had never been such a Leninist. Although there was, in these months of ferment and fluidity, a continual tendency for party groupings and activists to assume initiative in a manner that sometimes overstepped the normal bounds of discipline, Lenin seems to have accepted this as an inevitable and acceptable element of party life with certain crucial exceptions. It is worth taking note of what he viewed as acceptable and unacceptable in this period of revolutionary turmoil. Vladimir Bunkbruyevich describes accompanying Lenin to a mass rally where various left-wing speakers were haranguing the crowds. Suddenly one extremely nervous, almost hysterical comrade spoke and began frantically to urge the crowd to rise up at once, and spewed forth interminable, utterly unrealistic anarchistic phrases. Lenin asked someone for his name, and with a wry grin asked also if he was a Bolshevik. Meanwhile the man, as if wishing to capture everyone's fancy, brandished his arms with all his might, shouted at the top of his voice, bent, twisted, turned and bellowed one slogan after another as he exhorted the throng. An exasperated Lenin remarked, "No, that's impossible. He has to be checked at once. That's some sort of leftist Tommy rot." 71. But under the circumstances described, it was hardly possible to oversee and control the utterances and actions of every Bolshevik orator and militant. Lenin had stressed the need of patiently explaining the necessity of a proletarian revolution and of not attempting to initiate one until the majority of the workers had become disillusioned with the moderate orientation of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. But the radicalization of the working class, proceeding unevenly, soon swept important sections of the workers, soldiers, and sailors far to the left of the class as a whole. Important sections of the Bolshevik Party such as the reorganized Petersburg Committee and the military organization assumed a militantly radical orientation. There was a growing impatience with the firemen of the Central Committee, who sought to dampen the fiery moods of the more revolutionary elements among 242 the masses until their class sisters and brothers could catch up. In May, June, and especially July, this extreme left wing again and again pulled ahead of the party as a whole, more than once directly challenging the authority and disregarding the decisions of the party leadership. Especially in early July, this contributed to serious difficulties, when armed mass demonstrations of workers, soldiers, and sailors carried away by their impatience and revolutionary fervor provoked violent repression by the provisional government. Although the Bolshevik Central Committee had issued directives instructing party members to work for restraint, Petersburg Committee member M.I. Lenin later admitted that the majority of communists in the districts took upon themselves an active role in the aggressive militancy. But the provisional government still enjoyed the support of many workers and soldiers. The radicalized sectors found themselves isolated, temporarily discredited, and demoralized. Many were arrested and the Bolsheviks were forced partially underground. Within the organization itself, it was proposed that a party trial be organized for some of the undisciplined leftist comrades. While Lenin would obviously have preferred a greater degree of revolutionary patience among the Bolsheviks and was concerned about the centrifugal tendencies that might undermine the party's activeness, he opposed bringing anyone up on charges or expelling anyone to set an example. 72 other instances can be cited of the party's lower bodies refusing to subordinate themselves to the higher bodies. For example, in May the Petersburg Committee decided to set up a newspaper that would be independent of the organ of the Central Committee, Pravda, which it felt was too moderate. Opposing this as wasteful and harmful, Lenin proposed that a compromise resolution be adopted providing other guarantees of freedom of expression for the Petrograd organization. This idea was rejected by the militants, but Lenin insisted that the decision of the Petrograd Committee's executive to establish a special newspaper in Petrograd is utterly wrong and undesirable. Nonetheless, a conference of Petrograd Bolsheviks decided by a substantial majority to go ahead with the plan. By August, the Central Committee decided that for the moment the Petersburg Committee could not have a separate organ, but the Petersburg Committee then made it clear that it still intended to put out its own paper. Only the October Revolution swept aside this controversy. Similarly, an attempt by the Central Committee to end the virtual autonomy of the military organization's paper, Soldatskaya Pravda, ran into intransigent opposition, although Stalin made it clear to the military organization that, once arrived at, a Central Committee decision must be carried out without discussion. Terming this unacceptable, the military organization forced a discussion that resulted in a compromise. There was also the case of a handful of Bolshevik writers 243, who regularly contributed to Maxim Gorky's paper, Novaya Zhizn, which occupied a position between Bolshevism and Menshevism and was often critical of Bolshevik policy. The Central Committee decided to order these party members to inform the editorial board of their refusal to continue writing for Gorky's paper, but their resistance also forced a compromise. In none of these cases, as Russia moved rapidly towards socialist revolution, were disciplinary measures taken. 73 In most of these cases, it should be noted, the delinquents were guilty of running ahead of a general revolutionary trajectory of the party, with which they were in harmony. Also they were challenging certain proposals or interpretations of the Central Committee, not violating the basic decisions or program of a party congress or conference. There is the well-known case, however, of Lenin's demanding the expulsion of two outstanding veterans of the Bolshevik leadership, Lev Kamina and Gregory Zinoviev. This occurred in October, on the eve of the Bolshevik insurrection. An expanded meeting of the Central Committee, to which members of the Petersburg Committee's executive, the military organization, and leading Bolsheviks in the Petrograd Soviet, the trade unions, and the factory committees were invited. There was a full discussion of the proposal for the Bolshevik Party to begin preparations for an armed uprising to overthrow the provisional government. After a number of reports and a thorough debate, with Kamina and Zinoviev arguing forcefully against, the proposal received a decisive majority of the votes. Lenin was enraged not by the opposition of the two dissidents, but by what they did after the vote was taken. As the party began to move toward the implementation of this decision, Kamina and Zinoviev, deeply convinced that to proclaim an armed insurrection now is to put at stake not only the fate of our party but also the Russian and international revolution, insisted that the Bolsheviks would, by assuming the initiative for a rising in the present circumstances, putting the proletariat under attack from the whole unified counter-revolution, supported by the petty bourgeois Democrats, and it is. Against this fatal policy we raise our voice in warning. Each had denounced the proposal as adventurism at the expanded Central Committee meeting. After they lost the vote, they withdrew from activity on the Central Committee, and they continued working against the proposed uprising, in a manner that caused information about the dispute, including hints that preparations for the insurrection were underway, and an indication of what the timetable might be to leak out to the Bolsheviks' opponents. Kamina, in his efforts to force the party to draw back from this adventurism, went so far as to write for Gorky's Novaya Zhizn that not only Comrade Zinoviev and I but also a number of comrades with experience in 244 the field consider it would be inadmissible, and fatal for the proletariat and the revolution, for us to initiate an armed insurrection at the present moment, although he also asserted that I am not aware of any decisions by our party which fix a rising of any sort for this or any other date. 74 In the face of objections against their campaign to reverse the decision, Zinoviev pointed out that Lenin had felt free to do campaigning of his own, circulating letters in the party arguing for an insurrection before decisions of any kind were taken. Lenin responded, "Is it really so difficult to understand that before the center has come to a decision on the question of a strike, there can be agitation both for and against, but after a decision in favor of a strike? To campaign against the strike after that is strike breaking? Any worker will understand it." The question of an armed insurrection has been discussed in the center since September. That is when Zinoviev and Kamina could and should have put their view in writing so that everyone, seeing their arguments, could judge their confusion. To conceal your views from the party for a whole month before a decision is taken and to circulate a dissenting opinion after the decision, that makes you a strike breaker. Condemning those who would campaign in the lower bodies against the decision after it had been made by the Central Committee, Lenin stressed that until the party Congress, the CC takes the decisions, and that any kind of dispute after the decision has been taken is inadmissible. To come out against a decisive resolution of the party in a newspaper which, on this particular issue, is of one mind with the whole bourgeoisie. If this is tolerated, there can be no party, the party will be destroyed. Lenin added, Kamina's and Zinoviev's statement in the non-party press was particularly despicable, too, because the party cannot publicly refute their slanderous lie. I know of no decisions about a date, writes Kamina, publishing it in his own name and that of Zinoviev. How can the CC refute this? We cannot tell the truth in front of the capitalists, that is, we have decided on a strike and have decided to keep its timing secret. On the basis of all this, he drew his harsh conclusion, it is not easy for me to write this about people who were once close comrades, but it would seem to me a crime to hesitate here, for a party of revolutionaries which did not punish prominent strike breakers would perish. The more prominent the strike breakers, the greater the obligation to punish them instantly by expulsion. 75 Lenin is not arguing here that challenging or campaigning against any Central Committee decision should be seen as grounds for expulsion, although clearly he views such activity on the part of party leaders as inadmissible. But we have seen that others had challenged or even flouted Central Committee decisions without 245. His proposing expulsions. Rather, his demand for the expulsion of Kamina and Zinoviev flows from the view that this is a measure to be used against those who become strike breakers, those willing to undermine class struggle actions of the workers' movement, whether a strike or a working class uprising, giving aid to the bourgeoisie to the detriment of the organizations of the working class. Lenin was not able to attend the Central Committee meeting that considered the problem of Zinoviev and Kamina. It is worth considering the thinking of other Central Committee members. Interestingly, Stalin hoped that the matter may be considered closed, because he believed that Kamina and Zinoviev will submit to CC decisions, and because what is needed is to preserve party unity. He felt that despite the sharp tone of Lenin's proposals, this did not change the fact that, fundamentally, we remain of one mind. This appears to have been a minority opinion, however. Adolf Joe, for example, suggested that it be announced that Zinoviev and Kamina are not members of the CC and that a resolution be passed that not a single party member may come out against party decisions, otherwise things will run wild in the party. Sverdlov, one of the most conscientious of Bolsheviks on organizational matters, considered that nothing can justify the behavior of Kamina, but the CC does not have the right of expulsion from the party. However, he urged the acceptance of Kamina's resignation from the Central Committee. Trotsky, agreeing with this proposal, argued that the situation which has been created is completely intolerable and that conciliatory gestures were inadmissible. While Kamina and Zinoviev were not expelled, Kamina's resignation from the Central Committee was accepted. The committee agreed formally to warn Kamina and Zinoviev that they must refrain from any statements against the decisions of the CC and its projected line of work, and it agreed formally that not a single member of the CC should have the right to come out against decisions passed by the CC. 76 As it turned out, Kamina and Zinoviev drew back from their undisciplined actions and soon resumed leadership responsibilities in the party. Two obvious lessons can be drawn from this. First, once again, simply because Lenin forcefully demanded something, his comrades did not feel obligated to agree, and he could be outvoted. Second, the Bolshevik Central Committee did not have a rigid or mechanistic attitude regarding party discipline and disciplinary measures. Some independent-minded commentators on the left, seeking to fashion a libertarian Leninism, have been inclined to celebrate the great organizational difficulties of 1917 Bolshevism, creating an idealized model out of the contradictions and compromises that proliferated in that tumultuous period. Often they have done this to underscore the differences between Leninism and Stalinism, yet some. 246 times also as a means of harmonizing a rather amorphous anything-goes organizational practice with a sentimental attachment to the Bolshevik tradition. The celebration of the 1917 party is often combined with a rejection or blurring of pre-1917 Bolshevism. This kind of libertarian Leninism, however, differs profoundly from the real, historical Leninism of Lenin and his comrades, and it obscures the revolutionary process of 1917. A careful examination of the reaction of Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders to the many challenges of 1917 hardly suggests the abandonment of pre-1917 organizational perspectives. Rather, there is a dynamic tension, one element of which is the tenacious commitment to the preservation of the old democratic centralist norms, in order to avoid things running wild in the party. Without the maintenance of a coherence and discipline in the organization, it is questionable whether the Bolshevik Party would have been capable of being a pole of attraction and at the decisive moment of providing active revolutionary leadership to the working class of 1917 Russia. The tension between diversity and discipline, between local or individual initiative and centralism, was mediated through the common commitment to the revolutionary program and through the dynamic of inter-party democracy. Looking back on this period, Trotsky commented on how much a revolutionary party has need of internal democracy. The will to struggle is not stored up in advance, and is not dictated from above. It has on every occasion to be independently renewed and tempered. Expanding upon this, he explained the interplay between diversity and discipline that characterized Bolshevism in 1917, and, indeed, how could a genuinely revolutionary organization, setting itself the task of overthrowing the world and uniting under its banner the most audacious iconoclasts, fighters, and insurgents, live and develop without intellectual conflicts, without groupings and temporary faction formations. The Central Committee relied upon this seething democratic support. From this it derived the audacity to make decisions and give orders. The obvious correctness of the leadership at all critical stages gave it that high authority which is the priceless capital of centralism. 77. For party and masses in the workers' revolution in the 1960s, the radical sociologist C. Wright Mills, not unsympathetic to the Bolshevik Revolution, expressed the commonly held notion that whatever orthodox Marxism may reasonably be taken to mean, it does not include Bolshevik practice. Acknowledging that the Bolsheviks claimed to be guided by Marx in everything they did, Mills insisted that the doing was not in line with his theory 247, or with his political orientation. Rather, taken as a whole, Bolshevism is a distinct theory and has a quite different political orientation. Two essential components of Bolshevik ideology, he felt, made this so. 1. A socialist revolution can occur in a backward country which has a weak capitalist development, and 2. A disciplined, tightly organized party of professional revolutionaries represents the proletariat as the spontaneous historical agency of this revolution. 78. Yet this second point especially, which is central to Mills's whole argument, is not in harmony with what happened in 1917. Less than a year after the Bolshevik Revolution, in one of the more perceptive, if underrated, eyewitness accounts, Louise Bryant wrote, "In Russia, where the proletariat is armed, the proletariat becomes the only real influential body. The Bolsheviks are in power because they bow to the will of the masses." Another eyewitness, John Reed, aired a similar picture, not by compromise with the propertied classes, or with other political leaders, not by conciliating the old government mechanism, did the Bolsheviki conquer the power, nor by the organized violence of a small clique. If the masses all over Russia had not been ready for insurrection, it must have failed. The only reason for Bolshevik success lay in their accomplishing the vast and simple desires of the most profound strata of the people, calling them to the work of tearing down and destroying the old, and afterward, in the smoke of falling ruins, cooperating with them to erect the framework of the new. 79. This coincides with the way Lenin viewed the revolution. In a speech he gave to the Third Congress of the Communist International in 1921, he polemicized against a strong ultra-left current that did believe, to use Mills's formulation, that tightly organized communist parties could replace the proletariat as the spontaneous historical agency of revolution. Lenin argued, he who fails to understand that in Europe where nearly all the proletarians are organized we must win over the majority of the working class is lost to the communist movement. If such a person has not yet learned this in the course of the 3 years of a great revolution, he will never learn anything. We achieved victory in Russia, not only because we had the undoubted majority of the working class on our side, but also because half the army immediately after we seized power and 9/10 of the masses of the peasantry within the course of a few weeks came over to our side. 80. The fact remains, however, that the Bolshevik Revolution of October-November 1917 was not a spontaneous uprising of the working class as a whole in the way that the February-March uprising had been. It was decided upon, planned, and led by the Bolshevik Party. Trotsky has pointed out that it was this the conscious. 248. Preparation of an overturn, the plan, the conspiracy that is offensive to democratic liberals and post-1917 social democrats who are able to sympathize with spontaneous uprisings. 81. Since Trotsky has aired the clearest discussion of the Revolutionary Party/mass dynamic from the Bolshevik standpoint, it may be useful to give attention to his argument. First of all, an insurrection such as that organized by the Bolsheviks cannot be successful if there is no revolutionary situation. People do not make revolution eagerly any more than they do war. There is this difference, however, that in war compulsion plays the decisive role, in revolution there is no compulsion except that of circumstances. A revolution takes place only when there is no other way out. And the insurrection, which rises above a revolution like a peak in the mountain chain of its events, can no more be evoked at will than the revolution as a whole. At the same time, Trotsky argues, a spontaneous insurrection cannot transcend the framework of capitalism. To overthrow the old power is one thing, to take the power in one's own hands is another. The bourgeoisie may win the power in a revolution not because it is revolutionary, but because it is bourgeois. It has in its possession property, education, the press, a network of strategic positions, a hierarchy of institutions. Quite otherwise with the proletariat. Deprived in the nature of things of all social advantages, an insurrectionary proletariat can count only on its numbers, its solidarity, its cadres, its Othiolsta. Only if these working class resources are consciously mobilized in a particular way can the framework of capitalism be transcended. The working class, a vast and complex social formation composed of individuals with diverse experiences and inclinations, cannot spontaneously as if with a single mind and will formulate such a plan of action. If a referendum could have been taken on the question of insurrection, it would have given extremely contradictory and uncertain results. An inner readiness to support a revolution is far from identical with an ability clearly to formulate the necessity of it. Yet such clear formulation is essential. The proletariat can become imbued with the confidence necessary for a governmental overthrow only if a clear prospect opens before it, only if it has had an opportunity to test out in action a correlation of forces which is changing to its advantage, only if it feels above it a far-sighted, firm, and confident leadership. This brings us to the last premise, by no means the last in importance, of the conquest of power, the Revolutionary Party as a tightly welded and tempered vanguard of the class. 82. It could be argued that the working class had an adequate revolutionary instrument in the form of its own democratic councils, the Soviets. Had Lenin and Trotsky themselves not held up these institutions as the revolutionary formations through which the workers should shape their own destiny? Trotsky responds, however, the Soviets by themselves do not settle the question. They may serve different goals. 249. According to program and leadership. Until late August 1917, it was the program and leadership of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries that were predominant within the Soviets. the Bolsheviks being only an increasingly influential minority, by September the Bolsheviks were able to win decisive majorities. The Soviets received their program and leadership from the party. Whereas the Soviets in revolutionary conditions and apart from revolution they are impossible comprise the whole class with the exception of its altogether backward, inert or demobilized strata, the revolutionary party represents the brain of the class. The problem of conquering the power can be solved only by a definite combination of party with Soviets or with other mass organizations more or less equivalent to Soviets. For the final revolutionary triumph, however, it is necessary to go beyond the counting up of absolute majorities, because under the circumstances we have been discussing, as Rosa Luxemburg put it, the road to victory runs not from achieving a majority in order to make a revolution, but rather from winning a majority through the act of making a revolution. According to Trotsky, the diarrhence in level and mood of the diarrhent layers of the people is overcome in action. The advanced layers bring after them the wavering and isolate the opposing. The majority is not counted up, but won over. Insurrection comes into being at exactly that moment when direct action alone errs a way out of the contradictions. This was true for the working class as a whole, but also for the other insurgent layers of society. Although lacking the power to draw by themselves the necessary political inferences from their war against the landlords, the peasants had by the very fact of agrarian insurrection already adhered to the insurrection of the cities, had evoked it and were demanding it. Within those limits in which the support of the peasantry was necessary for the establishment of a Soviet dictatorship, the support was already at hand. In order that the soldiers, peasants, and oppressed nationalities, floundering in the snowstorm of an elective ballot, should recognize the Bolsheviks in action, it was necessary that the Bolsheviks seize the power. 83 In short, the question of the insurrection dramatizes the need for a party to provide active revolutionary leadership. At the same time, this would have to be the kind of leadership that insurgent masses would be willing to accept. The whole history of Bolshevism can be seen as a process through which such a revolutionary party was forged, the development of the revolutionary program, the immersion in and growth of influence through active involvement in the actual struggles of the working class and the oppressed, the accumulation of cadres and the building up of a political culture, internal thinking and operating that could sustain and ensure the development of the vital revo. 250 Revolutionary activists who would be capable of influencing the consciousness and activity of the working class, the maintenance of an organizational structure that would enable these revolutionary activists to collectively analyze complex, often rapidly changing situations and formulate revolutionary yet practical perspectives to over the masses of workers and the oppressed. Ultimately, the adequacy of such a party would be demonstrated by the manner in which the working class and its allies responded to the perspectives and proposals the party advanced. Studying the aspirations of factory workers, soldiers, and sailors as expressed in contemporary documents, writes Alexander Rubinovich, I find that these concerns corresponded closely to the program of political, economic, and social reform put forth by the Bolsheviks at a time when all other major political parties were widely discredited because of their failure to press hard enough for meaningful internal changes and an immediate end to Russia's participation in the war. As a result, in October the goals of the Bolsheviks, as the masses understood them, had strong popular support. 84 Still influential Cold War scholarship about the elitist Bolshevik coup enfolds the Bolshevik Revolution in thick layers, making it difficult for even some who are sympathetic to revolutionary socialist ideas to see this event without distortion. Yet a growing body of careful research by a new wave of social historians peels away these polemical layers to reveal the revolution's true nature. In what follows, an attempt will be made to summarize their findings. In February-March the uprising of the workers smashed the power of the Tsar, and in the course of this struggle the Soviets came into being once again. Yet there was a general spirit of national democratic unity in which the Soviets, while continuing to exist and develop their own authority, handed much of their power over to a predominantly bourgeois provisional government, under the liberal former monarchist Prince Lvov, creating a situation of dual power. The provisional government was empowered to create a framework for setting up a democratic parliament, the Constituent Assembly, and to govern the country in the interim. The revolutionary masses hoped that the provisional government would initiate far-reaching social reforms, and although they wanted to defend their revolution from any possible assault by German imperialism, they also hoped that the provisional government would begin to initiate a Russian withdrawal from the First World War. The Soviets, now organized on a national scale, with a Menshevik socialist revolutionary majority, stood for all of these things. It soon became clear, however, that the provisional government was reluctant to go too far or too fast with the hoped-for reforms, and Pavel Miliukov, Cadet 251-251, party leader who was Minister of Foreign Affairs, made it clear that the government remained committed to the war effort. The consequent popular anger and mass demonstrations forced a reshuing within the regime, with Miliukov and others resigning, as Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries agreed to assume 6 ministerial posts in a new coalition government. A polarization began to set in, the bourgeois liberal cadets shifted further to the right, while even more reactionary elements became involved in counter-revolutionary plotting. On the other end of the spectrum, growing numbers of workers were enthusiastic about Bolshevik proposals for a Menshevik socialist revolutionary provisional government without any capitalist participation, and for the transfer of all political power to the Soviets. The working class ferment rose to a peak in July. Some of the most militant sectors in Petrograd insisted on organizing a revolutionary armed demonstration. The Bolshevik leaders found it impossible to defuse the volatile situation but also chose not to draw back from their ties with the impatient sectors of the working class that were attempting to push the revolution forward. This was used as a pretext for government repression against the Bolsheviks in the wake of the violent suppression of the armed demonstration. For their part, the Bolsheviks withdrew their call for all power to the Soviets, which under Menshevik socialist revolutionary leadership seemed, in Lenin's words, to be acting like sheep brought to the slaughterhouse. 85 Yet working class discontent remained as strong as ever, and the failure of a new Russian military offensive generated deepened opposition to the war. The Soviets were becoming restive. The pressures of the situation resulted in another governmental reshuing, with Prince Lvov stepping aside for the moderately radical lawyer Alexander Kerensky. The tensions of the dual power situation mounted, however, and Kerensky appointed military strongman General Kornilov as commander-in-chief of the army. With this move he hoped to counter the pressure of the unreasonable workers, who since February had been establishing militant trade unions, setting up aggressive factory committees for workers' control of the workplaces, and even organizing their own Red Guard paramilitary groups to help maintain public order and guard against reactionary violence and counter-revolutionary attempts. Although Kerensky was disturbed by such radicalism, right-wingers such as General Kornilov found moderates like Kerensky just as distasteful. Thus in August, Kornilov decided to march his troops to Petrograd in order to establish a military dictatorship of his own. A frightened Kerensky appealed to the workers' organizations to rally to the defense of the revolution. The Bolsheviks played an especially aggressive role in mobilizing against the counter-revolutionary attempt, and 252. Their authority in the working class soared. In the face of the determined working class mobilization, and through the efforts of revolutionary agitators who made contact with the soldiers under Kornilov's command, the right-wing military offensive simply disintegrated before reaching Petrograd. While the Bolsheviks were willing to form a united front against Kornilov, they gave no political support to Kerensky, and once again they raised the demand for all power to the Soviets. Meanwhile, throughout the summer, disorder had been escalating across the countryside as the rural poor, impatient with government promises of a future land reform that would redistribute agricultural holdings more equitably on their own, began to take over and divide up the great landed estates. Urban discontent was also rising as food shortages hit the cities. Lenin was now convinced that the overthrow of the provisional government was a practical possibility, especially as Bolsheviks began to win majorities in the Soviets. Bolshevik demands for peace, bread, land clearly had majority support throughout the country, but it was clear too that the provisional government was incapable of satisfying them. The Socialist Revolutionary Party split, with a sizable group of leftists supporting Bolshevik proposals. Elements from the Mensheviks also were drawn to the Bolshevik orientation, despite the rigid opposition of their leaders. Lenin was now eager to see the revolutionary insurrection carried out as soon as possible and therefore urged that it be done by the Bolshevik Party in its own name. Other Bolshevik leaders, closer to the scene, believed that this could be done more effectively through the Soviets. They proved to be right. The Petrograd Soviet established a military revolutionary committee to coordinate defense of the city against possible German attacks and counter-revolutionary attempts. Under Trotsky's direction, it began covertly to prepare for the overthrow of the provisional government. It gained control over government troops in the city when representatives of military units agreed to obey only orders that the Soviet confirmed. The provisional government made repressive moves against both the committee and the Bolshevik Party, and it ordered the transfer of loyal troops to Petrograd. In response, the forces of the committee took over the city, storming the Winter Palace, where they arrested most of the provisional government's ministers. On the same day, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies began. By an overwhelming majority, it approved the Bolshevik-led actions and formed a new government. Similar events in Moscow and other cities consolidated the power of the new workers' state, which began as a coalition of Bolsheviks and left socialist revolutionaries. Diane Koenker's detailed study of Moscow workers in this period provides important insights into the dynamics of the revolution. First of all, she writes, the 253 view that the workers are one uniform mass must be rejected. Urbanized workers possess different values from those of workers recently migrated from the countryside. Workers in small shops faced organizational constraints different from those confronted by workers in large plants. Workers living in purely working-class neighborhoods formed different attitudes from those of workers living in socially mixed neighborhoods. She notes that the 8-month period from the February to the October revolutions provided a complex and rich experience that helped to educate workers and to develop their political as well as their class consciousness. Observing the initial differences between the more conscious skilled workers and less conscious unskilled workers, Koenker demonstrates the existence of a leading, politically experienced segment of the working class uniting over time with other varying but less mature segments, plus the existence of a dynamic revolutionary process, new approaches to the familiar and important problems of radicalization, Bolshevization, class consciousness, and organization. She finds overwhelming evidence not of workers' notoriously irrational militancy but in fact of its opposite. The behavior of Moscow's workers in 1917 suggests a working class that was both highly rational and extremely patient as well. Radicalization was an incremental process, which took place in response to specific economic and political pressures, and it reflected the political maturation of an increasing number of workers. She finds it natural that the Bolsheviks would enjoy only minority support within the working class in the first few months of the revolution, when the prevailing sentiment was for national unity and thus ran counter to the Bolsheviks' class-focused perspective. But gradually the situation changed. Capitalists began to behave as Marx said they would, no concessions to the workers, no compromise on the rights of factory owners. Mensheviks and SRS tried to straddle both sides of the class split. This appeal can be seen in the mixed social composition of their supporters. The Bolsheviks, however, had aired the most consistent class interpretation of the revolution, and by late summer their interpretation appeared more and more to correspond to reality. 86 David Mondel's detailed study of Petrograd workers yields similar findings. He documents, also, a demoralization affecting major sectors of the working class in the autumn of 1917, and writes, in these circumstances, the presence of a resolute minority willing and able to take the initiative was critical. All that was required was for them to begin, to force the issue, to inject a new dynamism into the movement and to make it impossible to procrastinate further. The others would rally. But without this initiative, the very powerful, commonly shared yearning for revolutionary change would have had little real impact. Political stagnation and economic misery would have completely demoralized the workers, paving the way for the 254 counter-revolution. Mondale finds that the great majority of Petrograd's workers greeted the news of the insurrection unconditionally. Resolutions supporting the action came from every type of factory, from longtime supporters of Soviet power in the machine construction plants of the Vyborg district to the relatively recent converts in the textile mills, the Nevsky district, and even a significant number of printing plants. He notes, many writers hostile to the October Revolution are unable to reconcile themselves to the absence of the outer trappings of a popular rising. Yet the October insurrection, perhaps best of all, shows that a planned, military-like operation can be a popular insurrection in the sense that it was embraced by the masses as a whole even if their direct participation was not called for. He quotes the Menshevik Sukhanov, who pointed out that the broad masses had nothing to do on the streets. They did not have an enemy which demanded their mass action, their armed forces, battles and barricades. This was an especially happy circumstance of our October Revolution, for which it is still being slandered as a military rising and almost a palace coup. It would be better if they asked, did the Petrograd proletariat sympathize or did it not with the organizers of the October insurrection? There are no two answers here. Yes, the Bolsheviks acted on the mandate of the Petrograd workers and soldiers. 87 Rex A. Wade, who has studied the Red Guards and workers' militias, which ultimately encompassed about 200,000 activists throughout Russia, has focused on the issue of spontaneity versus leadership in the revolution. He finds that out of the militant rank and file of local Soviets and factories, there was a spontaneous tendency toward forming such armed groups with two broad purposes: first, the defense of public order and personal security, especially among workers, and second, the defense of the revolution, and especially worker interests. Noting that they remained basically local in orientation and organization down to the October Revolution, he stressed that their essential characteristics remained more those of self-assertion, self-organization and spontaneity rather than those of leadership, discipline, and direction from above. Yet there was a dynamic that went beyond this. The armed bands were a complex combination of spontaneity, voluntaristic action, and initiative from below, interacting with ideas derived from outside ideologies and attempts at control or influence by political parties. Wade writes that the insurgent masses looked for leadership and direction from the larger working class institutions and parties, yet they also clung to their own autonomy. As early as April, the Menshevik leadership's position on the Red Guard was an early example of a broader attitude of distrust about where spontaneous activity by the masses might lead, and of an insensitivity to worker concerns and fears that would result 4 months later in their 255 loss of control of the Petrograd Soviet. Distrust of both the Bolsheviks and the working class was clear in the Menshevik leaders' commentary about armed workers' groups in their own newspaper. As always in such situations, the workers, revolutionary-minded but insouciantly politically educated, follow revolutionary slogans rather than the voice of reason. Wade concludes, the impulse toward a more class-oriented, disciplined, aggressive armed workers' force was a fundamental urge among the workers in 1917, emerging time and again as one of their most deeply felt needs. One could debate whether they should have arms, or whether they could use them actively, but this missed the essential point: they felt that they must have them. Only the Bolsheviks made arming the workers an integral part of their party posture, and only they legitimized the workers' desire for arms. The Bolshevik Shlyapnikov pointed out in May 1917, no kind of essay, no kind of resolution, can force the revolutionary workers and people to refrain from arming themselves. The dynamic between spontaneity and leadership that Wade has traced meant, ultimately, that the Red Guards were important in providing both armed force and psychological and moral force for the establishment of Soviet power in late 1917. 88 Ronald Suney summarizes the recent scholarship as follows: as historians have shifted their attention away from the political elites that formerly dominated explanations of the Russian Revolution and to the people in the streets, the victorious Bolsheviks have appeared less like Machiavellian manipulators or willful conspirators and more like alert politicians with an acute sensitivity to popular moods and desires. He points out that a heightened feeling of class was forged in the actual experience of 1917 and contained both social hostilities bred over many years and intensified under wartime and revolutionary conditions, and a new political understanding that perceived government by Soviets as a preferable alternative to sharing power with the discredited upper classes. The Bolsheviks had since April been advocating such a government by the lower classes. With the failure of the coalition and its supporters to deliver on the promise of the revolution, the party of Lenin and Trotsky took power with little resistance and with the acquiescence of the majority of the people of Petrograd. The Bolsheviks came to power not because they were superior manipulators or cynical opportunists, but because their policies as formulated by Lenin in April and shaped by the events of the following months placed them at the head of a genuinely popular movement. 89 Such scholarship tells us much about the nature of the October-November Revolution and the party that led it. So do the statements of the triumphant Bolsheviks themselves. It shines through in such proclamations as this one from Lenin to the people of Russia. 256. Comrades, workers, soldiers, peasants, all toilers. The workers' and peasants' revolution has won at Petrograd, at Moscow. From the front and the villages arrive every day, every hour, greetings to the new government. The victory of the revolution is assured, seeing that it is sustained by the majority of the people. Comrades, workers, remember that you yourselves direct the government. No one will help you unless you organize yourselves and take into your own hands the affairs of the state. Your Soviets are now the organs of governmental power. Comrades, workers, soldiers, peasants, all toilers, take immediately all local power into your hands. Little by little, with the consent of the majority of peasants, we shall march firmly and unhesitatingly toward the victory of socialism, which will fortify the advance guards of the working class of the most civilized countries, and give to the peoples an enduring peace, and free them from every slavery and every exploitation. 257. 12 After taking power, we have, in the foregoing chapters, accomplished the primary task we set for ourselves, to trace the manner in which the Bolshevik organization transformed itself into a revolutionary mass vanguard party capable of leading a working-class socialist revolution, and to examine Lenin's ideas on the organization of the revolutionary party within that framework. This lengthy account has hardly exhausted the subject, but it provides a basis from which we can begin to draw some conclusions. Before doing this, however, it will be necessary to give at least minimal attention to developments that took place after the Bolshevik seizure of power. To do this in a satisfactory way would require a work at least as lengthy as the previous chapters. That will not be possible here. But it will be necessary to address these developments because the profoundly inspiring vision Lenin articulated in 1917, which guided Bolshevik efforts from the beginning, was not realized. Instead, a bureaucratic and authoritarian regime was established in the name of Leninism. That regime has been dubbed Stalinism, but it is impossible not to recognize that this was the culmination of a transitional period that began while Lenin was still the leader of the Bolshevik Party and in which that party dominated the new Soviet Republic. Many commentators have argued that Leninism, and particularly the nature of the Leninist Party, cannot be understood and evaluated without coming to grips with this later period. In this chapter it will be argued that there was not some underlying authoritarian essence in Lenin's perspective that led to the rise of a bureaucratic dictatorship. In fact, we can find the beginnings of a realization of the Bolsheviks' libertarian vision in the first months of the new regime. Yet none of this survived the crisis that overwhelmed the Russian workers' state, the Bolshevik Party itself upon taking power, and particularly as it struggled to maintain power was transformed into an institution quite different from the organization that led the revolution. The third in 259. International, or the Communist International, which the Bolsheviks helped form to coordinate revolutionary socialist efforts on a world scale, transmitted many of the positive lessons that were part of the Bolshevik heritage, yet even in its early years it began to reflect some of the problems eating Bolshevism in power. Here we will over some material on these questions. We will, finally, touch on further developments occurring after Lenin's death. One State, Revolution, and Socialist Democracy. Richard N. Hunt, in his valuable work The Political Ideas of Marx and Engels, discusses and documents conclusively the profoundly democratic orientation of scientific socialism's founders, but he contrasts this to what he perceives as an elitism inherent in Leninism. He seeks to illustrate this elitism with the following passage from Lenin's State and Revolution. The proletariat needs state power, the centralized organization of violence, both for the purpose of crushing the resistance of the exploiters and for the purpose of guiding the great mass of the population, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, the semi-proletarians, in the work of organizing socialist economy. By educating a workers' party, Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and of leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new order, of being the teacher, guide, and leader of all the toiling and exploited in the task of building up their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. Hunt comments, here, in a whole series of tutorial relationships, the great mass of the population would be guided by Russia's small proletariat, which in turn would be led by a still smaller vanguard of the proletariat, and this vanguard would be educated by Marxism, that is, the doctrines disseminated by party intellectuals like Lenin himself. This runs counter to the injunction of Marx and Engels, argues Hunt, that the working class must reject all condescending saviors and emancipate itself, learning from its own mistakes, and shaping through its own self-activity the socialist reconstruction of society. Lenin's elitist perspective is related to a totalitarian democratic tradition that goes as far back as Rousseau, Hunt asserts, but that was emphatically rejected by Marx and Engels themselves. He suggests that this element, embedded in Lenin's conception of a vanguard party, logically resulted in a bureaucratic dictatorship. Hunt's argument, of course, is hardly new, but it stands as one of the clearest expressions of a very common and influential view. There are serious problems with this interpretation. A practical problem is that those revolutionary-minded socialists who advance it have failed to articulate a SE 260 riotous alternative orientation for Marxist activists. Consequently, they are subject to deactivization, or to absorption into political phenomena that do not lead in a socialist direction. Only Marxists who accept the concept of the revolutionary vanguard have been able to avoid such a fate. This holds not only for Leninists but also for revolutionary socialists not commonly associated with the Leninist tradition. We saw earlier in this study that Rosa Luxemburg was one such revolutionary, but she is not unique. We should note that there is a historical current among revolutionary socialists associated with Anton Pannekoek, Hermann Gorter, the older Karl Korsch, Arthur Rosenberg, Paul Matic, Noam Chomsky, and others known as Council Communism, in which the rejection of Leninism is an article of faith. Yet even within this alternative tradition, when it was a force within the workers' movement, we find Pannekoek stating, "The function of a revolutionary party lies in propagating clear understanding in advance, so that throughout the masses there will be elements who know what must be done and are capable of judging the situation for themselves. And in the course of revolution the party has to raise the program, slogans, and directives which the spontaneously acting masses recognize as correct because they find that they express their own aims in their most adequate form and hence achieve greater clarity of purpose. It is thus that the party comes to lead the struggle." Gorter elaborates on this by noting that the great majority of the proletariat is badly fed, badly housed, overworked, and has no free time for self-education. It is badly brought up, very poorly informed, and is in such a state of mental dependence from birth onwards, and has been so as a class for centuries, that not only does it not see the road to liberation, it does not dare think of it. Yet not all proletarians are insouciantly well informed. In the German proletariat particularly there are many who are genuine revolutionaries not only in sentiment, but also have a broad and deep understanding of politics and economics. Marx and Engels, Mering, Bebel, Luxemburg, and others did not live among them for nothing. According to Gorter, it is necessary to unite this section of the proletariat within one organization that is revolutionary not only in heart, but also in mind. It can therefore lead in word and deed. It takes the lead in both if it is the true party. It should not be surprising that such vanguardist notions are articulated by any revolutionary current that hopes to be relevant in the workers' struggles. Any organized group that has a definite perspective it feels is superior to others, and that seriously attempts to win large numbers of working-class activists to that perspective, is open to charges of vanguardism. The abandonment of such an orientation can lead only to an Act 261 activity or, in the best of cases, to individualistic political acts. This became the fate of the Council Communist current itself once it abandoned the project of building a revolutionary party. 3. There is also an interpretive problem with the argument that Hunt articulates. His reading of the passage in State and Revolution is obviously related to later authoritarian developments in the Soviet Union, but different readings are possible, including one more in harmony with the libertarian thrust of that work, with Lenin's other writings, with the experience of Bolshevism, and with the realities of 1917. 4. In order to discuss the alternate interpretation, however, it will be necessary to complete the second paragraph in the passage Hunt cites. In addition to the long sentence he quotes, there is a second long sentence. Here they are together. By educating the Workers' Party. Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new system, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all the working and exploited people in organizing their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. By contrast, the opportunism now prevailing trains the members of the Workers' Party to be the representatives of the better paid workers, who lose touch with the masses, get along fairly well under capitalism, and sell their birthright for a mess of pottage, i.e., renounce their role as revolutionary leaders of the people against the bourgeoisie. 5. By the opportunism now prevailing, Lenin is referring to the dilution and distortion of Marxism within the Second International. The proletariat needs the state. This is repeated by all the opportunists, social chauvinists, and Koskyites, who assure us that this is what Marx taught. But they forget to add that, in the first place, according to Marx, the proletariat needs only a state which is withering away, i.e., a state so constituted that it begins to wither away immediately, and cannot but wither away. And secondly, the working people need a state, i.e., the proletariat organized as the ruling class. 6. These are points Lenin makes American Samoa. He leads up to the passage quoted by Hunt. We have seen that Lenin's experience with the better paid workers in Russia was that, by and large, they constituted the more conscious workers and were the heart of the revolutionary vanguard sector of the working class. Imbued with Marxism, they had not renounced their role as revolutionary leaders of the people against the bourgeoisie. Marxism had made them capable of assuming power and leading the whole people, of directing and organizing, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all working and exploited people. Lenin is not simply laying out an abstract schema, but is describing the dynamic between Marxism 262-262 and the more advanced sections of the working class, a dynamic that had evolved over a half-century resulting in the Russian Revolution and that Lenin has projected into the future socialist reconstruction of Russia. In the passage under discussion, he is contrasting this education in Marxism and this commitment to establishing a socialist democracy with what had taken place elsewhere, the education of workers' parties and advanced sections of the working class in a pseudo-Marxian reformist and opportunist orientation that is incapable of transcending the framework of bourgeois democracy and allows these better paid workers to get along fairly well under capitalism, at least in contrast to the masses, with whom they have lost touch. In other words, the passage under examination comes close to having the opposite meaning of that invested in it by Hunt and others. The vanguard sections of the working class must not elevate themselves above the less conscious workers and other oppressed groups, but instead should fight for them and, more than this, should strive to raise their consciousness to a level equaling their own so that they can join in the struggle for their common liberation. Of course, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and other such organizations have over the years presented themselves as the teacher, guide, and leader of all the toiling masses, but often this description is used to veil a system of extreme compulsion. The party patiently explains things to the masses, which they are then expected to go along with or else. But a one-party dictatorship was neither projected nor established by the Bolshevik Revolution. Rather, there was a vital working-class democracy in which paternalism and authoritarianism had little ground in which to sink root. We have seen how Lenin, in numerous writings, gave expression to the belief that socialism and democracy are inseparable, but that socialist democracy would have to go beyond the liberal democracy of capitalism. This is a central theme of State and Revolution. Marx grasped the essence of capitalist democracy splendidly when, in analyzing the experience of the Commune, he said that the oppressed are allowed once every few years to decide which particular representatives of the oppressing class shall represent and repress them in Parliament. Against this, Lenin advanced a genuine democracy that would exist under the political rule of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat, the period of transition to communism, will for the first time create democracy for the people, the majority, along with the necessary suppression of the exploiters, the minority. At a certain stage in the de 263 development of democracy, it first welds together the class that wages a revolutionary struggle against capitalism, the proletariat, and enables it to crush, smash to atoms, wipe o' the face of the earth the bourgeois, even the republican bourgeois, state machine, the standing army, the police, and the bureaucracy, and to substitute for them a more democratic state machine, but a state machine nevertheless, in the shape of armed workers who proceed to form a militia involving the entire population. 8. These were not simply Lenin's ideas, but were written into the new program of the Russian Communist Party in 1919, a bourgeois republic, however democratic, inevitably expresses the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, of a machine for the exploitation and oppression of the immense majority of the workers by the capitalist clique. In contrast with this, proletarian or Soviet democracy transforms the mass organizations of those who are oppressed by the capitalist class. That is to say, of the immense majority of the population, into the permanent and unified foundation of the entire state apparatus, local and central, from the bottom to the top. Thereby the Soviet state realizes, among other things, in an immeasurably wider form than ever before, local self-government, without any sort of authority imposed from above. It is the task of our party to work indefatigably on behalf of the complete inauguration of that higher type of democracy which needs for its right functioning the continuous uplifting of the level of culture, organization, and initiative power of the masses. While arguing that certain limitations imposed on freedom are necessary only as temporary measures to cope with the attempts of the exploiters to regain their privileges, the program promised that with the disappearance of the objective possibility of the exploitation of man by man, there will likewise disappear the need for these temporary measures, and our party will aim at their restriction and ultimately at their complete abolition. The program linked restrictions on freedom of expression for the bourgeoisie with an expansion of free expression for the working class. The Soviet power confiscates the possessions of the bourgeoisie, i.e., its printing presses, stores of paper, etc., in order to place them entirely at the disposal of the workers and their organizations. The Russian Communist Party must induce wider and yet wider masses of the working population to avail themselves of the democratic rights and freedoms, and it must enlarge the material possibilities in this direction. In addition to freedom of expression, the program insisted on the existence of institutional guarantees of grassroots control over the new governing bodies of society. The Soviet power secures for the working masses, to an incomparably greater extent than was secured for them under bourgeois democracy and parliamentarism, the power of carrying on the election and recall of delegates. This is made easy and accessible for the benefit of the workers and peasants. 9. 264. Nor was this simply rhetoric. While there were certain initial restrictions on freedom of the press following the October-November insurrection, these were carefully and explicitly limited and, as the Petrograd Soviet declared at the beginning of 1918, no special permission is required for publishing any kind of printed work. Regarding the same period, Louise Bryant commented, while the Soviets declared a temporary suppression of the press, they never at any time tried to interfere with public speaking or with theatrical performances which ridiculed them or the revolution. I have often watched a crowd of rich bourgeoisie bullying sailor guards in front of the city Duma and marveled at the patience of the sailors. Street talks were common. Red guards would stand quietly listening to a speaker berate them without getting the least bit rude. They often seemed deeply interested in the arguments put up by their opponents. It was not only the rich bourgeoisie who voiced criticisms, however. Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries, anarchists, and independent socialists like Maxim Gorky expressed their views not only verbally but also in print. Moreover, they themselves were able to secure representation in the Soviets. As we will see, this left-wing pluralism was to be severely curtailed with the onset of the brutalizing civil war, and fateful precedents were to be established that would be used to justify the consolidation of the bureaucratic dictatorship in the Stalin period. And yet up until 1921 opposition parties and Menshevik and anarchist newspapers functioned legally, and mass demonstrations organized by these groups were held at the funerals of Plekhanov and Kropotkin, and other activities took place that were to become unthinkable in the Soviet Union not only under Stalin but also in the 1980s. Even after the formal banning of oppositional Soviet parties, many non-Bolshevik socialists and scholars could continue, in the 1920s, to produce freely nonconformist publications, pamphlets, books, magazines. And until the 1930s, they involved themselves in many scientific, historiographical, and cultural controversies. The early policies of the Bolsheviks indicate that far from planning to eliminate such pluralism, they assumed it would flourish. The welter of anti-Bolshevik opinion to the contrary, however, requires that we provide a more thorough examination. In January 1918, the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies opened, merging with the All-Russian Congress of Peasants Deputies, and proceeded to adopt an initial constitution for the new Soviet Republic, as well as a number of other important resolutions. Slightly more than half of the delegates were Bolsheviks. The second largest group was composed of their left socialist revolutionary allies. At the conclusion, they elected a new All-Russian Central 265 Executive Committee, the legislative committee operating between Congresses, with 306 members, 160 Bolsheviks, 125 left socialist revolutionaries, 2 Menshevik internationalists, 3 anarcho-communists, 7 socialist revolutionary maximalists, 7 right socialist revolutionaries, and 2 Menshevik defensists. As Roy Medvedev comments, the Bolsheviks obviously recognized the rights of many political minorities at that time and proceeded on a pluralist basis in the representative Soviet bodies. 11. Those who argue that the Bolsheviks even at this time opposed such a pluralism of working-class currents and genuine democracy often point to 2 facts that allegedly demonstrate early Bolshevik authoritarian inclinations: the Bolsheviks' decision to dissolve the Constituent Assembly, and their decision forced by Lenin, Trotsky, and Sverdlov against the initial reluctance of the Central Committee majority of the Bolshevik Party not to form a coalition government with the moderate socialist parties. Brief attention should be given to these 2 points. The nationwide Constituent Assembly elections, organized before the Bolshevik insurrection but held shortly afterward, gave Lenin's party only 25% of the vote. The lion's share went to the Socialist Revolutionaries, who received 58%, while the Mensheviks won only 4%. The cadets and others like them got 13% in all. Yet this was rather deceptive. The Bolsheviks won overwhelmingly in the decisive urban areas, especially among the working class and among soldiers in the major urban centers. The Socialist Revolutionary slate made up before that party split, at which point its large left wing allied itself with the Bolsheviks, represented a party that no longer existed by the time the voting took place, and the large number of peasant votes it received were cast largely for its traditional program of agrarian reform, which the Bolsheviks themselves had adopted. When the Constituent Assembly convened in January 1918, the great majority of its members turned out to be hostile to Soviet power and was committed instead to a bourgeois democratic republic. By an overwhelming majority, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets concurred with the Bolshevik proposal to dissolve this body as not being truly representative of the great majority of the Russian people and as threatening to provide cover for a bourgeois counter-revolution that would attempt to crush the power of the Soviets. There was little protest over this action from the majority sectors of the population, the workers and peasants, who already had a government of their own in the form of the Soviets. 12. A coalition government of all socialist parties within the Soviets had been advocated, after the insurrection, by what was at first a majority of the Bolshevik Party's Central Committee, against the dogged opposition of Lenin, Trotsky, and 266. Sverdlov. The implementation of the proposal would have meant dividing up posts in the Council of People's Commissars, the leading executive body set up by the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Lenin was convinced that a coalition with moderate socialists who had demonstrated their hostility to the Bolshevik Revolution would not be viable. This position, which finally won a bare majority of the Central Committee after a fierce debate, is often interpreted as a determination to establish a one-party dictatorship. But if this term is defined as is commonly understood, then the interpretation is flawed. If the Conservative Party or Labour Party in England, or the Democratic Party or Republican Party in the United States, refuses to share cabinet posts and executive authority with its opponents after an election, then similar logic could condemn them for setting up a dictatorship. There was, at this time, no proposal by Lenin to ban opposition parties of the left or to throw them out of the Soviets, but simply a determination not to bring them into the Council of People's Commissars. As Roy Medvedev indicates, in this early period Lenin favored a multi-party democracy within the framework of the Soviets. 13. As early as September 1917, before the Bolshevik Revolution but after the Bolsheviks had won control of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky as the Soviet's new president told his opponents, "We are all party people, and we shall have to cross swords more than once. But we shall guide the work of the Petersburg Soviet in a spirit of justice and complete independence for all fractions. The hand of the Presidium will never oppress the minority." In the same month, Lenin was describing what Soviet democracy would look like, with special reference to freedom of the press. State power in the shape of the Soviets takes all the printing presses and all the newsprint and distributes them equitably. The state should come first in the interests of the majority of the people, the majority of the poor, particularly the majority of the peasants, who for centuries have been tormented, crushed and stultified by the landowners and capitalists. His next point makes it clear that, as Bertram Wolfe noted in 1947, Lenin had no idea of outlawing all other parties and creating a one-party system. Rather, Lenin argued, the big parties should come second, say, those that have polled 1 or 200,000 votes in both capitals. The smaller parties should come third, and then any group of citizens which has a certain number of members or has collected a certain number of signatures. 14. 4 weeks after the insurrection, Lenin demonstrated his continued commitment to Soviet democracy in drafting for the Council of People's Commissars a resolution stating that no elective institution or representative assembly can be re-267. Guard as being truly democratic and really representative of the peoples will unless the electors' right to recall those elected is accepted and exercised. This fundamental principle of true democracy applies to all representative assemblies without exception. Explaining this statement in the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of Soviets, he provided this significant line of reasoning: various parties have played a dominant role among us. The last time, the passage of influence from one party to another was accompanied by an overturn, whereas a simple vote would have ceased had we the right to recall. The right of recall must be granted the Soviets, which are the most perfect carrier of the state idea, of coercion. Then the passage of power from one party to another will proceed without bloodshed, by means of simple new elections. Early in the following year he was still emphasizing the role of political pluralism in Soviet democracy. If the working people are dissatisfied with their party, they can elect other delegates, hand power to another power and change the government without any revolution at all. 15. In the spring of 1918, commented Viktor Serge, the Soviet Congress reflected a whole system of inner democracy. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not the dictatorship of a party, or of a central committee, or of certain individuals. Lenin himself is obliged to follow strict rules. He has to convince a majority in the central committee of his party, then discuss with the communist fraction in the Vitsik, and then, in the Vitsik itself, brave the fire of the left SRS, anarchists and international social democrats, all doubtful allies, and of the right SRS and Mensheviks, irreducible enemies. All the decrees are debated during sessions which are often of tremendous interest. Here the enemies of the regime enjoy free speech with a more than parliamentary latitude. 16. The Bolsheviks look to more than simply the Soviets as an instrument of proletarian democracy. Although late in appreciating the spontaneously developing factory committees and the demand for workers' control of the workplace, they embraced them more enthusiastically than most other left-wing groups. In the months leading up to the October-November Revolution, worker Bolsheviks became the leading cadres of the factory committee movement, and Lenin argued, vital creativity of the masses that is the fundamental factor in the new society. Let the workers take on the creation of workers' control in their works and factories, let them supply the countryside with manufactured goods in exchange for bread. Socialism is not created by orders from on high. Its spirit is alien to state bureaucratic automatism. Socialism is vital and creative, it is the creation of the popular masses themselves. Historian S. A. Smith, in his detailed study of the Petrograd factory committees, terms as fundamentally 268-268. Misguided the common assertion of anti-Leninist scholars that this was simply a cynical ploy of the Bolsheviks to use the committees in order to seize power for themselves. He does argue that Lenin failed to satisfactorily theorize the relationship between grassroots workers' control of production and statewide regulation of the economy, and that he was intoxicated by the spectacle of workers, soldiers, and peasants taking power into their own hands, and profoundly optimistic about the potential inherent in such self-activity. After 1917 there certainly developed much confusion and debate among Bolsheviks regarding the proper function of the factory committees, resolved in a tragic manner amid the chaos of the Civil War period. Nonetheless, in the early period of the Bolshevik regime Lenin was constantly making such points as this: one of the most crucial tasks at present, if not the most crucial, is to develop the independent initiatives of the workers and toilers and exploit it generally in the sphere of creative, organizational work. At all costs, we must destroy that old, absurd, savage, vile, and loathsome prejudice that only the so-called upper classes can run the state. 17. In this period trade unions continued to be an important factor in working class life as well. Although many were led by Bolsheviks, some were under Menshevik control. Not surprisingly, however, there was considerable confusion over the respective roles and authority of unions, factory committees, and Soviets in economic decision-making. All too often debates and efforts to overcome this confusion are simplistically interpreted by latter-day historians as sinister Bolshevik attempts to undermine one or another working-class organization. 18. The full range of freedom of expression and workers' democracy in the earliest period of the Soviet Republic requires an examination that is beyond the scope of the present study. 19. But the evidence suggests that the Bolsheviks initially had no intention of establishing their party as a paternalistic oligarchy. Their words and actions instead reveal a continuity with the profoundly democratic nature of the Bolshevik program throughout its previous history. This was in harmony, similarly, with the internal structure and workings of the Bolshevik Party that we have traced in this study. The situation in Russia and within the Russian Communist Party was soon fundamentally reversed. But as Moshe Lewin has argued, Leninist doctrine did not originally envisage a monolithic state, nor even a strictly monolithic party. The dictatorship of the party over the proletariat was never part of Lenin's plans. It was the completely unforeseen culmination of a series of unforeseen circumstances. 2269-269. 2. Crisis of Bolshevism. The disintegration of Soviet democracy, and the related transformation of the Russian Communist Party into an increasingly undemocratic entity, cannot be examined in detail here, but it will be possible to indicate some of the dynamics that have relevance for our study. A combination of factors, arising after the Bolsheviks took power, fundamentally changed the context and milieu within which they had traditionally operated. Also fundamentally changed were the basic tasks they faced. Consequently, the very nature of the organization changed radically over the next 5 years. And in the period from 1922 to 1937, the Russian Communist Party experienced further metamorphoses that in many ways made it the opposite of what it had been in the years leading to the Bolshevik triumph. In examining the crisis of Bolshevik Russia, many commentators present the tragic escalation of violence and authoritarian measures of the Red Terror as if they were part of some totalitarian master plan, abstracted from the actual context. In one of the most severe yet lucid critiques of Bolshevism as it was in 1920, however, eyewitness Bertrand Russell felt it necessary to make this acknowledgement. It is, of course, evident that in these measures the Bolsheviks have been compelled to travel a long way from the ideals which originally inspired the revolution. He added, I recognize to the full the reasons for the bad state of affairs, in the past history of Russia and the recent policy of the Entente. But I have thought it better to record impressions frankly, trusting the readers to remember that the Bolsheviks have only a very limited share of responsibility for the evils from which Russia is swearing. He was of the opinion that the Bolshevik regime represents what is most ancient in Russia, and does more to prevent chaos than any possible alternative government would do, and noted that Maxim Gorky supports the government as I should do, if I were a Russian, not because he thinks it faultless, but because the possible alternatives are worse. Russell also felt compelled to point out that it seems evident, from the attitude of the capitalist world to Soviet Russia, of the Entente to the Central Empires, and of England to Ireland and India, that there is no depth of cruelty, perfidy, or brutality from which the present holders of power will shrink when they feel themselves threatened. 21. We have seen that a fundamental component of the Bolshevik program was revolutionary internationalism, and that the perspective of the Russian workers seizing power in 1917 was based in large measure on the expectation that socialist 270 revolutions were on the order of the day in at least some of the more advanced capitalist countries. In April 1918 Lenin told the Moscow Soviet, "We shall perish unless we can hold out until we receive powerful support from workers in revolt in other countries." Indeed, this was a commonplace articulated openly and frequently by all of the leading Bolsheviks. Yet Lenin had been confident that the objective conditions of the imperialist war make it certain that the revolution will not be limited to Russia, and that the European and the American socialist proletariat will undertake its decisive battles. 22. This may seem a vain hope to those who, with benefit of hindsight, know that such decisive battles did not yield capitalism's overturn in Western Europe, not to mention the United States. Yet it is worth considering Bertram Wolfe's recollections of 1919, when the American Communist movement was born. The opportunities for American radicalism of all Venet seemed immense in that year of interregnum between all-out war and what was supposed to be all-out peace. Millions of soldiers were being demobilized, and hundreds of thousands of those who had risked their lives at the front were finding that there were no jobs waiting for them at home. Europe was in turmoil, crowns were tumbling and ancient empires falling. There were revolutions, still not defined in their nature, in Russia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, then a communist revolution in Hungary itself and another in Bavaria. Soldiers were carrying their arms from the front and imposing their will insofar as they knew what they willed. A strike wave unprecedented in our history swept through America. The Seattle General Strike grew out of a protest at the closing down of the shipyards, the Lawrence Textile Strike, the National Coal Strike, and, wonder of wonders, the Boston Police Strike, the Great Steel Strike involving 350,000, the battles of the workers in many industries to keep wages abreast of the high cost of living, and of the employers to end the wartime gains of the labor movement to establish or restore the open shop. Not until the Great Depression would the labor movement again show so much militancy. 23. The reality turned out to be not that the Bolsheviks were wrong about the revolutionary upsurge outside of Russia, but that the workers' movements in other countries were unable to provide revolutionary leadership. One problem was identified by Rosa Luxemburg, the flower of our youthful strength, hundreds of thousands whose socialist education was the product of decades of education and propaganda. Other hundreds of thousands who were ready to receive the lessons of socialism have fallen, and are rotting upon the battlefields. 24. Another problem was that much of the surviving socialist workers' movement had yet to shake loose from the sway of the established reformist leaderships. Those elements that were prepared to follow the example of the Bolshevik Revolution were badly disorganized, in many cases lacking in the immense experience and authority the Bolshevik 271 organization had built up in Russia. Revolutionary sentiment and upsurges without revolutionary leadership failed to bring into existence new socialist republics. Even when power was seized, in Hungary and Bavaria, it could not be held for long. In 1919, the Bolsheviks and a scattering of militant socialists from other countries established a revolutionary Third International to strengthen these insurgent efforts, but already it was clear that it would take longer than expected to end the isolation of the Soviet Republic. From this period on, writes Moshe Lewin, the hope of being towed along in the wake of a victorious revolution in the West began to fade. Bolshevik power, then, was about to find itself all alone, in an underdeveloped country, left with no forces but its own to count on, and these seemed far too meager for the task at hand. 25. Lenin and his comrades gave up neither on the World Revolution nor on the survival of the Russian Revolution. But there was a new note of desperate determination in their statements. An extraordinarily difficult, complex and dangerous situation in international affairs, the necessity of maneuvering and retreating, a period of waiting for new outbreaks of the revolution which is maturing in the West at a painfully slow pace, within the country a period of slow construction and ruthless tightening up, a prolonged and persistent struggle waged by stern proletarian discipline against the menacing element of petty bourgeois laxity and anarchy. These in brief are the distinguishing features of the special stage of the socialist revolution in which we are now living. This is the link in the historical chain of events which we must at present grasp with all our might in order to prove equal to the tasks that confront us before passing to the next links to which we are drawn by a special brightness, the brightness of the victories of the International Socialist Revolution. 26. Lenin had hoped to bring about a rapid Russian withdrawal from the First World War. He also had hoped to reach an understanding with certain sectors of the Russian capitalist class in order to establish a mixed economy supervised by the proletarian dictatorship, so that at least a modicum of political and economic stability could be temporarily achieved. Both of these policies generated fierce debate among Russian revolutionaries. German imperialism demanded immense concessions, and when Bolshevik peace negotiators hesitated, a German offensive ripped away a massive piece of agriculturally rich Russian territory. The left socialist revolutionaries and left communists in the Bolshevik Party itself demanded that the Soviet Republic launch a revolutionary war to smash the imperialists, but a more realistic Lenin forced through a peace settlement at Brest-Litovsk. The left communists publicly denounced the settlement, as well as the moderate economic policies. The left so. 272. Chavist revolutionaries furiously abandoned the coalition government and initiated uprisings, as well as assassination attempts, some successful, against German diplomats and Bolshevik leaders. Meanwhile, the Western democracies that were allied in the fight against Germany, enraged over the Russian withdrawal from the war and fearful of the bad example of the Bolshevik Revolution, hoped to overturn the Soviet Republic by setting up an economic blockade, which was supplemented by military intervention designed to assist anti-Bolshevik forces that were beginning a bloody civil war in the Russian countryside. This generated fierce repression of the opposition political parties. When it became clear that the Russian capitalists were also working to sabotage the economy, a policy of rapid nationalizations was initiated. This expropriation of industry, according to Victor Serge, verging ever closer to a total nationalization, placed an increasingly numerous population of workers within the responsibility of the socialist state, and compelled it hastily to establish a body of functionaries, managers, and administrators who could not be recruited straight away from among the working class. The bureaucracy was born, and was rapidly becoming a threat. 27 The sweeping nationalizations established what became known as war communism, and there was at the time a tendency among communists to romanticize this period, which undoubtedly was characterized by considerable idealism and heroism. Stephen Cohen provides this stark summary of its negative features. The experience of civil war and war communism profoundly altered both the party and the emerging political system. The party's democratic norms of 1917, as well as its almost libertarian and reformist profile of early 1918, gave way to a ruthless fanaticism, rigid authoritarianism, and pervasive militarization of life on every level. Victimized was not only internal party democracy, but also the decentralized forms of popular control created throughout the country in 1917 from local Soviets to factory committees. Bolsheviks professed to see no choice because, as Bukharin declared, the Republic is an armed camp. As part of this process, the party's attitude toward its political rivals changed, moving from reluctant tolerance at the outset, to expulsion of other socialist parties from the Soviets in June 1918, and finally an outburst of terror following the assassination of several Bolsheviks and an attempt on Lenin's life on August 30, 1918. Repression by the security police, the Cheka, added a new dimension to Soviet political life. 28. Lenin's earlier assertion that there should be means for voting Bolsheviks out of power took on a grim meaning when under civil war conditions in Baku Con 273-273. Scientists Bolsheviks who agreed to step down after being outvoted in local Soviet elections were subsequently shot by their enemies. Karl Radek pointed out that it must have been evident not only to the Russian Mensheviks, but to their stupid Western imitators, that if the Russian workers' dictatorship with its terror collapsed, its place would be taken, not by democracy, but by the white terror of Kolchak and Denikin. 29 Despite the ferocity of the civil war, however, the ban on left-wing opposition parties was not yet complete or permanent. Those not engaged in activity to overturn the regime by force and violence were allowed to maintain a precarious legal existence and even to seek election to the Soviets. Yet by the end of 1919, Lev Kamina observed that the Soviet plenary sessions as political organizations often waste away, the people busy themselves with purely mechanical chores. General Soviet sessions are seldom called, and when the deputies meet, it is only to accept a report, listen to a speech, and the like. 30 This political reality was in large measure the reflection of an even greater socio-economic calamity. The economy had collapsed, and hunger tightened its hands around the entire country. The vital social force that had made the revolution ceased to be an active political factor. As Lenin explained, an industrial proletariat. In our country, owing to the war and the desperate poverty and ruin, has become déclassé, i.e., dislodged from its class groove, and has ceased to be a proletariat. Since large-scale capitalist industry has been destroyed, since the factories and works are still at a standstill, the proletariat has disappeared. Sometimes it was considered to exist autheally, but it was not bound together by economic roots. Many working-class Bolsheviks were not only forced to abandon idle factories but were also drawn into the new Red Army and the growing state apparatus, where so much desperately needed to be done. Thus, what was left of the working class no longer contained the vast numbers of politically experienced conscious workers who had been so crucial to the functioning of the class as a self-conscious and self-acting political force. This was reflected in the changing composition of the Bolshevik Party, In 1917, 60% were engaged in manual occupations, but by 1923 only 15% were. 31 It was in this period that dictatorship of the proletariat came to be equated with the dictatorship of the Communist Party, not only in fact but also in official statements of the Bolshevik leadership. By 1921 Lenin was saying, ruin, want, and the hard conditions of life give rise to vacillation, one day for the bourgeoisie, the next, for the proletariat. Only the steeled proletarian vanguard is capable of withstanding and overcoming this vacillation. 32 In the same year Trotsky aired the following elaboration. 274. It is only with the aid of the party, which rests upon the whole history of its past, which foresees theoretically the path of development, all its stages, and which extracts from it the necessary formula of action, that the proletariat frees itself from the need of always recommencing its history, its hesitations, its lack of decision, its mistakes. Under the form of the struggle against despotic centralism and against stifling discipline, a fight takes place for the self-preservation of various groups and subgroupings of the working class, for their petty interests, with their petty ward leaders and their local oracles. The entire working class, while preserving its cultural originality and its political nuances, can act methodically and firmly without remaining in the tow of events and directing each time its mortal blows against the weak sectors of its enemies, on the condition that at its head, above the wards, the districts, the groups, there is an apparatus which is centralized and bound together by iron discipline. 33. In 1921 new developments profoundly contributed to the further drift of the Communist Party away from its earlier character. Until then, it had maintained an intensely democratic internal life. If anything, the crises of the Soviet Republic had generated fiercer disagreements and debates within it than ever before, with factions known as the Left Communists, the Democratic Centralists, and the workers' opposition of Alexander Shlyapnikov and Alexandra Kollontai. These factional groupings openly and sharply challenged, sometimes with pamphlets and periodicals, the party leadership and its government policies. In January, Lenin voiced concern that the fever of factionalism was becoming chronic and dangerous. Particularly anxious about what he perceived as romantically utopian demands for working-class control of decision-making being advanced by the workers' opposition, he initiated measures to limit this faction's influence. Yet he continued to support the right of party members to form inter-party groups. To form ourselves into diarrhent groups, is of course permissible. But it must be done within the limits of communism and in such a way as not to provoke laughter. Expressing the hope that the party is learning not to blow up its disagreements, he approvingly quoted Trotsky's suggestion that ideological struggle within the party does not mean mutual ostracism but mutual influence. 34 Within a few weeks, however, the situation changed drastically. Two developments coincided in March, as the 10th Party Congress was convening, to push the Bolsheviks in a less democratic direction than ever, the decision to initiate the new economic policy, and the Kronstadt uprising. The economic chaos and bottlenecks, created in large measure by the bungling of the inexperienced bureaucracy as a result of the rapid and sweeping nationalizations, had convinced a majority of the Bolshevik leaders of the need to retreat. This took the form of 275. Re-establishing market relationships, encouraging the revival of widespread petty capitalism in the cities and especially the countryside, and completely dropping all pretenses which had flourished during the Civil War that Russia had somehow developed a new shortcut to communism. This would involve favoring the peasants and urban petty bourgeoisie at the expense of the urban laborers, but would begin to generate agricultural surpluses that, with the help of market relationships, would find their way into the cities. It would constitute a retreat nonetheless, which the Bolsheviks feared would turn into a rout if panic was sown among pre-revolutionary sectors and if anti-communist elements were encouraged to view the regime as vacillating and unstable. As party members were beginning to consider and debate this proposal, however, sailors, soldiers, and workers at the Kronstadt naval base, impatient with economic shortages and dictatorial restrictions, rose up, arms in hand, calling on the workers and peasants of Russia to carry out a new revolution that would re-establish Soviet democracy, which some interpreted as Soviets without communists. They were able to count on Menshevik, socialist revolutionary, and anarchist support, and anti-communist forces and governments watched expectantly from abroad. The uprising was brutally suppressed, but the Bolsheviks were deeply shocked by such a visible erosion of their popular support and by how close they seemed after winning the decisive battles of the Civil War to the abyss of counter-revolution. 35 The 10th Congress, convinced that the revolution's survival depended on a firm demonstration of intransigent determination and unity, adopted an orientation that definitively banned all opposition parties. It also banned any factions within the Communist Party. Years later, Trotsky was to write, not until the 10th Party Congress, held under conditions of blockade and famine, growing peasant unrest, and the first stages of NEP which had unleashed petty bourgeois tendencies, was consideration given to the possibility of resorting to such an exceptional measure as the banning of factions. It is possible to regard the decision of the 10th Congress as a grave necessity. But in the light of later events, one thing is absolutely clear: the banning of factions brought the heroic history of Bolshevism to an end and made way for its bureaucratic degeneration. 36 The delegates to the 10th Congress, however, were eager to prevent this development and therefore wrote into the resolution banning factions a lengthy section on the need for the party to fight with all the means at its disposal against the evils of bureaucracy and for the extension of democracy and initiative. Because criticism of the party's shortcomings was absolutely necessary, according to the resolution, a periodical discussion bulletin and other such avenues were promised for expressing these criticisms. What is more, leaders of the banned factions were included on the newly elected Central Committee. 37. 276-276. It is worth looking at Lenin's statements during the discussion of this question. He argued that the 1921 crisis of the Soviet Republic undoubtedly demands of the ruling party of communists and of the leading revolutionary elements of the proletariat a different attitude to the one we have time and again displayed over the past year. It is a danger that undoubtedly calls for much greater unity and discipline. It undoubtedly requires that we should pull hard together. Otherwise we shall not cope with the dangers that have fallen to our lot. In the ensuing debate, he re-emphasized the temporary and emergency nature of the measure. Comrades, this is no time to have an opposition. Either you are on this side, or on the other, but then your weapon must be a gun. This follows from the objective situation and you must not blame us for it. Comrades, let's not have an opposition just now. 38 At the same time, the crisis had stirred some Bolsheviks to advance proposals that would tighten up the party even more. For example, David Ryazanov put forward an amendment that would forbid any future elections to the Central Committee on the basis of different platforms submitted to the Party Congress. Lenin responded, "I think that the desire of Comrade Ryazanov is unfortunately not realizable. If fundamental disagreements exist on a question, we cannot deprive members of the Central Committee of the right to address themselves to the party. I cannot imagine how we can do this. The present Congress can in no way and in no form engage the elections to the next Congress. And if, for example, questions like the Brest-Litovsk peace arise, can we guarantee that such questions will not arise? It cannot be guaranteed. It is possible that it will be necessary to elect by platform. That's quite clear. I do not think we have the power to prohibit this. If we are united by our resolution on unity, and, of course, the development of the revolution, there will be no repetition of elections according to platforms. The lesson we have learned at this Congress will not be forgotten. But if circumstances should give rise to fundamental disagreements, can we prohibit them from being brought before the judgment of the whole party? No, we cannot. This is an excessive desire, which is impracticable, and I move that we reject it." 39. More than this, the 10th Congress voted not for prohibition of tendency groupings in the party, but for the complete prohibition of all factionalism, defined as the formation of groups with separate platforms, striving to a certain degree to segregate and create their own group discipline. The classic, though perhaps the most extreme, example of this had been the existence of Bolshevik and Menshevik factions within the pre-1912 Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. It was this that had to be prevented. E. H. Carr comments, thus groups were not in themselves illegitimate, factions were. On the other hand, as a recent communist commentator, Bernie Taft, has pointed out, a distorted version of the 10th Con 277-277. Gress decision became the norm later. In Stalin's days, the tendency grew to treat all opposition, all differences of view, all groupings however transitory, fluid, and open, as factions. 40 Yet even under Lenin, the tightening up was beginning to transform disciplined quantity into authoritarian quality. Victor Serge later recalled. Totalitarianism did not yet exist as a word, as an actuality it began to press hard on us, even without our being aware of it. What with the political monopoly, the Cheka and the Red Army, all that now existed of the commune state of our dreams was a theoretical myth. The war, the internal measures against counter-revolution, and the famine had killed Soviet democracy. How could it revive and when? The party lived in the certain knowledge that the slightest relaxation of its authority could give the day to reaction. 41. Serge also pinpointed a related problem. The state of siege had now entered the party itself, which was increasingly run from the top, by the secretaries. We were at a loss to find a remedy for this bureaucratization. We knew that the party had been invaded by careerist, adventurist and mercenary elements who came over in swarms to the side that had the power. Within the party the sole remedy of this evil had to be, and in fact was, the discreet dictatorship of the old, honest, and incorruptible members, in other words the old guard. 42 Yet even elements of this old guard were not immune from the corrupting influences of bureaucratic power and opportunistic impulses, the inclination to adapt to their environment or even to seek personal power and material comforts at the expense of revolutionary principle. Victor Serge and Natalia Sedova, both of whom were in a position to observe Lenin at fairly close range, later summarized how he responded to the growth of this new crisis of Bolshevism, which was also very much his own crisis. Lenin's speeches and writings of 1921-2, while still self-assured and authoritative, did not conceal his uneasiness and occasional bitterness. Reminiscences by his contemporaries show that Vladimir Ilyich was, like so many people he attacked, highly critical of the conduct and outlook of those party leaders who favored a bureaucratic dictatorship. At times, Lenin was brutally frank in his defense of the people, a brutality that no doubt reflected his anguish. "What mistakes we have made," he said repeatedly. "It would be criminal to deny that we have exceeded all bounds." Or again, "Our attempt to implement socialism here and now has failed. The dictatorship shows that never before has the proletariat been in such a desperate situation. We must abandon the construction of socialism and fall back on state capitalism in many economic spheres. We are uncouth, we live in administrative chaos, in waves of illegality." He coined words like komjvanso and komvranio. He compared some party leaders to those brutal satraps of the old regime who had been dubbed Derzhimirdosh, after the repulsive bully in Gogol's satire. 43. Lenin did more than figuratively wring his hands over the situation, however. He energetically looked for ways to counteract it, proposing a variety of government reforms, and finally, while seriously ill, in the period just before his death, forming a covert alliance with Trotsky to wage a struggle against what he viewed as dangerously bureaucratic policies represented in the top party leadership by the increasingly dominant triumvirate of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. In his last written statement to the party, dictated when he was almost totally incapacitated, he went so far as to denounce Stalin for being disloyal to the party and to urge his removal from the powerful position of General Secretary. When he died, in early 1924, however, it became clear that he had failed to reverse the situation. 44. This failure was shared by those, like Trotsky, who attempted to combat the phenomenon that came to be known as Stalinism. Yet it was not possible to overcome this darkening crisis within the borders of a bleeding and devastated Russia. It could be dispelled only by what Lenin had called a special brightness, the brightness of the victories of the International Proletarian Revolution. 45 The Communist International had been established precisely to help bring this about. And it was through this body that revolutionaries throughout the world were educated in what came to be known as the principles of the Leninist Party. We must therefore turn our attention, at least briefly, to an examination of the principles which in fact were a blend of distilled Bolshevik wisdom and a reflection of the Bolshevik crisis in which these revolutionaries were educated. 3. Communist International. Even a modest history of the Third International under Lenin would require a separate study. There already exist several works, of varying quality, that deal with this topic. 46. In the several pages that follow, however, it will be possible only to touch on several limited points having to do with the nature of the Leninism that was transmitted to the newly organized world communist movement. Bertram Wolfe, who saw the rising movement as something new, malleable, fresh, spontaneous, and open, later described the impact that Bolshevism had inspired among revolutionaries, old survivors, and young converts alike, from all lands. Men and women turned in the midst of the darkness of universal war toward the beacon of hope they thought they saw shining from the Kremlin towers. They had been shocked to their inmost depths by the failure of all their institutions. 279. From the churches of the Prince of Peace to the Socialist International. Socialists looked toward Moscow for the redemption of the sullied honor of their movement. Impatient rebels had long fretted at the slowness with which the 19th and 20th century had been realizing their dreams, and were now shocked by the speed with which the civilized world had relapsed into brutality. In his first decree, Lenin had called to the world for peace and world revolution simultaneously. From all the ends of the earth, across mountains and seas, through shell-torn battlefields and past centuries, they found their way to answer Lenin's call. Victor Serge, one of the impatient rebels who was in the center of the Communist International in its earliest years, recalls, "The first days of the International were days of heroic camaraderie. We lived in boundless hope. There were rumblings of revolution in the whole of Europe. The Third International of the early days, for which fought and many died, which filled the prisons with martyrs, was in reality a great moral and political force, not only because following the war the workers' revolution was on the ascendant in Europe and was very nearly victorious in several countries, but because it brought together a multitude of passionate, sincere, devoted minds determined to live and die for communism." 47. In early 1919, the founding Congress adopted the Manifesto of the Communist International to the Workers of the World, drafted by Trotsky. This document clearly established the revolutionary internationalist basis for the new organization. 72 years ago the Communist Party proclaimed its program to the world in the form of a manifesto written by the greatest heralds of the proletarian revolution, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The epoch of final, decisive struggle has come later than the apostles of the socialist revolution had expected and hoped. But it has come. We communists, the representatives of the revolutionary proletariat of the various countries of Europe, America, and Asia who have gathered in Soviet Moscow, feel and consider ourselves to be the heirs and consummators of the cause whose program was armed 72 years ago. Our task is to generalize the revolutionary experience of the working class, to purge the movement of the corroding admixture of opportunism and social patriotism, to unify the efforts of all genuinely revolutionary parties of the world proletariat and thereby facilitate and hasten the victory of the communist revolution throughout the world. If the First International presaged the future course of development and indicated its paths, if the Second International gathered and organized millions of workers, then the Third International is the international of open mass action, the international of revolutionary realization, the international of the deed. We summon the men and women of all countries to unite under the communist banner which is already the banner of the first great victories. 48. At the Second Congress, in 1920, Lenin presented a draft for statutes of the Communist International, which underscored key aspects of this orientation, the 280. Communist International once and for all breaks with the tradition of the Second International, which recognized only white-skinned peoples. The aim of the Communist International is the liberation of the working people of the whole world. In its ranks the Communist International unites white, yellow, and black-skinned working people in brotherhood. The Communist International knows that in order to hasten victory, must have a strongly centralized organization. In reality and in action the Communist International must be a single universal communist party, the parties in each country acting as its sections. The organizational apparatus of the Communist International must guarantee the working people of every country the opportunity to receive maximum assistance at any time from the organized proletarians of other countries. 49 Many different elements are combined and compressed in these statements, which were developed and elaborated in the numerous debates, theses, resolutions, and manifestos of the Communist International's first 4 congresses. Reading through these and related materials, one finds an incredibly rich pooling of experience, analyses, and insights almost breathtaking in their historical and geographical sweep, and impressive in their great attention to detail. Not surprisingly, there were contradictory elements, troubling ambiguities, and grave limitations as well. Focusing on these, many commentators have conveyed the impression that there is little of enduring merit in all of these documents, that even from its earliest period the Third International was at best a fiasco, if not a diabolical plot of the Bolsheviks to dupe millions of idealists for the purpose of establishing a totalitarian empire. We need not blind ourselves to the International's inevitable shortcomings in order to see the utter falseness of this interpretation. Reviewing the immense work of this body led by Lenin and the Bolsheviks, revolutionaries of our own time can find much that remains vibrant and relevant. Much of the International's work involved the effort to communicate the decades of accumulated Bolshevik experience and to apply these lessons on a world scale in the new context in which revolutionaries of 1919 to 1922 found themselves. We can find the insistence that a revolutionary vanguard must split away from reformist and even vacillating centrist forces, establishing a distinct and cohesive party around the revolutionary Marxist program. At the same time, there is considerable stress on the need for such a vanguard to be organically rooted in the working class, which often meant participating in non-revolutionary organizations and institutions, whether reformist trade unions or bourgeois democratic parliaments, as well as being willing to form united fronts with moderate social democratic parties and others in the immediate and daily struggles of the working class. In addition to a rejection of economism and narrow workerism, there is an in 281 insistence that the struggles of oppressed groups, such as women, national minorities, and poor peasants, be embraced by communist parties, that the struggle against imperialism and war be central to the work of the revolutionary vanguard, that a lively sense of solidarity with the workers and oppressed of all other countries animate the life of each section of the Communist International. And of course there is the underlying assumption, frequently made explicit, that all of this can be done in such a way with sensitivity to national peculiarities and practical possibilities, with a blending of organizational discipline and the creative initiatives of party members as to generate widespread socialist consciousness and mass actions capable of putting revolution on the agenda. On the other hand, in a serious examination of the Third International's early history, one also finds the development of problems. In 1915, Lenin and Zinoviev had written in their pamphlet Socialism and War that it is perfectly obvious that to create an international Marxist organization, there must be a readiness to form independent Marxist parties in the various countries. The immediate future will show whether the conditions are mature for the formation of a new and Marxist international. If they are, our party will gladly join such a Third International, purged of opportunism and chauvinism. If they are not, then that will show a more or less protracted period of evolution is needed for that purging to be effected. By 1919, however, the Bolsheviks no longer felt able to wait for a more or less protracted period of evolution. 50 They decided it was absolutely necessary to force the pace, and while the Bolshevik Revolution gave them the authority and material resources required, the organic developments that could result in independent Marxist parties were not always present in each country. This situation was exacerbated by the point we have seen Lenin making in 1920, about how the Communist International must be a single universal communist party, the parties in each country acting as its sections. Lenin's impulse was egalitarian. He referred to the International as an alliance of the parties which are leading the most revolutionary movement in the world, but the degree of centralization dramatically exceeded that of the First and Second Internationals. The International Alliance of Parties was supposed to meet yearly at the World Congress, which was the supreme decision-making body and which was to elect and oversee the work of an executive committee. Yet the executive committee directs the entire work of the Communist International from one Congress to another, when necessary publishes appeals in the name of the Communist International and issues instructions which are binding on all parties and organizations alliated to the Communist International. This executive committee had the right 282-282 to demand that parties expel groups or individuals who violate international discipline, to expel entire parties, and to set up technical and other auxiliary departments, answerable only to the committee, in the various countries. 51. Such a situation would not necessarily lead to disastrous situations, assuming that the Executive Committee of the Communist International and its STA had a high level of political sensitivity, understanding, and maturity. Yet this was not always the case. The most capable people in the Russian party as well as in the parties of other countries often could not be spared for full-time work with the ECCI. Of course, Zinoviev, Radek, and Bukharin assigned from the Russian party to direct its work were certainly extremely talented. As one American representative to the ECCI, James P. Cannon, later wrote, they were the veterans who were schooled in the doctrine and knew the world movement, especially the European section of it, from study and first-hand experience in their years of exile. In addition, they had the commanding moral authority which accrues by right to the leaders of a victorious revolution. But for every capable person there were others like Belakan, Joseph Pogany, and Matyas Rákosi, refugees from the failed Hungarian Revolution who more often than not blurred together their own mistaken views and methods with the principles of Bolshevism. Among the Russians assuming responsible positions in the work of the ECCI, most had risen dramatically from quite humble roles in the Russian revolutionary movement. Even Gregory Zinoviev, the International's president, while in many ways immensely capable, energetic, and brilliant, tended to veil his own limitations with extreme arrogance and high-handedness. The bulk of those working under him, according to Pierre Brouet, were people whose experience was limited, if not rudimentary, and leftist tendencies were rife among them. They did not know the workers' movement in Western Europe well and were instead permeated by a belief in the superiority of the Russian experience, of which they enjoyed the results. The capable leader of the German Communist Party, Paul Levi, was moved to complain that to our knowledge, in virtually every country in which such emissaries are at work the dissatisfaction with them is the same. They never work with, but always behind the backs of, and quite frequently against, the domestic party's Central Committee. Moscow listens only to them. Levi's judgment may contain exaggeration, but there are ample cases especially in Germany itself that confirm it at least in part. 52. Even some of the less negative aspects of the ECCI's interventions had negative consequences. By itself, for example, the German Communist Party could have afforded to maintain only 4 periodicals and a paid staff of 12 people. Thanks to financial assistance from the International, the German Communists published 27 daily newspapers and paid 200 full-time personnel. Heinrich Brand 283. Hitler, then a leader of the organization, later commented, without the financial help of the Comintern we would have been developing in a much healthier manner. Before, we were publishing a few newspapers with pennies contributed by workers. We were dependent on workers, we had to be in constant touch with them, and we could not have embarked on enterprises which were above our real political strength. All this changed from the moment we received money from the Comintern. Our financial means were all the time greater than our political possibilities, and we began to judge our strength and importance according to the length of our purse and not according to the support of the workers. This was bound to lead to disaster. 53. In more ways than one, the German Communist Party was severely damaged by the policies of the ECCI under Zinoviev's leadership. One of the most serious problems was that the party's course was determined less by the actual situation inside Germany than by the policies of the ECCI. Many see the situation as demonstrating that the principles developed by Lenin in Russia are inapplicable for a more advanced country, like Germany. After all, in his polemic with Karl Kosky, Lenin had asserted that Bolshevism has created the ideological and tactical foundations of the Third International and that Bolshevism can serve as a model of tactics for all. 54. The German Communist Party obviously failed to make a revolution, therefore Lenin's claims are seen to be invalidated. Yet it should be clear that the German party in fact did not function according to the actual, historical Bolshevik model. The Russian party grew organically out of the Russian experience, and did not develop on the basis of directives and financial aid from abroad. We see in these negative policies of the ECCI not an application of the Bolshevik model, but rather a reflection of the post-1917 crisis of Bolshevism and the Soviet Republic. Unfortunately for the Soviet Republic, Zinoviev was not able to command or buy a German revolution into existence. The policies he promoted undermined the organization that might ultimately have been able to lead such a revolution. 55. They also helped introduce a profound distortion into what came to be known as Leninism within the world communist movement. If we examine how the Communist International sometimes define the term democratic centralism, we find a similar problem. As historian S. A. Smith notes, this principle was not a distinctly Bolshevik one, but in Russia was accepted by the labor movement as a whole. Democratic centralism did not represent a coherent set of organizational rules, it was rather a vague principle of democratic decision-making, combined with centralized execution of decisions taken. We have seen that it was embraced by Bolsheviks and Mensheviks alike, and even a trade union conference before the Bolshevik Revolution could assert that the trade unions 284 should function according to democratic centralism in order to ensure the participation of every member in the affairs of the Union and, at the same time, unity in the leadership of the struggle. Yet in 1920, in a document drafted by Zinoviev for the Second Congress of the Communist International, the term is defined in a manner that has little in common with this traditional usage but is more in line with the desperate situation that developed after 1917. As one Bolshevik commentator later recounted, in the period of the Civil War and of war communism the whole of the Bolshevik Party was converted into a military camp, and frequently the decisions of the Central Committee were carried out as military orders. Reflecting this, the relevant passage in Zinoviev's draft reads as follows: the Communist Party must be organized on the basis of democratic centralism. The main principles of democratic centralism are that higher bodies are elected by lower bodies, all directives of higher bodies are absolutely binding on subordinate bodies, and a powerful party center exists whose authority between congresses is unquestioned by all leaders of the party. 56. In the following year, however, the Third Congress attempted to provide a better definition. The democratic centralism of the Communist Party organization should be a real synthesis, a fusion of centralism and proletarian democracy. This fusion can be achieved only when the party organization works and struggles at all times together, as a united whole. This was contrasted to formal, mechanical centralization, with the explanation that formal or mechanical centralization would mean the centralization of power in the hands of the party bureaucracy, allowing it to dominate the other members of the party or the proletarian masses which are outside the party. This mechanical centralization was unambiguously rejected. Also rejected was a formal kind of democracy that divided an organization into the active functionaries and the passive masses. Democratic centralism was supposed to mean centralization of communist activity, i.e., the creation of a leadership that is strong and active and at the same time flexible, as well as the active participation of working people. 57. Yet Lenin expressed misgivings about the 1921 resolution. I am prepared to subscribe to every one of its 50 or more points, he commented at the Fourth Congress, in 1922. But we have not learned how to present our Russian experience to foreigners. He suggested that the foreign comrades have signed without reading and understanding the resolution, yet he expressed the thought that they cannot be content with hanging it in a corner like an icon and praying to it. Nothing can be achieved that way. Elaborating, Lenin argued that the resolution is an excellent one, but it is almost entirely Russian, that is to say, everything in it is based on Russian conditions. That is its good point, but it is also its failing. Even if the 285 foreign comrades read the lengthy document, it would be extremely difficult to understand it. And if by way of exception some foreigner does understand it, he cannot carry it out. Arguing that, nonetheless, the other communists of the world must assimilate part of the Russian experience, Lenin confessed, just how that will be done, I do not know. He thought that they might ultimately accomplish this on the basis of their own experience, but added that we Russians must also find ways and means of explaining the principles of this resolution to the foreigners. Unless we do that, it will be absolutely impossible for them to carry it out. 58 In all of this anguished groping, it seems clear that Lenin, convinced that Bolshevism could not be transmitted through commands or idolization, felt that an understanding of texts on organization can be achieved only if their organic relationship to specific social and political contexts is understood. This understanding must then be translated into one's own specific cultural, social, and political environment. If one was to follow the Bolshevik model, one would have to do more than vote for and worship lengthy theses of the Communist International, loyally but blindly endorsing the ideas of the Russian communists. Rather, it would be necessary to develop a native variant of Bolshevism through one's own experience and struggles that could duplicate the Russian model by being as rooted in one's own traditions and one's own working class as had been Lenin's party. Lenin had made a similar point earlier. It is now essential that communists in every country should quite consciously take into account the concrete features which struggle assumes and must invariably assume in each country, in conformity with the special character of its economics, politics, culture, and national composition. 59 As we can see, however, it was not a simple thing for loyal communists to achieve the kind of balanced approach Lenin sought to convey. Many attempted to do this. One of these was described many years later by Harry Braverman. He spoke to us in the accents of the Russian Revolution and of the Leninism which had gone forth from the Soviet Union in the 20s and the 30s. But there was in his voice something more which attracted us. And that was the echoes of the radicalism of the pre-World War I years, the popular radicalism of Debs, Haywood, and John Reed. And he spoke with great force and passion. 60 This was James P. Cannon, one of the founders of American communism, one of many who, as he himself put it, learned to do away forever with the idea that a revolutionary movement, aiming at power, can be led by people who practice socialism as an avocation. Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Radek, Bukharin, these were our teachers. We began to be educated in an entirely different spirit from the old lackadaisical socialist party, in the spirit of revolutionists who take ideas and program very seriously. Moreover, in Can. 286 Non's opinion, the honest and capable help we got from Lenin, Trotsky and the whole Comintern in 1921 and 1922 on the trade union question, and on the underground and legal questions, enabled us to solve the problems and liquidate the old factional fights. There was another vital question on which, Cannon has argued, the influence of the Communist International was highly beneficial. Even before the First World War and the Russian Revolution, Lenin and the Bolsheviks were distinguished from all other tendencies in the international socialist and labor movement by their concern with the problems of oppressed nations and national minorities, and armative support of their struggles for freedom, independence, and the right of self-determination. After November 1917, this new doctrine, with special emphasis on the Negroes, began to be transmitted to the American Communist movement with the authority of the Russian Revolution behind it. The Russians in the Comintern started on the American Communists with the harsh, insistent demand that they shake their own unspoken prejudices, pay attention to the special problems and grievances of the American Negroes, go to work among them, and champion their cause in the white community. Cannon sums up the early influence of the Communist International in this way: the power the Russians exerted over the American movement in that early time was ideological, not administrative. They changed and reshaped the thinking of the young American communists by explanation and persuasion, not by command, and the edict was clarifying and enlightening, and altogether beneficent for the provincial American movement. 61. It could be argued that, since he remained a Leninist until the day he died, Cannon was tailoring reality to his ideological preferences. Yet his account of the early experience of American communists coincides, in large measure, with what one can cull from the posthumously published memoirs of his erstwhile comrade Bertram D. Wolfe, who became a professional anti-Leninist for the last 3 decades of his life. According to Wolfe, before 1925 it was not the case that all important decisions for the American Communist Party were being made in Moscow. In fact, in the early 1920s, the first decisions made in Moscow were salutary and beneficial. He continues, "I rejoiced that the Communist International had pressured us to end our factionalism and set up an open, legal, unified party." He also explains, "However much we were inspired by Lenin's success in Russia and by the revolutionary movements that seemed to be sweeping through Central Europe, we had no thought of becoming a mere adjunct and agency of the Russian Communist Party. Even though we were beginning to get peremptory notes from Zinoviev and not too knowledgeable, but forceful and didactic, letters from Lenin, I still believed that they were intended only as helpful suggestions." 287. Often exciting ones, and as successful examples to imitate after adapting them to American conditions, but not as categorical commands. 62. The fact remains that the dominance of the Russian party within the Communist International was unquestioned. Lenin himself was quite explicit about this, although he sought to articulate it with a distinctly non-authoritarian balance. Leadership in the Revolutionary Proletarian International has passed for a short time, it goes without saying, to the Russians, just as at various periods of the 19th century it was in the hands of the British, then of the French, then of the Germans. Zinoviev made a similar point to a young foreign communist who had come to Moscow to work on the sta of the ECCI. Abroad there is frequent talk about a Moscow dictatorship over the Comintern. You will see for yourself that we would be overly happy if the foreigners would take upon their shoulders part of this dictatorship. It is too bad that they do so little of it. I hope someday we will be able to transfer the entire dictatorship to you foreigners, and shift the executive committee from Moscow to Berlin or Paris." Typically, however, he linked this with the emphasis on the central authority of the ECCI. On the 5th anniversary of the Third International he stressed the need to work still more consciously and methodically at the strengthening of international discipline within our ranks and at converting the Comintern into a really unified international communist party, guided by one center for the time being for a very short time, from Moscow, such a center being transferred to a country with a more numerous proletariat upon the first decisive victory over the bourgeoisie. 63. It seems clear that Zinoviev sincerely hoped that such prophecies would come to pass, and that he had a genuine concern for the success of revolutionary movements and struggles in other countries. "It is painful to blunder within one's own party," he wrote shortly after Lenin's death, but still more fearful was Lenin of making mistakes that would eat the workers of other countries. He first of all imparted to us this feeling of devoutness to the heirs of the International. He taught us to approach the questions which eat the German peasants and the Chinese coolies, the American Negroes and the French workers with a warm heart and a cool head. "Look long before you jump, for it is the sacred cause of the working classes of the whole world." This is what he taught us. 64. In the mid-1920s, when it became clear that Stalin was determined to subordinate revolutionary internationalism to the bureaucratically defined national interests of the Soviet Union, Zinoviev became a leading oppositionist. From shortly before Lenin's death until 1925, however, he and Stalin were closely allied and shared authoritarian organizational impulses. Thus Zinoviev played a mixed role in the life of the International of which he was president. Increasingly, he gave Leninism an authoritarian twist, as we have 288. Seen from his definition of democratic centralism. It will be of great benefit for the parties of all countries, he commented, if they acquire a fear of the Communist International. On another occasion he asserted that the chief conclusion of the proletarian revolution is the need for an iron, organized and monolithic party. In his discussion of Lenin and the party at the time of Lenin's death, Zinoviev chose to underscore that the party should be built from above, with unlimited iron discipline and relentless iron discipline. According to Trotsky, Lenin had been a moderating influence on the centralist predilections of Zinoviev and others in the ECCI, but when Lenin ceased working, the ultra-centralist manner of handling questions was the one which triumphed. Victor Serge, who worked under Zinoviev, later recalled that in the International he was a man of shady little schemes, at home the exponent of repression. Into ideological struggles, he introduces intrigue and trickery in increasing doses, by gradual steps he introduces repression in the party. Another who worked under Zinoviev in the International, Alfred Rosmer, wrote in his memoirs of the Zinovievite Bolshevization undertaken immediately after Lenin's death, through which communism itself was reduced to the level of maneuver. All too often, practices that had little to do with the successful development of Bolshevism up through 1917 but that were now deemed to be expedient were elevated to the rank of principle and incorporated into what came to be known throughout the world as Leninism. 65 An additional element also assumed central importance in this period, which would have fateful and ultimately fatal consequences for the Communist International. It was expressed as early as 1924 in an article entitled Under the Leadership of Russia, by the Finnish communist and Comintern functionary O.W. Kosinen. Renegades and enemies repeatedly accused the Communist International of aiding the foreign policy of Soviet Russia, wrote Kosinen. To us as communists it would be a matter of joy to be able to render efficient aid to the socialist power of the Soviets. He also emphasized that the Communist International possesses in the Russian leadership, in the person of its chairman and of the Russian delegation as well as of the Central Committee of the RCP, an accumulated stock of far-reaching revolutionary experience, of Marxian leadership and of proven ability, which are requisite to the historic tasks of the Communist International. 66 Yet what if the Russian leadership, while maintaining revolutionary Marxist pretenses, would become cynical about revolutionary movements in other countries and make foreign policy decisions simply on the basis of narrowly perceived national self-interest? Throughout the latter half of the 1920s, internal factional fights in the Russian Communist Party were to have devastating repercussions throughout the COM 289. Communist International, particularly as the triumphant Stalin faction imposed its own authoritarian interpretation of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. By the 1930s many revolutionaries who did not believe that healthy and indigenous communist parties could develop by blindly following commands from Moscow, like James P. Cannon and Bertram D. Wolfe, found themselves expelled. Some, like Wolfe, became bitterly disillusioned, grew to hate the movement to which they had devoted the whole of their lives, and began identifying Bolshevism with the totalitarian order they perceived as developing under Stalin. They ultimately transferred their loyalties and energies to combating the communist threat through such bulwarks of Western democracy as the U.S. State Department and the Central Intelligence Agency. Others, like Cannon, remained true to the revolutionary commitments of their youth, laboring to retrieve the historic lessons of Bolshevism and the fundamental principles that guided Lenin. In this way they hoped to help advance the struggle for workers' democracy and socialism. For the millions of revolutionary-minded people, on the other hand, who remained loyal to a communist international under the leadership of Russia, the understanding of what constituted genuine principles of Leninist organization assumed a form that was qualitatively different from the principles that had guided the Bolsheviks in their own revolutionary struggle. For a note on Lenin's authority here, it may be useful to take up once again a question we addressed earlier, though now on a broader scale, the nature of Lenin's authority in the Russian Communist Party, which also came to be felt in the world communist movement as well as throughout Russia. There is little to suggest that Lenin was motivated by the desire to rule alone, as Robert V. Daniels has put it, or that he placed himself above democratic centralist norms after his party came to power. Yet his ideas and personality had immense influence. Even the reminiscences of ex-communists confirm Theodore Draper's comment that Lenin's personal influence was one of communism's most important assets in the early period following the Bolshevik Revolution. Observing Lenin at the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, in 1922, Max Eastman was moved to describe him as the most powerful man I ever saw on the platform. I do not know how to define the nature of his power, except to say that he is a granite mountain of sincerity. You feel that he is all there for you, you are receiving the whole man. Years later, although an ardent anti-communist, Eastman continued to feel that it was as though Lenin were taking us inside his mind and showing us how the truth looks. He was as selfless as any of the saints. Every 290 act and every judgment of his was directed toward that goal that, as a Marxist, he believed would free the world from its age-old miseries. 67 Another ex-communist, writing under the pseudonym Ypsilon, recalled that he has the ability to destroy the ideas of a man without touching the man himself. He himself does not hesitate to admit a blunder that he has committed, with complete frankness. There is no trace of personal vanity in him. Writing of Lenin as he was in 1921, at the Third Congress of the Communist International, he urges these impressions: what is the measure of this man's greatness? I believe it is the complete fusion of his own individual self with his historical task that has raised him above all others. This required the ability to solve the stupendous contradictions between the duties of a revolutionary statesman and the desires and dreams of a revolutionary idealist. In fact, this ability had become second nature. At the same time, however, Lenin had to guard against setting himself apart from his revolutionary comrades, and had to master the art of acting as a first among equals. This calls for continuous incessant self-control, a daily victory over the temptations of power. 68 Robert C. Tucker writes that events in the revolutionary period so often vindicated Lenin's political judgment that a saying became common in leading party circles: vote with Ilyich and you won't be wrong. Yet Lenin refused to accept this dynamic, which could seriously weaken the revolutionary fiber of his party. When one leading Bolshevik sent him a note that included the comment "the Central Committee c'est vous," Lenin felt compelled to object, pointing out, "On organizational and personal questions I have been in the minority countless times. You yourself saw many instances when you were a Central Committee member." Tucker comments that Lenin's authority in the final analysis derived from his extraordinary qualities as a revolutionary leader and political personality. Lenin believed that revolutionary leadership could be preserved not by force of power but by force of authority, by force of energy, by greater experience, greater versatility, and greater talentedness. Tucker comments, formally, he was on a par with the other full members, his vote counted for no more than theirs. The acceptance of Lenin's authority did not mean that the other leaders were indisposed to disagree with him on specific policy questions. Automatic acquiescence in his position was not expected. The whole previous history of Bolshevik leadership politics militate against any such dictatorial relationship of the leader to his followers. 69 And yet a growing element of adulation spontaneously arose after the Bolshevik Revolution. Ypsilon recalled that Lenin always concluded his speeches in a logical, never a rhetorical way. But whatever the ending, the ovations never ended, and 291. Unfailingly Lenin swore the same painful embarrassment each time. Quickly he would gather his papers together. Eyes lowered, face closed, he would disappear as fast as possible from sight. When he leaves the hall, all eyes follow him as if afraid to lose sight of his slight figure. Deeply disturbed by this and similar developments, Lenin discreetly took steps to curb it. "It's shameful," he commented to a trusted comrade. "They write about me, that I am like this and that and so on, exaggerating everything, calling me a genius, a kind of extraordinary man. There is an element of mysticism in all of this. All our lives we fought against exalting the individual, against the elevation of the single person. And here it comes up again, the glorification of one personality. This is not good at all. I am just like everybody else. This is superfluous and harmful, and goes against our conviction and our view on the role of personality. 70 After his death in early 1924, Lenin was converted into a kind of deity. His successor, Joseph Stalin, willingly assumed deification while still alive, and under the mantle of Lenin's most devoted pupil really did establish an iron grip over the party apparatus. Although all of this has been graced with the Leninist label, it has little in common with the thought and practice of Lenin himself. Respect for Lenin's ideas and impressive human qualities preclude transforming him into an icon. Genuine democratic centralism did not prevent those with greater experience and talent from earning an authority that made them first among equals, but under Lenin there was no place for those who were more equal than others. Leaders were also members of a party whose democratic norms applied to all. Tragically, this tradition was being undermined in Lenin's last years as the Bolsheviks were entangled in the mounting crisis overwhelming the Soviet Republic. His final illness and death removed an important obstacle to the further degeneration of Bolshevism. 5. Bureaucratization. After Lenin, the bureaucratic degeneration of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union cannot be understood if we attempt to tease it out of the particular ideas on organization that Lenin presented in 1902. Something more can be gained, however, if we turn to an even earlier text from Marx, The German Ideology, where it is argued that for communism the development of productive forces is an absolutely necessary practical premise, because without it want is merely made general, and with destitution the struggle for necessities and all the old filthy business would necessarily be reproduced. 90 years later, Trotsky utilized this insight and explained that the basis of bureaucratic rule is the poverty of society in objects of consumption, with the resulting struggle of each against all. When there is enough 292 goods in a store, the purchasers can come whenever they want to. When there is little goods, the purchasers are compelled to stand in line. When the lines are very long, it is necessary to appoint a policeman to keep order. Such is the starting point of the power of the Soviet bureaucracy. 71 The policemen/bureaucrats naturally made sure that their own needs were met first of all, and soon their function came to be not merely to keep order in the face of poverty, but also to defend their own material privileges. Although a ceiling was initially imposed on the earnings of communists working in the state and party apparatus, this party maximum, as it was called, was gradually made more elastic, especially with the inauguration of the new economic policy. A veteran of the Communist International, Joseph Berger, recalls that as long as Lenin was alive something more than lip service was paid to it. The change came with Stalin and his high material rewards to his supporters. In preparation for the final struggle with the opposition, the struggle against privilege was finally given up. 72 The opposition to which Berger refers was formed in 1926, containing such people as Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Krupskaya. They opposed policies advanced by Stalin, who had support from much of the party and state apparatus that subordinated revolutionary internationalism to the notion of creating socialism in one country. They also advocated a more conscientious plan for creating an industrial basis for the country's economic development, while improving the conditions of the workers and expanding their role in decision-making. More than this, they denounced the bureaucratic perversion of the party apparatus, warning that the methods of mechanical adjudication are preparing new splits and cleavages, new removals, new expulsions, new pressures with respect to the party as a whole. This system inevitably constricts the leading summit, reduces its authority and compels it to replace its ideological authority with doubled and tripled pressure. Genuine discipline is shaken apart and replaced by subordination to the influential figures in the apparatus. This opposition engaged in a series of fights for the defense or revival of a genuinely Leninist party, While many oppositionists finally capitulated in the face of immense pressures, thousands of heroic people endured hardship and ultimately death because they continued to resist. 73 Stalin's temporary ally in the fight against the oppositionists, Nikolai Bukharin, argued that their very existence as an opposition was intolerable because the party is unitary in its structure, that is, represents a structure excluding any independent and autonomous groups, functions, organized currents, etc. The opposition was crushed, with many being pressured into renouncing their views and the others being sent to prison camps. When Bukharin himself came into opposition against 293 new policies of Stalin, Stalin suppressed him, with the reminder that freedom for factional squabbling among groups of intellectuals is not inter-party democracy. After engineering Bukharin's defeat, Stalin declared, "When 99% of our party vote for the party and against the opposition, that is real, genuine proletarian unity as there has not been in our party before." 74 Leopold Trepper, a dedicated communist who was to organize the heroic anti-Nazi espionage network known as the Red Orchestra during World War II, lived in Moscow during this transitional period. His later reminiscences are worthy of note. During Lenin's lifetime, political life among the Bolsheviks was always very animated. At the congresses, in the plenums, at the meetings of the Central Committee, militants said frankly what they thought. This democratic and often bitter clash of opinions gave the party its cohesion and vitality. From the moment Stalin extended his power over the party machine, however, even old Bolsheviks no longer dared to oppose his decisions or even discuss them. Some kept silent and swore inwardly, others withdrew from active political life. Worse, many militants publicly supported Stalin's positions although they did not approve of them. This terrible hypocrisy accelerated the inner demoralization of the party. Along with the cult of Stalin there developed the cult of the party. The party cannot be wrong, the party never makes a mistake, you cannot be right if you oppose the party. The party is sacred. Whatever the party says through the mouth of its Secretary General is the gospel truth. To question it is sacrilege. There is no salvation outside the party, and if you are not with the party, you are against it. These were the unspoken truths that were beaten into the heads of skeptics. As for heretics, they were doomed to excommunication. 75. In 1938 Max Schachtman made an interesting point. In the days of illegality and thin purses, under Tsarist despotism the Russian party nevertheless held 4 regular congresses between July 1903 and May 1907. In the revolutionary period, between the overthrow of the Tsar and the death of Lenin, the party held 8 regular party congresses. Under the Stalinist bureaucracy, the Bolshevik party has been allowed to meet in Congress only 4 times in more than 13 years. The party met more often under the Tsar. 76 In terms of program, morale, and internal organizational norms and activity, the party of Lenin had under the banner of Leninism passed out of existence. But the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was to be debolshevized in more ways than these. The extreme stresses of industrialization and the degree of violence. 294 with which the peasantry was repressed during the collectivization process created a dynamic resulting in a massive purge of the party, accompanied by arrests, executions, and imprisonment for perhaps 500,000 party members. Although 40% of the delegates to the 17th Party Congress, in 1934, had been Bolsheviks in 1917, this figure had dropped to 5% at the 1939 18th Party Congress. Of all the members of the Bolshevik Central Committee of 1917, only Stalin remained in the party leadership after the purges. 77 new studies are beginning to appear on this period that deserve close attention. J. Archgetty, in a challenging interpretation of the Great Purges of the 1930s, has suggested that they were often populist, even subversive, constituting a radical, even hysterical reaction to bureaucracy. The entrenched oath holders were destroyed from above and below in a chaotic wave of voluntarism and revolutionary puritanism. There are serious problems with this view. Not all entrenched OS holders were destroyed. Those above eliminated real and imagined rivals with the enthusiastic assistance and sometimes even overzealous initiative of ambitious bureaucrats from below, with considerable populist, radical, and even Marxist rhetoric, to be sure. On the other hand, Getty raises interesting questions about whether an untrained and uneducated bureaucracy in a huge, developing peasant country somehow functioned and obeyed well enough to be termed totalitarian. He suggests that the party in the 1930s was inscient, fragmented, split several ways by internal conflict. Organizational relationships seem more primitive than totalitarian. 78 If totalitarian means something akin to what is described in Orwell's 1984 or the inhumanly efficient apparatus of evil described by Cold War ideologists, then Getty has a point here, but if we define it as attempting to subjugate to the state all functions of the country's social, political, and ideological life and crushing the slightest manifestations of criticism and independent opinion, Getty's argument is overstated. Getty tells us that the party in the 30s was neither monolithic or disciplined. Here too, it depends on one's frame of reference. Surely the Communist Party was more monolithic in 1938 than it was in 1918, despite the nuances and tensions and divergences that one can find among adherents of the obligatory orthodoxy of Stalinized Marxism-Leninism. Discipline, too, surely had a more unyielding character once the correct line was handed down from above, regardless of the infractions and ambiguities that can be documented. At the same time, however, we can find valuable insights as Getty develops his point. Its upper ranks were divided, and its lower organizations were disorganized, chaotic, undisciplined. Moscow leaders were divided on policy issues, and central leaders were at odds 295-295. With territorial secretaries whose organizations swerved from internal disorder and conflict. A bloated party membership containing political illiterates and apolitical opportunists plus a lazy and unresponsive regional leadership was hardly the formula for a Leninist party. Such a clumsy and unwieldy organization could not have been an efficient and satisfying instrument for Moscow's purposes. Having little sympathy for Leon Trotsky, he nonetheless is struck by the great revolutionary's particularly lucid analysis of Stalin's role. Trotsky noted that Stalin was the front man, the symbol of the bureaucracy. In Trotsky's view, Stalin did not create the bureaucracy but vice versa. Stalin was a manifestation of a bureaucratic phenomenon. Stalin is the personification of the bureaucracy. That is the substance of the political personality. Getty argues that Stalin did not initiate or control everything that happened in the party and country. The number of hours in the day, divided by the number of things for which he was responsible, suggests that his role in many areas could have been little more than occasional intervention, prodding, threatening, or correcting. He was an executive, and reality forced him to delegate most of his authority to his subordinates, each of whom had his own opinions, client groups, and interests. Getty concludes, it is not necessary for us to put Stalin in day-to-day control of events to judge him. A chaotic local bureaucracy, a quasi-feudal network of politicians accustomed to arresting people, and a set of perhaps insoluble political and social problems created an atmosphere conducive to violence. All it took from Stalin were catalytic and probably ad hoc interventions to spark an uncontrolled explosion. 79 Yet the results of all this were proclaimed by pro-Stalin communists and fierce opponents of communism alike a triumph of genuine Leninism and a model of how an efficient revolutionary party deals with internal dangers. This naturally dictated the manner in which millions of people throughout the world were to understand the Leninist conception of the party. 6. The fate of the Comintern. George Orwell once made an interesting observation: in abbreviating a name one narrowed and subtly altered its meaning, by cutting out most of the associations that would otherwise cling to it. The words Communist International, for instance, call up a composite picture of universal brotherhood, red flags, barricades, Karl Marx, and the Paris Commune. The word Comintern, on the other hand, suggests merely a tightly knit organization and a well-defined body of doctrine. It refers to something almost as easily recognized, and as limited in purpose, as a chair or table. Comintern is a word that can be uttered almost without taking thought, whereas Communist International is a phrase over which one is obliged to linger at least momentarily. 80. 296. Orwell captures something here of the transformation experienced by the Third International from 1919 to the 1930s. Of course, the abbreviation had currency before Stalin's triumph and continued to be utilized by many dissident communists who remained loyal to the original ideals of the Bolshevik Revolution. Nor were the ranks of the mainstream of the world communist movement devoid of sincere supporters of Stalin who were, non-nihilists, profoundly idealistic and heroic fighters for social justice. 81. But the movement to which they had committed their loyalties and energies had norms and an orientation that had changed dramatically since the time of Lenin. There was an essential element of critical thinking, a vital revolutionary consistency that passed out of existence with the transition from Lenin to Stalin. As Trotsky protested as early as 1928, the living, active parties were being subordinated to the control of the revolutionary order of an irremovable governmental bureaucracy, and theory, ceasing to be an instrument of foresight and knowledge, has become an administrative technical tool. There was in the Comintern a substitution of strictly administrative measures for independent activity, for self-criticism, for the capacity of self-orientation. 82. In 1932 a leading spokesman for the Comintern perspective in the United States, William Z. Foster, explained that the Communist Party of the United States is the American section of the Communist International. The Communist International is a disciplined world party, only such a party can defeat world imperialism. Its leading party, by virtue of its great revolutionary experience, is the Russian Communist Party. In its general work it applies the principles of democratic centralism, even as its alliated parties do in their respective countries. That is, the policies of the International are worked out jointly with the several parties and then applied in the usual disciplined communist way. The Italian communist leader Palmiro Togliatti, however, had pointed out 6 years before, of course, we have the statutes of the International which guarantee certain rights to certain comrades, but there is something else which is not contained in these statutes. That is the position of the Russian Party in the International, its leading function that goes beyond the limits of the statutes. 83. This had certain implications in the 1920s, as the Stalin leadership assumed dominance within the Comintern. Communist parties around the world experienced a Bolshevization campaign, initiated in Moscow, to recast them in a more Leninist mold as defined by the Stalin leadership. 84. As a result, there were shakeups and ultimately expulsions in all sections of the Comintern. One example we will touch on here brings us back to a person discussed in an earlier chapter, S.I. Gusev, the leading Bolshevik committeeman in Petersburg during the early days of 1905 who assumed a responsible position in the Comintern apparatus 297, and was sent as the Comintern representative to the United States in 1925. In the American Communist Party of that period, a factional rift had developed between a current led by Charles Ruthenberg and dominated by a group of bright and energetic politicos headed by J. Lovestone, and a current more oriented to indigenous labor radical traditions, whose leading personalities were William Z. Foster and James P. Cannon. The Foster-Cannon bloc had a majority and seemed more inclined toward developing a homegrown left-wing orientation. Gusev, then a soft-spoken, roly-poly man in his 50s, arrived on the scene with the authority not only of his present position, but also of having been among the original old Bolsheviks who had worked closely with Lenin. Theodore Draper writes that he spoke sparingly in a slow, methodical English or German, and ended all discussions with a finality that precluded further disagreement. It was widely assumed that Gusev would use his authority and experience to help break down the faction walls in the American Party, in order to unify it, with Foster, Ruthenberg, Cannon, and Lovestone being transformed into a dynamic leadership team. Cannon later recalled, "I was then a convinced Cominternist. I had faith in the wisdom and also in the fairness of the Russian leaders. At the time, none of the American communists were aware that Stalin's influence was being consolidated within the Comintern. Gusev's arrival in the United States, as Theodore Draper has shown, was one of Stalin's first moves to wrest control of the International from Zinoviev. Bertram Wolfe, then a member of the Love Stone faction who knew Gusev quite well, later recalled that in the faction fight going on in the Russian Party he was a supporter of Stalin, and, because of certain experiences in the Red Army during the Civil War, a bitter enemy of Trotsky. Gusev was sent to spread the Russian fight to the American Party and to weaken the Foster faction because it contained a number of people, including one of its leaders, James P. Cannon, who were inclined to Trotsky. He was going to the American Party to deepen the fight, strengthen the Lovestone-Ruthenberg faction, and weaken, even destroy, the strength of the Foster-Cannon faction. 85 At the 1925 Party Convention, Gusev presented a telegram from Moscow noting that it has finally become clear that the Ruthenberg Group is more loyal to decisions of the Communist International and stands closer to its views. It demanded an equal division of the leadership between the majority and minority, concluding that those who refuse to submit will be expelled. Although Foster almost openly rebelled, he was restrained by those, like Cannon, who had greater faith in the Comintern. After this 50-50 parity between majority and minority was accepted, Gusev informed the American comrades that as Comintern Repre. 298 Sensitive, he would be a voting member of the political committee and would throw his vote to the minority because it was more loyal to the Comintern. 86 Wolfe, who shared in the rejoicing of the Ruthenberg Lovestone group over their victory, did have inner qualms, but he expressed them only much later. This is no way to win a majority. If we get a majority because the Comintern says we are more loyal to the Communist International and closer to its views, someday it might send the same message concerning another group, call it more loyal, etc., and then our majority would be lost. The only majority that counts is the one you get by winning the conviction of every individual member on the merits of your arguments, your actions, and your views. 87. But that is not how the new Lovestone majority functioned. It sought to display its loyalty to the Stalinized Comintern in numerous ways, and Wolfe himself misused his knowledge of Russian language sources to produce a classic of polemical dishonesty, the Trotsky opposition, and to make, as he put it, my own contribution to the Stalin cult. In 1928 Lovestone and Wolfe presided over the expulsion of Cannon and others on charges of Trotskyism. Yet before the decade was over, the Lovestone leadership itself was in disagreement with the Stalin leadership on the question of tactics in the United States, and it was quickly transformed into a minority and expelled. Years later, Lovestone commented, "I reaped a harvest of my own sowing. I was largely responsible for that mechanical concept of loyalty to the Communist International, and it came home to roost with its claws in my eyes." And Cannon remembered that the experience of the 1920s was difficult to live through without sliding into cynicism, as did so many others good companions in earlier endeavors. 88 The Comintern interventions, and the cynicism they generated, did little to help the American communists develop according to the actual model of Bolshevism. Some of the victims, such as Lovestone and Wolfe, gradually gravitated toward professional anti-communism. Others kept their faith in communism intact by becoming uncritical admirers of Stalin and believing that a healthy socialist society was being built in the Soviet Union. They went along with other interventions by Stalin in their party, including, in 1930, the elevation to the party leadership of an underling in Foster's shattered faction, Earl Browder, and Browder's dramatic demotion and expulsion 15 years later. The general line of the American Communist Party was also determined from outside. From 1928 to 1934, the Comintern leadership maintained an extreme ultra-left and sectarian orientation apparently designed, bureaucratically, to force revolutionary breakthroughs that would end Russian isolation. By 1935, however, the line shifted, as the Stalin leadership began to place hopes in the possibility of establishing friendly ties with liberal capitalist 299. Governments through an alliance opposing Nazi Germany. The task of Comintern alliates was no longer to lead socialist revolutions but to defend democratic capitalist regimes. Now the toiling masses in a number of capitalist countries are faced with the necessity of making a definite choice, stated Comintern spokesman Georgy Dimitrov, and of making it today, not between proletarian dictatorship and bourgeois democracy, but between bourgeois democracy and fascism. 89 Even after the formal dissolution of the Comintern in 1943, the Stalinist dynamics within the world communist movement remained intact. For innumerable revolutionary militants operating in this context, it became almost impossible to maintain a clear and coherent understanding of actual Leninist principles. After Stalin died, in 1953, and after dramatic changes began to eke the world communist movement, the legacy of Stalinism continued to have a profound influence. When Nikita Khrushchev exposed many of Stalin's crimes in 1956, a central component of many communists' faith was shattered. Yet much of the Stalinist tradition and the bureaucratic dynamics underlying it remain intact to this day, continuing to eke how Leninism is understood. 90 Our study of what kind of party actually led the working class to victory in 1917, however, indicates that there is a considerable difference between bureaucratized Leninism and the Bolshevik-Leninist current of 1903 to 1923. 300. 13 Conclusion. Marxism will go through many vicissitudes of fortune, perhaps even eclipses. Its power, conditioned by the course of history, nonetheless appears to be inexhaustible. For its base is knowledge integrated with the necessity for revolution. Victor Serge 1. The Bolsheviks are not unjustified in claiming Marx as their own. Do you know? Marx had a strong Bolshevik streak in him. Edward Bernstein 2. Read Lenin again. C. Wright Mills 3. In 1920 Lenin reviewed the history of the Bolsheviks for the benefit of revolutionaries in other countries who sought lessons from the Russian experience that might be useful in their own situations. As a current of political thought and as a political party, Bolshevism has existed since 1903, Lenin wrote, but he immediately added, only the history of Bolshevism during the entire period of its existence can satisfactorily explain why it has been able to build up and maintain, under the most occult conditions, the iron discipline needed for the victory of the proletariat. Many sympathetic and hostile commentators have sought the golden key to Bolshevism's success in the study of the organizational structure that supposedly generated such discipline. But Lenin warns that without certain conditions, all attempts to establish discipline inevitably fall flat and end up in phrase-mongering and clowning. For this has certainly proved to be the case for many would-be Leninist organizations. 301. Lenin enumerates three prerequisites of the discipline needed for the revolutionary victory: the class consciousness and devotion to revolution of significant elements of the working class, the ability of this proletarian vanguard to link up and, if you wish, merge in a certain measure, with the broadest masses of working people, the correctness of the political leadership of the revolutionary vanguard, and the understanding of this by the broad masses on the basis of their own experience. Without these conditions, Lenin writes, discipline in a revolutionary party really capable of being the party of the advanced class, whose mission is to overthrow the bourgeoisie and transform the whole of society, cannot be achieved. On the other hand, these conditions cannot emerge at once. They are created only by prolonged effort and hard-won experience. Their creation is facilitated by a correct revolutionary theory, which, in turn, is not a dogma, but assumes final shape only in close connection with the practical activity of a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement. 5. It is worth reflecting on this. First of all, we should consider the word discipline, which Lenin stresses. It can be defined in two very different ways, according to Webster's New World Dictionary. On the one hand, it can mean training that develops self-control, character, or orderliness and efficiency. On the other hand, it can mean submission to authority or control and treatment that corrects or punishes. The kind of discipline Lenin is talking about, the very way in which he describes its possibility, has little to do with blind submission to authority, but rather requires a kind of training that enhances self-control, character, efficiency. A revolutionary vanguard cannot simply proclaim its existence and expect people to submit to its dictates. It must prove itself by growing into what it aspires to be. It must, through prolonged and hard-won experience, transform itself into a truly relevant and revolutionary political force. It can do so only by utilizing a correct revolutionary theory, not as a dogma but as a body of thought that assumes final shape in the context of mass movements and revolutionary struggles. The vision Lenin urges us is not of a self-righteous and authoritarian sect. It is the vision of a determined, principled but also open and evolving collectivity in which the knowledge, self-control, and character of its members grow through their collectively directed effort and their common pool of accumulated experience. Such a collectivity must grow in a way that is true to serious revolutionary theory, thereby enabling it to light up paths for successful struggles. It must grow in a way that is integrated into the life and experiences and struggles of working people and the oppressed. Only then will it have proved to be a revolutionary vanguard. It may be added that this two-pronged proviso also indicates the two essential dimensions of the revolutionary program. 302. Ultimately, the hard-won authority of such a vanguard can result in the coordination of nationwide efforts that can match and overcome the power and efficiency of reactionary and capitalist forces. This is the iron discipline needed for the victory of the proletariat, of fundamentally democratic and popular discipline in which self-control and self-initiative, efficiency and creativity, are blended on a massive scale. This cannot be achieved easily, but can be realized only through a long and occult process. The very structure, the internal norms, the operational mode of the revolutionary organization summed up in the elastic concept of democratic centralism must be designed to facilitate that process. What must be encouraged is neither a loose federation of radical circles and freelance activists nor a monolithic entity in which all members attempt to transform themselves into interchangeable parts, simply carrying out the political line and campaigns dictated by all-knowing leaders. Rather, the revolutionary organization must be a cohesive whole, with a variety of critical-minded individuals who are committed to working together for a common goal. There will inevitably be and must be different shades of opinion, some of which will cohere around one or another view on how the organization should proceed. The formation of principled groups and tendencies is sometimes necessary for the organization to achieve political clarity, to test one or another perspective, and to move forward. All of the different groups and tendencies in the organization will then be able to learn from the experience gained, which may lead to a reshuffling or dissolution of the groupings in the organization. It is also possible that the differences will sharpen. Sometimes differences will involve such a divergence in orientation, or will cover such a breadth of issues, that they will assume the quality of a programmatic divergence, necessitating the need for a factional struggle and perhaps a split in the organization. At times, the consequent experience gained will narrow the differences and yield a convergence of separate organizations into one. All of this can be found in the history of Bolshevism and Lenin's conception of the organizational principles of the Revolutionary Party. It is worth recalling that democratic centralism was not a distinctly Leninist concept, but was embraced by the bulk of those in the revolutionary workers' movement in Russia. It was fully consistent, however, with the serious and principled attitude toward organizational norms that Lenin, more than most Marxists, displayed with remarkable consistency from the 1890s to the 1920s. There was a great flexibility in the way this principle was applied in various situations. But, from the early period of study circles and networks of activist committees, to the later period of a mass working 303 class vanguard party, Lenin believed that revolutionary socialists must be committed to organizational forms and principles that involve democratically deciding what should be done and then actually implementing the democratically made decisions. Those who have objected that such notions are authoritarian, and more recently those who have argued that such Leninism is appropriate only in revolutionary periods, seem to place a question mark over the very idea of an activist organization of revolutionary socialists working together to advance the struggle of the working class. 6. For those who want to get together with other socialists simply for educational discussion purposes, while being free to do whatever practical political work they please, this shrugging of Leninism is a reasonable stance. But for those prepared to engage in serious efforts to build a genuinely revolutionary movement, it is difficult to imagine a coherent alternative to the basic orientation that guided Lenin for 3 decades. We can conclude from our study that Lenin's organizational perspective was fundamentally democratic in its basic principles, in its goals, and in its application. It was consistent as well both with the proletarian democratic principles and with the scientific socialist and practical revolutionary framework that characterized the political thought of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Only in the final years of Bolshevism under Lenin, from 1918 to 1924, do serious ambiguities and contradictions crop up in the Leninist perspective. Yet these flow from problems inherent in the desperate Russian conditions, and in a sense also in Marxism and 20th-century reality, rather than from any authoritarian problematic in the distinct organizational concepts of Lenin himself. 7. Many thus conclude that the Bolshevik tradition, Marxism, socialism, or 20th-century humanity face a crisis to which there are no solutions. Others would argue, to the contrary, that the solutions simply remain to be created by people like ourselves, and that there is much of value in the Leninist experience for understanding and overcoming the problems with which humanity is confronted. It is difficult to disagree with C. Wright Mills's suggestion to the New Left in the early 1960s to read Lenin again. But the words in parentheses have often been translated into something like take it with a grain of salt or avoid becoming a Leninist. For critical-minded revolutionaries, however, they can have a less superficial meaning. Lev Kamina, in discussing Lenin's collected works, once commented Lenin did not write and could not have written a textbook of Leninism. I am even afraid that every attempt to expound the teaching of Lenin in paragraphs, divisions, and subdivisions, to create any kind of a handbook of Leninism, a collection of formulae applicable to all questions at any time will certainly fail. Nothing would. 304 be more foreign to Lenin in his work than any tendency to catechism. He added that each of Lenin's writings is permeated through and through with the anxieties and lessons of a particular historical situation. Written under great pressure and, concerned with a given situation. This is why we can only approach the real science of Lenin through a consideration of his complete works in the light of contemporary events. 8. There is a minor ambiguity in this insightful comment. Does Kamina mean relating Lenin's works to events contemporary to Lenin or to ourselves? Perhaps the most fruitful answer would be both. This would compel us to consider similarities and differences between Lenin's situation and our own. Despite the risks indicated by Kamina, many intelligent writers have sought to identify essential principles and elements of Lenin's organizational perspective. It may be useful to consider some of the more thoughtful of these, and then to conclude with some suggestions on the relevance of all this for countries such as the United States. 1. Reflections on the Leninist Party. In her reminiscences of the heroic but confused early days of German communism, the veteran militant Rosa Levine-Meyer makes a number of assertions that may seem unfashionable for many radicals of our own time. The role of the revolutionary leader in history is both over and underestimated, she writes, but its importance cannot be undervalued. True, the leader cannot create the national conditions which enable him to influence the course of history. On the other hand, the most favorable conditions can peter out without the so-called personal factor. Lenin warned that no difficulty was too complex for the ruling class to tackle and overcome, if we let them. In other words, without a party and a set of well-trained, able leaders, the world could not achieve its emancipation. 9. A commonplace of Marxism is that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. Another is Marx and Engels' assertion that the communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. They do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the movement. These notions are often counterposed to the kinds of points that Levin-Meyer makes, and to a fundamental assumption of Leninism. That assumption involves a conception of the way in which the proletariat will really gain its own class consciousness and be able to master and fully appreciate it, as George Lukács has put it. This does not happen of itself, either through the mechanical evolution of the economic forces of capitalism or through the simple organic growth of mass spontaneity. According to Lukács, the Leninist Party is the tangible embodiment of proletarian class consciousness. Of course, here ClassCon 305. COUSness is being defined not simply as the actually existing ideas and outlooks of all working people, but rather as an understanding of the nature and total situation of the working class, combined with the immediate aim of the formation of the proletariat into a class, overthrow of the bourgeois supremacy, conquest of political power by the proletariat. The last passage is from the Communist Manifesto, and Marx and Engels write that this is also the immediate aim of all the other proletarian parties. One can only assume that if other parties claiming to be proletarian rejected this aim, then because the communists disdain to conceal their views and aims, according to Marx and Engels the two revolutionaries would favor communists forming a separate party. 10 In fact, Lukács suggests the proper understanding of the relationship between the revolutionary party of the proletariat and the class as a whole by quoting the following passage from the manifesto. The communists are distinguished from the other working class parties by this only: 1. In the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. The communists, therefore, are on the one hand, practically, the most advanced and resolute section which pushes forward all others; on the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. 11. One suspects that Marx and Engels did not believe such consciousness would come to the working class as a whole spontaneously, given their belief that the most advanced section of the workers would have to organize under the communist banner and lead all others, and also given the lifelong effort of the two men to help transmit such consciousness to the labor movement. Lukács urges this summary: the party's role is to foresee the trajectory of the objective economic forces and to forecast what the appropriate actions of the working class must be in the situation so created. In keeping with this foresight, it must do as much as possible to prepare the proletarian masses intellectually, materially, and organizationally both for what lies ahead and how their interests relate to it. 12. Rosa Levin-Meyer attempted to convey more vividly a sense of what this means. Politics according to Lenin became a science, and without revolutionary theory no revolutionary practice. A leader of a modern revolution is therefore remote from the image of a daredevil with a mysterious capacity for inspiring blind obedience in 306. The mob. The leader must be some steps ahead of the people, and this demands a broad outlook, the ability to draw historical parallels and a thorough acquaintance with world affairs, both past and present. Lenin demanded knowledge of the essential events in history and public life of every party member. As to the leaders, he insisted that to beat their counterparts they must absorb not only political and economic knowledge but the existing bourgeois culture as well. They can qualify for their role only by making politics their profession to the exclusion of any other striving. But knowledge, and even oratorical and literary talents must be regarded as mere accessories. The essential feature is dedication to the cause and readiness to pledge one's life to its service. Moreover, the leaders who lived up to these standards regarded their share as a privilege, preferable to all the temptations of a conventional life. 13. Turning his attention to a detailed analysis of the specific underlying components of the Leninist theory of organization, Ernest Mondale has identified what he considers to be a dialectical unity of three elements, which he compresses into the following passage: a theory of the actuality of revolution for the underdeveloped countries in the imperialist epoch, a theory of the discontinuous and contradictory development of proletarian class consciousness and of its most important stages, which should be differentiated from one another, and a theory of the essence of Marxist theory and its specific relationship to science on the one hand and to the proletarian class struggle on the other. 14. It may be useful to relate the elements identified by Mondale to what we have found in the present study. A sense of the actuality of revolution, we have seen, contributed to the vibrancy of Lenin's Marxism from the beginning, giving it a distinctively sharp edge in the early 1900s, making him more alive than most of his comrades to the possibilities of 1905, infusing the Bolshevik Party with a special dynamism in the years 1912 to 1914, and then dramatically deepening and expanding with the eruption of World War I, thereby contributing decisively to the triumph of 1917. It would be remarkable if Lenin's specific organizational perspectives were not profoundly affected by this kind of Marxism, and in fact they were thoroughly imbued with it even in the decultate years of 1907 to 1912. Similarly, the understanding of the uneven and contradictory development of proletarian class consciousness is there in Lenin's thought from the 1890s onward. His contact with the early workers' movement revealed that some workers were conscious, some only partly so, some hardly at all. The development of such consciousness was neither simple nor automatic, and it required careful and determined efforts. 307 on the part of revolutionaries of both proletarian and non-proletarian origin to advance this development. Objective conditions and events played a crucial, but not exclusive, role. Ultimately, the hard work of conscious elements in certain sectors of the working class could not only advance the level of their own sector but help to influence and raise up other sectors as well. We have seen that this describes the history of the Russian labor movement, and it too was central to the orientation of the Bolsheviks. Finally, the special relation of Marxist theory to science and to the class struggle, again stressed in Lenin's writings and activity from the earliest days, is certainly fundamental to his organizational perspectives. Its fruits can be found in Lenin's own research and theoretical productions, the development of capitalism in Russia, materialism and empiricism and the philosophical notebooks, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and the state and revolution. There are other such contributions by his comrades as well, and at the same time an infusion of this knowledge into the polemics and popularizations and practical activities of the movement. Mondale's comment on this is quite apt. The Leninist concept of the party is based upon the premise of a certain degree of autonomy of scientific analysis, and especially of Marxist theory. This theory, though conditioned by the unfolding of the proletarian class struggle and the first embryonic beginnings of the proletarian revolution, should not be seen as the mechanically inevitable product of the class struggle but as the result of a theoretical practice which is able to link up and unite with the class struggle only through a prolonged struggle. 15. And yet, as Rosa Levine-Meyer commented, a revolutionary party cannot stand aloof and revel in its cleverness and foresight. It must give a positive answer to the problem, where do we go from here? And it must offer comprehensive and practical answers to that question for the working class in particular. This was the point that Lukács sought to emphasize in such labored prose as this, but the masses can only learn through action, they can only become aware of their interests through struggle. The vanguard party of the proletariat can only fulfill its destiny in this conflict if it is always a step in front of the struggling masses, to show them the way. But only one step in front so that it always remains leader of their struggle. Its theoretical clarity is therefore only valuable if it does not stop at a general merely theoretical level, but always culminates in the concrete analysis of a concrete situation, in other words, if its theoretical correctness always expresses the sense of the concrete situation. James P. Cannon expressed it more matter-of-factly. The conscious socialists should act as a leaven in the instinctive and spontaneous movement of the working class. The leaven can help the dough to rise. 308 and eventually become a loaf of bread, but can never be a loaf of bread itself. Every tendency, direct or indirect, of a small revolutionary party to construct a world of its own, outside and apart from the real movement of the workers in the class struggle, is sectarian. 16. One might add that there are different varieties of sectarianism, ones that use crude Marxist jargon and fiercely polemicize against anything that moves in the living class struggle, but others that employ the most sophisticated concepts and highly intellectualized terminology, which remain impenetrable for most people and are equally divorced from living struggles. All of this was alien to Lenin's political practice. There are important connections between the political orientation we have been examining and the organizational forms associated with Leninism. Revolutionary Marxists stand for democratic centralism, writes Ernest Mondale. But the word centralization is not to be taken in the first place as an organizational dimension, and in no way whatsoever is it essentially an administrative one. It is political. What does centralization mean? It means centralization of experience, centralization of knowledge, centralization of conclusions drawn out of actual militancy. Here again, we see a tremendous danger for the working class and labor movement if there is no such centralization of experience. This is the danger of sectoralization and fragmentation, which does not enable anyone to draw adequate conclusions for action. Mondale also argues, mistakes in themselves are unavoidable. As Comrade Lenin said, the key for a revolutionary is not that he avoids making mistakes but how he goes about correcting them. Without internal party democracy, without the non-banning of factions, without free public debate, you have great obstacles in correcting mistakes and you will pay a heavy price for this. So we are absolutely in favor of the right to different tendencies, full internal democracy, and the non-banning of factions. I do not say the right to factions, because factions are a sign of illness in a party. In a healthy party you have no factions, a healthy party from the point of view of both the political line and the internal regime. But the right not to be thrown out of the party if you create a faction is a lesser evil than being thrown out, and stifling the internal life of a party through excessive forbidding of internal debate. 17. In 1924 the internal process that led to the Bolsheviks' triumph was perceptibly discussed by the great Italian communist Antonio Gramsci. Did the Bolshevik Party become the leading party of the Russian nation by chance? The selection process lasted 30 years, it was extremely arduous, it often assumed what appeared to be the strangest and most absurd forms. It took place, in the international field, in contact with the most advanced capitalist civilizations of Central and Western Europe in the struggle of the parties and factions which made up the Second 309. International before the war. It continued within the minority of international socialism which remained at least partially immune from the social patriotic contagion. It was renewed in Russia in the struggle to win the majority of the proletariat, in the struggle to understand and interpret the needs of a numberless peasant class, scattered over an immense territory. This selection process was a struggle of factions and small groups, it was also an individual struggle, it meant splits and fusions, arrest, exile, prison, assassination attempts, it meant swearing hunger while having millions in gold available, it meant preserving the spirit of a simple worker on the throne of the Tsars. It meant not despairing even when all seemed lost, but starting again, patiently and tenaciously. 18. This remarkable passage sums up admirably the sweep of history and the quality of the process we have examined in this study. It gives an essential sense of perspective on what is required for the evolution of an organization that aspires to play a vanguard role in the struggle for socialist revolution. Such an organization, undergoing a decades-long internal process, must be not simply grounded in Marxist theory and in tune with international developments, but also rooted in the particular national experience and culture of its own working class. All of this applies not simply to the history of Bolshevism, but to that of other revolutionary movements. Gramsci himself attempted to do this for his own country. 19. On the other hand, the modern-day Sandinistas of Nicaragua have blended Marxism with popular national traditions in an underdeveloped country, and according to Norma Stoltz-Chinchilla, their organization, the FSLN, evolved as a variation on the classical Leninist conception of the vanguard as a party of the working class and peasantry, formed as a precondition for taking power. 21 of the Sandinista theorists, Orlando Núñez, has admirably discussed this in a manner largely in harmony with the underlying perspectives which we've noted in the development of the Bolsheviks. In our countries, all forms of struggle are necessary, all the sectors involved can be brought together in practice, all the experiences can be built upon. We are faced in our countries by great historic and cultural limitations. The objective conditions are not at the same level as the projects we dream of, and in the beginning stages of the struggle, the proletariat does not present itself as the social force for transformation par excellence. Furthermore, the doctrinaire parties have not been able to become the political nucleus of a revolutionary organization. Given these conditions, revolutionary purism must cede to the concrete possibilities for a coherent struggle led by that revolutionary organization which dedicates itself to the destruction by force of the apparatus of power of the ES. 310 Established order. The politics of the unity of the Sandinista revolution meant the utilization of all the forms of struggle, legal, clandestine, unionist, subversive. It signified politics based on alliances with hegemony guaranteed by the FSLN. That is to say, the FSLN guaranteed the hegemony of an armed organization, ensuring the development of the struggle in favor of the working classes. 21 Some would-be Leninists admiring the accomplishments of the Bolsheviks, the Sandinistas, or others have failed to translate the successful models into the political cultural realities of their own specific national situations. This is in stark contrast to the actual method of the successful revolutionaries, and quickly results in or reinforces the marginalization of a would-be revolutionary group. Sometimes, as James P. Cannon observed in regard to the United States, such a group will consequently abandon its struggle for a social revolution in this country, as the realistic perspective of our epoch, and degrade itself to the role of sympathizer of revolutions in other countries. Cannon goes on to argue, I firmly believe that American revolutionists should indeed sympathize with revolutions in other lands, and try to help them in every way they can. But the best way to do that is to build a party with a confident perspective of a revolution in this country. 22 Of course there is also much to learn from the revolutions of the Bolsheviks and others, but one of the primary lessons to be absorbed in a self-reflective manner is how they translated general revolutionary principles and perspectives into their unique, culturally specific situations. This relates to another point that Cannon stressed. The fate of every political group, whether it is to live and grow or degenerate and die, is decided in its first experiences by the way in which it answers two decisive questions. The first is the adoption of a correct political program. But that alone does not guarantee victory. The second is that the group decide correctly what shall be the nature of its activities, and what tasks it shall set itself, given the size and capacity of the group, the period of the development of the class struggle, the relation of forces in the political movement, and so on. A similar insight is aired by Rosa Levine-Meyer. Attention to detail and precision of terms is no less important than major policy. In fact, it is the only guarantee of a successful major action. It safeguards at least against what Lenin regarded as one of the gravest sins against the revolution, the substitution of the abstract for the concrete. As Cannon explained, if the group misunderstands the task set for it by the conditions of the day, if it does not know how to answer the most important of all questions in politics, that is, the question of what to do next, then the group, no matter what its merits may otherwise be, can wear itself out in misdirected efforts and futile activities and come to grief. 23 We have found the Bolsheviks grappling with such questions as these over the course of their evolution, sometimes with only partial or belated success, as in 1905, 311, sometimes amid tremendous disagreement, as in 1907 to 1912, and ultimately in 1917 in a manner that resulted in the world's first socialist revolution. Two problems of Leninism. In Chapter 5, we noted that certain tensions are inherent in the Leninist conception of organization. There is potential, in this organizational form, for the development of sectarian arrogance and elitism, which can contribute not only to its degeneration into a bureaucratic dictatorship after capitalism is overthrown, but even more to its degeneration beforehand into a sect that isolates itself from living social struggles. We also saw that important early criticisms articulated by Rosa Luxemburg, often portrayed as a refutation of Lenin's organizational orientation, can be better appreciated and more fruitfully utilized if incorporated into a Leninist framework. The same holds for some more recent critiques of Leninism, or to be more accurate, critiques of what has passed for Leninism since the 1920s. Many critiques are, of course, quite worthless, being the work of anti-communists who are hostile to socialist goals, or of academics who have no sense of real political movements and struggles and are therefore quite incapable of understanding what they are criticizing. Far more valuable are the critiques, in some cases somewhat subjective, in many cases rather fragmentary, of those who are revolutionary-minded activists and who have first-hand experience in an organization that was organized along Leninist lines. Even if these critiques are one-sided and far from satisfactory, they often identify genuine problems and yield important insights. One of the more influential of these critiques in radical circles was aired by the British socialist feminist historian Sheila Rowbotham, who had been a member of a group first known as the International Socialists, then as the British Socialist Workers' Party. This group had its origins as a split-off from the Trotskyist Fourth International and had a reputation as being one of the more open and democratic organizations on what has been called the Leninist left. Her experience with democratic centralism has led her to conclude that there has been something very funny indeed about it in practice. She writes that it is a curious fact that the hardcore of the leaderships of these groups manage to tuck themselves into the center into perpetuity, where they can comfortably nourish egotistical images of themselves as great revolutionary leaders. Unencumbered by the routinism of the daily organizational life lived by the rank and file, they every so often leap out towards the class to knock the members into shape. Whoosh, Superman! Poor old members, they look on with awe. Some get a bit grumpy. Why isn't democratic centralism binding on the leadership? Because 312. The leaders know best. How else could they possibly be leaders? The democracy is undermined by the centralism. The ensconced leaders have a permanent advantage against all incipient oppositions because they are at the hub of communication and can organize to forestall resistance quicker than people who are scattered in different branches and districts. Also, they are known. They are further legitimated by the respect in Leninism due to leaders and by the assumption that, just as the members know better than the non-members, leaders know better than opposing members. The factions can stand up democratically and be counted. They can thus be rapidly isolated. 24. Rowbotham raises another problem: the relationship between the party and the broader social movements and non-party organizations in which its members function. She writes, the individual member will face a split loyalty between a commitment to an autonomous group and the organization. The theory says the party must be more important. The choice is either to get out of the organization, to ignore the center, or to accept the line. So however unsectarian this socialist may be, he or she has very stark choices and a political ideology which sanctions accepting party discipline more than helping to develop the self-activity of other people. She adds, if you accept a high degree of centralization and define yourselves as professionals concentrating above everything upon the central task of seizing power, you necessarily diminish the development of the self-activity and self-confidence of most of the people involved. Rowbotham suggests that the problems exist even with an ideal Leninist party, but that if we descend from the ideal party in the sky to more earthly groups and parties, the prospect is even more gloomy. 25. It is difficult to assess the merit of Rowbotham's specific grievances against the British Socialist Workers' Party's organizational functioning, particularly since the underlying political differences she seems to have remained somewhat hazy in her essay. The fact remains that the kinds of questions she is raising transcend such specifics. The most serious limitations of her position, however, are that her focus on Leninism obscures a more fundamental problem, while her alternative to Leninism remains extremely vague. The structures of thought and feeling inherent in Leninism continually break our consciousness of alternatives, she complains. But surely this is too narrow. The elitism, arrogance, hierarchy, bureaucratism, mind trips, insensitivity, and so on that she attributes to Leninism can be found throughout our society, including in trade unions, feminist organizations, peace organizations, and political PAR 313 ties and groups with impeccably non-Leninist credentials. Her conclusion is this: I don't see the way through this as devising an ideal model of a non-authoritarian organization, but as a collective awakening to a constant awareness about how we see ourselves as socialists, a willingness to trust as well as criticize what we have done, a recognition of creativity in diversity, and a persistent quest for open types of relationships to one another and to ideas as part of the process of making socialism. 26. None of this should be shrugged off or devalued. But neither can it be counterposed to the Leninist conception of organization. In a sense, Robotham herself seems to recognize this. The versions of Leninism current on the left are difficult to counter because at their most superficial they have a surface coherence, they argue about brass tacks and hard facts. They claim history and sport their own insignia and regalia of position. They fight dirty with a quick sneer and the certainty of correct ideas. At their most thoughtful intensity they provide a passionate and complex cultural tradition of revolutionary theory and practice on which we must certainly draw. Socialist ideas can be pre-Leninist or anti-Leninist. But there is no clear post-Leninist revolutionary tradition yet. Leninism is alive still, whatever dogmatic accoutrements it has acquired. 27. What this statement suggests is that Leninism's dogmatic accoutrements must be shed, and that new insights and experience should be integrated into this passionate and complex tradition that is alive still. Robotham instead questions the extent of usefulness for making socialism now. 28. And, presumably, for building an active socialist movement in our own time. In the United States, too, a majority of those who became politically active in the 1960s and considered themselves Leninists in the 1970s have concluded in the 1980s that a Leninist organization is not what U.S. socialists should be trying to build. The history of Leninism in the United States is certainly not a happy one. The pioneer American Leninists came out of a rich tradition represented by the left wing of the Socialist Party and the IWW and had roots in significant sections of the conscious working class. Yet their organization, after what were difficult but then promising beginnings in the early 1920s, underwent a bureaucratizing Bolshevization process fostered by the Communist International under Stalin. Zigzagging from ultra-leftism to reformism under the influence of the ruling bureaucracy in the Soviet Union, the American Communist Party failed to develop a durable working-class base around a coherent revolutionary program of its own, despite the often heroic efforts and sometimes impressive successes of its cadres. One of the most enduring contributions was helping to organize millions of industrial workers into the unions of the CIO, yet for the most part the dedicated Commu. 314. NIST party organizers in this effort organized workers politically not as socialists, but as part of a left-liberal wing of the Democratic Party. Cold War anti-communist persecution, followed by Khrushchev's revelations of Stalin's crimes, left the American Communist Party shattered and discredited in the eyes of many. While it persists as a force on the left, its commitment to the Leninist leadership of the Soviet Union has failed to win the confidence of many radical activists. 29. The numerous Leninist splinter groups that flourished in the 1930s, on the other hand, left behind little more than a notorious reputation for often comical sectarianism and pretentiousness. 30. The one serious Leninist alternative, the U.S. Trotskyists of the Socialist Workers' Party, was able to have a major impact on the intellectual life of the left, and also to play a significant part in the class struggle. The Trotskyists, however, never were able to accumulate more than 2,000 members, although their growing numbers and influence in the 1960s and 1970s seemed to indicate an impressive vitality and a promising future. The organization was racked by a devastating political and organizational crisis in 1979 to 1983. The party's new leadership fundamentally changed the party program by fiat, grotesquely tightened organizational norms, and expelled scores of dissidents. While the Socialist Workers' Party may not be dead as a potentially revolutionary force, its recent experience has done little to inspire confidence in the Leninism it raises as its own banner. 31 A majority of the young radicalizing activists of the 1960s New Left, however, came to Leninism by a different path. Impressed by the Chinese Revolution of 1949 and by what appeared to be the Chinese Communist leadership's radical stance in world politics beginning in the early 1960s, and inspired by the seemingly egalitarian ideals and commitments of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, launched by Mao Zedong in 1966, they were drawn to the Maoist variant of the Stalinist tradition. A proliferation of groups: the Progressive Labor Party, the Communist Party, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the Black Workers' Congress, the Communist Labor Party, the Revolutionary Workers' Headquarters, the League for Revolutionary Struggle, and many others came into being during the 1960s and, especially, the early 1970s. 32 The major eorts, according to one participant, Mel Rothenberg, simply took the self-description of the Communist Party of China, added a few slogans from Mao and Stalin, added the practical experiences of their older cadre from the and projected the STU as the party they were going to build. Another, Carl Davidson, later commented, "What experience did we really have? We had the experience of the things we went through in the 1960s, an experience of having become revolutionaries in a period of upsurge and upheaval, and involvement in the Youth Move 315 meant that gave a certain one-sidedness to our experience. When the 1970s happened, we had a period of ebb, we really lacked the maturity to be able to deal with it and clung to one-sided conceptions that had developed in a different period. We believed that tens of thousands of advanced workers were standing on our doorsteps." Another veteran of this experience, Bruce Bodner, remembers, "There was a lot of frustration in the organization at the slow progress made in carrying out our party building line in the working class." John Trinkle, a writer for The Guardian, the radical news weekly, which had enthusiastically supported the eorts to build a Marxist-Leninist Maoist party, reflects, "An overall ultra-leftism led to dogmatism and sectarianism in practice. Harmful contradictions emerged between the party-building movement and the new social movements, particularly the women's movement, between party building and the working class, and between the leadership and membership of party-building organizations and parties. There was also a disillusionment with Chinese communism stemming from the collapse of the Cultural Revolution with all of its irrationality and abuses, the persistence of bureaucracy, the rightward shift in foreign policy, and other such factors. By the early 1980s, this new communist party-building eort had almost completely disintegrated, most of the new organizations had passed out of existence, and the bulk of those involved had concluded, as John Trinkle put it, that a Leninist party as it was understood by 1970s activists is not appropriate for current U.S. conditions, although a significant number had even more fundamental reservations about Leninism in general. Some of these drifted into the openly reformist Democratic Socialists of America or the reform wing of the Democratic Party. Others have concentrated on important but more narrowly focused political work in the eorts of the anti-war, Third World Solidarity, women's liberation, anti-nuclear, trade union, and unemployed movements. Some have turned away from radical politics altogether, although a large percentage, as Bruce Bodner has observed, while reeling from their experiences in the 1970s, are sort of waiting and hoping that something will happen. There are thousands of them. Thus, a very big question mark has been placed over the future of Leninism in countries such as the United States, at least in the minds of many radical activists whose commitment and energies might be expected to make Leninism a living reality. Some of the more thoughtful of those activists would agree with Marxist historian Dan Cohen that we have to have some way of talking to each other about developing some kind of strategy. Some kind of organization, whether it's called a party or not, that helps coordinate struggles will be necessary. This could be a Leninist organization, but not necessarily. Another activist, Phil Hill, argues, we ought to be issue-oriented rather than ideology-oriented. 316. Such an organization might duplicate the experience of the leading New Left group of the 1960s, Students for a Democratic Society. Starting as a relatively loose and pragmatically issue-oriented organization of radicals, SDS initially had strong ties to the reformist social democracy. As the youth radicalization mushroomed, SDS was overwhelmed and chaotically moved in an ultra-leftist, quasi-anarchistic direction, with members inclined to do their own thing, which often meant expressing themselves through ill-conceived confrontations with the power structure. As the need for greater ideological and organizational coherence became clear, SDS was drawn to Maoism, then exploded into a variety of increasingly rigid, dogmatic sects, whose energy and commitment did not prevent them from being burned out. 33. It is quite possible, however, that a new organization will be more stable and cohesive than this. A number of questions arise: which issues would be prioritized? What kind of strategy would be developed? How would struggles be coordinated? It would be naive to assume that strong ideological currents would not profoundly influence how the members of an organization would answer these questions. What ideology or ideologies would come into play? For the New Left socialists of the New American Movement in the early 1970s, the ideology that finally cohered was a leftish variant of modern social democracy, culminating in an organizational merger that yielded the Democratic Socialists of America. 34. We see, then, that the New Left radical organizations that consciously rejected the ideologies of the Old Left ended up eventually gravitating to variants of what had come to be the two dominant ideologies of the Old Left: social democracy and Stalinism. Would a new organization also gradually evolve in such directions? Or would it be something else? If something else, what and how? In contrast to SDS and the New American Movement, Lenin was convinced that a coming together of socialist ideas and the working class was possible and necessary, that it would transform each and create a force capable of bringing revolutionary change, but that a serious, democratic, and cohesive organization guided by a critical-minded and revolutionary Marxism was necessary to accomplish this. The underlying assumption of the present study is that in the United States a new, specifically American variant of Leninism makes sense. It must be new in the sense that it incorporates the following: a deeper understanding of the experience of the Bolsheviks themselves, an understanding of the experience of revolutionary and would-be revolutionary movements since the 1920s, a serious-minded analysis of recent developments in the world capitalist system, a critical-minded shaping of organizational norms and political functioning of the organization in light of such understanding and analysis. 317. And for Americans it must, above all, be American, grounded in our own specific radical traditions, integrated with the actual experience, struggles, needs, and idiom of the working people of our own country, related to and learning from, and helping to advance the world revolutionary process, but in a manner that facilitates the forward movement of the real, actually existing working class in the United States. Nothing like this exists or has existed in our country on a significant scale. Nor can a genuine revolutionary party exist simply because a small band of relatively intelligent and dedicated people decide that it must exist. That is a necessary condition for the existence of such a party, but by itself it is not sufficient. This has not been understood by many would-be Leninists in our history who claimed for themselves a historic right leadership of the workers' struggle without earning it. Ernest Mondale once made this point quite well. There is a real contradiction in the relationship between a vanguard organization and the broad masses. There is a real dialectical tension, if we can call it that, and we have to address ourselves to that tension. First of all, I used the words vanguard organizations, I did not use the words vanguard parties. This is a conceptual distinction I introduce on purpose. I do not believe in self-proclaimed parties. I do not believe in 50 people or 100 people standing in Market Square beating their breasts and saying, "We are the vanguard party." Perhaps they are in their own consciousness, but if the rest of society does not give a damn about them, they will be shouting in that marketplace for a long time without this having any result in practical life, or worse, they will try to impose their convictions on an unreceptive mass through violence. A vanguard party has to be constructed, has to be built through a long process. One of the characteristics of its existence is that it becomes recognized as such by at least a substantial minority of the class itself. You cannot have a vanguard party which has no following in the class. A vanguard organization becomes a vanguard party when a significant minority of the real class, of the really existing workers, poor peasants, revolutionary youth, revolutionary women, revolutionary oppressed nationalities, recognizes it as their vanguard party, i.e., follows it in action. Whether that must be 10% or 15%, that does not matter, but it must be a real sector of the class. If it does not exist, then you have no real party, you have only the nucleus of a future party. What will happen to that nucleus will be shown by history. It remains an open question, not yet solved by history. You need a permanent struggle to transform that vanguard organization into a real revolutionary party rooted in the class, present in the working class struggle, and accepted by at least a real fraction of the real class as such. 35. According to this definition, as Mondale recognizes, the Bolsheviks did not constitute a vanguard party until 1912 to 1913. Notice too that Mondale refers to a permanent struggle to be a vanguard party. Such a party must be continually proving. 318 itself in reality, testing itself, self-critically evaluating itself, continually developing. Nothing is constant except change. For a revolutionary party to remain true to itself, it must continue to evolve within the constantly changing social reality. If its cadres succumb to the temptation of seeing their party as a permanently revolutionary entity simply because it is the party, and if they adhere to the perspectives of party leaders simply because these are the leaders of the revolutionary party, they will be succumbing to what can be a fatal illusion. Mondale makes a related point that speaks to one of the concerns raised by Sheila Robotham. Stressing the profound importance of the self-organization of the workers and the oppressed, he argues that there is absolutely no contradiction between the separate organizations of revolutionary vanguard militants and their participation in the mass organizations of the working class. For members of a vanguard group to counterpose the interests of their group to the existence or interests of a broader working class formation, he insists, is sectarian. Indeed, we have seen that it was just such sectarianism that had to be overcome among the Bolsheviks themselves before it was possible for their organization to move forward. The only right you claim for yourself inside the unions, inside the mass parties, inside the Soviets, he argues, is to be a more dedicated, a more courageous, a more lucid, a more self-denying builder of the mass parties, builder of the Soviets, defenders of the general interests of the working class, without attributing to yourself any special privilege towards your fellow workers, except the right to try to convince them. 36. The members of such a vanguard organization, however, have nothing to teach others unless they are at the same time continually learning from experiences of the past by critically absorbing revolutionary theory, learning from their own experiences and those of their comrades, learning from the new political, social, and economic developments of their own time, and, most important, learning from people outside of the vanguard group, especially the rich array of individuals who are the working class and who have the innumerable experiences and insights that will ultimately form the basis for a socialist revolution. Just as self-proclaimed leaders generally have few followers, vanguardists who already know it all have little of value that they are able to teach. There is another way that one must be careful, as C. Wright Mills put it. Nothing that we face is just as it was for Lenin and his comrades. Our 1903 and 1905 and 1912 and 1917 may not look at all like theirs, and the sequence of events may differ dramatically. We cannot allow our knowledge of their history to become an obstacle to understanding and making our own. This understood, it may be 319. Worth suggesting that we avoid thinking in terms appropriate to 1912 or 1917, when we in a certain sense have not even had our 1898th. If we must transcend a romantic and uncritical adulation of Lenin and his ideas, which will prevent us from being alive to the realities of our own time, however, we must also transcend a narrow pragmatism that will keep us from what Robotham calls a passionate and complex cultural tradition of revolutionary theory and practice on which we must certainly draw if we hope to make socialism a living reality. The revolutionary internationalist underpinnings of Leninism have particular relevance for our own time, as the sectors of the world economy and world politics have become interconnected more closely than ever before. The peoples of each country are affected by the levels of popular political consciousness and by the class struggles and liberation struggles in each of the other countries. Ultimately, capitalism as a global system can be overcome only through revolutionary efforts on an international scale. 37 Such an expansive triumph of freedom struggles is a precondition, too, for the development of a worldwide cooperative commonwealth that will overcome all vestiges of bureaucratic dictatorship, which cannot survive in a situation where there is enough for all and where all have a vital sense of their own dignity and self-worth. Workers and oppressed people in advanced capitalist countries, in the so-called underdeveloped capitalist countries, and also in the bureaucratically run post-capitalist countries are more than they generally know dependent on each other's struggles for freedom and for control over the institutions that shape their lives. What is more, the goals, strategies, and organizational norms that guided the Bolsheviks are in harmony with the aspirations of these contemporary and future struggles. There are many who are convinced, with an almost religious conviction, that revolutionary socialism has little relevance in such countries as the United States and that working people are incapable of thinking and acting in the way that the conscious workers of Russia did 75 years ago. And it is obvious that the American working class is not about to put socialism on the political agenda in the 1980s. But as Bertolt Brecht once commented, because things are as they are, they will not stay as they are. What we begin to understand now, and what we begin to do now, can help to shape the future. In this context, there is much to learn from the actual ideas and experience of Lenin and the revolutionary party he led. And there is much to do. 3.